Chapter 5. The Rightness of the Kingdom Heart. Beyond the goodness of scribes and Pharisees. No good tree produces bad fruit, nor any bad tree good fruit. The good person, from the good treasured up in his heart, produces what is good. Luke 6:43-45. The command, be ye perfect, is not idealistic gas. Nor is it a command to do the impossible. He is going to make us into creatures that can obey that command. C.S. Lewis, Mere Christianity. Master of Moral Understanding. When Jesus deals with moral evil and goodness, he does not begin by theorizing. He plunges immediately, Matthew 5:21-44, into the guts of human existence. Raging anger, contempt, hatred, obsessive lust, divorce, verbal manipulation, revenge, slapping, suing, cursing, coercing, and begging. It is the stuff of soap operas and the daily news, and real life. He takes this concrete approach because his aim is to enable people to be good, not just talk about it. He actually knows how to enable people to be good, and he brings his knowledge to bear upon life as it really is, not some intellectualized and sanctified version thereof. He knows that people deeply hunger to be good but cannot find their way. No one wishes to do evil for its own sake, we just find it unfortunately necessary. We want to be good but are ready to do evil, and we come prepared with lengthy justifications. Accordingly, John Milton correctly put the words "evil be thou my good" in the mouth of Satan. Satan might be able to take what is evil as his direct and ultimate goal just to oppose God. Those words truly are demonic, not human. By contrast, a little girl in Sunday school expressed the human ambiguity well. When asked what a lie is, she replied, "A lie is an abomination to God and a very present help in time of trouble." Having illustrated concretely, in situations of grimy realism, Matthew 5:20-44, what it is like to be a really good person, one who has found the kingdom and is living in its ways, Jesus then proceeds, in the immediately following verses, to give his overall picture of moral fulfillment and beauty in the kingdom of the heavens. It is one of heartfelt love toward all, including those who would be happy if we dropped dead. This love does not consist of acts and projects but is a pervasive condition of vision, joy, and love in which we habitually reside. It is a love of the same quality as God's love, Matthew 5:45-48. We are to be perfect or whole as our Father, the one in the heavens, is perfect and whole. Thus in the span of a few words Jesus moves from bitingly specific reality into the comprehensiveness of theory, a moral theory of great force, fully developed by Christians of later centuries such as Aurelius Augustine, Thomas Aquinas, John Wesley, and Dietrich Bonhoeffer. But he never loses sight of the real-life context in which the theory must translate into action, for his purpose is not to give a theory, he can leave that to others, but to start a historical movement. Historically profound moral understanding. What Jesus had to say about human good and evil was of sufficient depth, power, and justification to dominate European culture and its offshoots for 2 millennia. Nobody even has an idea of what Europe and the Western world would mean apart from Jesus and his words. The historian of morals W.E.H. Lecky describes the teachings of Jesus as an agency which all men must now admit to have been, for good or for evil, the most powerful moral lever that has ever been applied to the affairs of man. A contemporary historian, Michael Grant, comments, "The most potent figure, not only in the history of religion, but in world history as a whole, is Jesus Christ, the maker of one of the few revolutions which have lasted. Millions of men and women for century after century have found his life and teaching overwhelmingly significant and moving. And there is ample reason, in this later 20th century, why this should still be so." Friedrich Nietzsche is usually thought of as a bitter opponent of Jesus. But he clearly saw his indispensable role in the civilization into which Nietzsche himself had been born. He also understood that the modern world had moved off of its foundations in the Christian traditions of moral goodness, and that cataclysmic changes were to come because of this. They have come and they are coming. For over 200 years now in the Western world, those advanced thinkers referred to by Bishop Butler in our previous chapter have tried to make secularized human nature and intellect, free of any dependence upon Jesus and his teachings, serve as the basis for moral understanding and practice. Leading figures who still thought of themselves as profoundly Christian, such as Immanuel Kant and G.F.W. Hegel, played a major role in this effort. They developed a version of Christianity that, ironically, did not even require Jesus to have existed. They seriously took this to be an advantage for their works. What Jesus taught was said by them to be contained in human rationality as such. Today it is more likely to be said that it is contained in the human quest for meaning or wholeness. Moral understanding can, allegedly, be established by careful human thought and experience apart from any historical tradition. But the centuries-long attempt to devise a morality from within merely human resources has now proven itself a failure. We shall have more to say on this point at the close of this chapter. The Talk on the Hill. Before turning directly to Jesus' powerful picture of the kingdom heart in Matthew 5, however, a few misunderstandings must be cleared away. First, what is now called his Sermon on the Mount, Matthew 5:7, should indeed be read as a sermon, as one unified discourse. To be sure, it is not what might be called a sermon today. Neither was it given in the seclusion of a genuine mountain. It is not preachy, of course, and is far too dense and content to function as a sermon in contexts where sermons now occur. It is a talk, we would probably say, and one given for the benefit of a large crowd of common folk, who heard it and enjoyed it on gently rolling pastures by the Sea of Galilee. Now, to say that this passage in the Gospel of Matthew was a sermon or a talk means that it is organized around one purpose and develops along a single line of thought. This is crucial for a correct understanding of what he is saying here. It was a great day in my own life when I came across some words by the old Princeton homileticist A.W. Blackwood, who stated the necessity of reading the Sermon on the Mount as a sermon. He had discerned its masterful unity. At the time, I didn't even think it was permissible so to read it. I had been given to understand that the sermon was actually a collection of stray sayings that unknown editors had thrown together as one might throw marbles into a sack. Hence one could only take up the sayings one by one, like marbles or jewels, and ponder what they might mean taken in isolation. As a result, the sermon remained a baffling text to me, as it seems to remain for most scholars to this day. Clarence Bauman opens his study of 19 radically different and opposed interpretations of it with the statement that it is an enigma to the modern conscience. He goes on to say, the Sermon on the Mount is the most important and most controversial biblical text. The implications of this statement are simply staggering, as Bauman himself recognizes. The most important text is an enigma? That this could be so is deeply revelatory of the condition of the Church in the modern world. We are scattered, wandering, and have no clear and comprehensive message for life because our most important text is an enigma. It does not function as the clear guide to life that its author intended. When taken as independent sayings, the various statements the sermon contains will certainly be regarded as laws dictating what we are to do and not to do. They will then be seen to prescribe impossibilities and, in some cases, to be simply ridiculous. For example, the comment on cutting off your hands or punching out your eyes, Matthew 5:29-30, is most often presented as a serious recommendation from Jesus, though not one to be taken literally. As we shall see later, he was in fact teaching precisely the futility of any such actions. They would make no difference, because true rightness remains a matter of one's heart. Why, then, is it important that we understand Matthew 5:7 as one talk or sermon? It is important because, unless we understand it as one discourse, purposively organized by its highly competent speaker, its parts, the particular statements made, will be left at the mercy of whatever whims may strike readers as they contemplate each pearl of wisdom. Their meaning cannot then be governed by the unity of the discourse as a whole. And this is, for the most part, exactly what happens today. The most constant whim, historically, has been the disastrous idea just mentioned. That Jesus is here giving laws. For if that is all he is doing, they will certainly be laws that are impossible to keep. The keeping of law turns out to be an inherently self-refuting aim. Rather, the inner self must be changed. Trying merely to keep the law is not wholly unlike trying to make an apple tree bear peaches by tying peaches to its branches. Yes, impossible, one standard reaction now has it. That's what they are, but therefore all the more suited to thoroughly crush human hopes than were the laws of Moses, forcing us to turn to grace for forgiveness. Jesus is presented as more relentless and meaner than Moses. And we have all been subjected to so much well-intentioned meanness that we are prepared to believe it. The holier, the harder, we think. We could hardly be more wrong. The aim of the sermon, forcefully indicated by its concluding verses, is to help people come to hopeful and realistic terms with their lives here on earth by clarifying, in concrete terms, the nature of the kingdom into which they are now invited by Jesus' call. Repent, for life in the kingdom of the heavens is now one of your options. The separate parts of the discourse are to be interpreted in the light of this single purpose. They are not to be read as one disconnected statement after another. One must discern the overall plan of life within which the separate parts of the discourse make sense. So far from being additional laws to crush us or show us we can't make it on our own, of course we can't, the separate parts are distinct perspectives on the sweet life of love and power, of truth and grace, that those who count on Jesus can even now lead in his kingdom. The law came by Moses, but grace and truth came through Jesus the Anointed. John 1:17. His teachings illustrate how those alive in the kingdom can live, through the days and hours of their ordinary existence, on their way to the full world of God. The brilliance of Jesus. One final look. To prepare us to appreciate the richness and rigor of the discourse on the hill, we must return for one final emphasis upon a theme struck at the end of chapter 3. There we noted a misunderstanding of Jesus that treats him as nice but not very intelligent. That misunderstanding is the death knell of discipleship, for it locates him outside the company of those who have knowledge and therefore deprives us of the practical power of his teachings. If you play a game of word association today, in almost any setting, you will collect some familiar names around words such as smart, knowledgeable, intelligent, and so forth. Einstein, Bill Gates of Microsoft, and the obligatory rocket scientists will stand out. But one person who pretty certainly will not come up in this connection is Jesus. Here is a profoundly significant fact. In our culture, among Christians and non-Christians alike, Jesus Christ is automatically disassociated from brilliance or intellectual capacity. Not 1 in 1,000 will spontaneously think of him in conjunction with words such as well-informed, brilliant, or smart. Far too often he is regarded as hardly conscious. He is looked on as a mere icon, a wraith-like semblance of a man, fit for the role of sacrificial lamb or alienated social critic, perhaps, but little more. A well-known scholarly picture has him wandering the hills of Palestine, deeply confused about who he was and even about crucial points in his basic topic, the kingdom of the heavens. From time to time he perhaps utters disconnected though profound and vaguely radical irrelevancies, now obscurely preserved in our Gospels. Would you be able to trust your life to such a person? If this is how he seems to you, are you going to be inclined to become his student? Of course not. We all know that action must be based on knowledge, and we grant the right to lead and teach only to those we believe to know what is real and what is best. The world has succeeded in opposing intelligence to goodness. A Russian saying speaks of those who are stupid to the point of sanctity. In other words, you have to be really dumb in order to qualify for saintliness. Centuries ago, even, when Dante assigned the title Master of Those Who Know, he mistakenly gave it to Aristotle, not Jesus, for Jesus is holy. Tertullian, a famous Christian leader of the 2nd and 3rd centuries, asked rhetorically, what has Jerusalem to do with Athens, the church with the academy, the Christian with the heretic? The correct answer, he supposed, was, nothing whatsoever. Devotion to God is independent of human knowledge. Of course, the modern secular outlook rigorously opposes sanctity to intelligence. And today any attempt to combine spirituality or moral purity with great intelligence causes widespread pangs of cognitive dissonance. Mother Teresa, no more than Jesus, is thought of as smart, nice, of course, but not really smart. Smart means good at managing how life really is. For all the vast influence he has exercised on human history, we have to say that Jesus is usually seen as a frankly pathetic individual who lived and still lives on the margins of real life. What lies at the heart of the astonishing disregard of Jesus found in the moment-to-moment existence of multitudes of professing Christians is a simple lack of respect for him. He is not seriously considered or presented as a person of great ability. What, then, can devotion or worship mean, if simple respect is not included in it? Not much. The picture the ordinary person today has of Jesus' surroundings in his earthly lifetime seems largely determined by what his homeland, Palestine, looked like to famous 19th century tourists such as Mark Twain. Their impressions of Jesus' social setting remains today in the minds of most people. We imagine a desolate land of ruins, perhaps with a few peasants and ignorant villagers, Jesus among them. But there is no truth in this. In fact, his own society should be thought of as the equivalent in its world to Israel's place in the world today. In Jesus' day, Jerusalem was a glorious city, routinely flooded by hundreds of thousands of visitors, including multitudes of brilliant people from all over the known world. It was a cosmopolitan environment, interacting with the entire Roman world and more. What was known and discussed anywhere was known and discussed there. It was in such surroundings that, already as a lad of 12, he held spellbound for several days some of the best minds in the land. Thankfully, recent archaeological and historical work has done much to give us a correct picture of the rich culture in which Jesus worked and lived, and of which he was a part. Outlining the sermon, the brilliance and profundity of Jesus stand out in the overall structure and outline of the discourse on the hill, as he forcefully conveys an understanding of human life that actually works. The talk as a whole is given, of course, under the assumption of the availability of the kingdom he proclaimed. Within that framework, the first part of the talk, on the blessed and the light and salt of the earth, revises prevailing assumptions about human well-being by presenting unlikely kinds of people who in fact found and still find blessedness in the kingdom. We dealt with this part of the sermon in the previous chapter. The radical shift of perspective with regard to the good life and who has it led Jesus' hearers to begin suspecting that the law was irrelevant to their life in God's world. On the one hand, they were sure that their own lives fell short of the law, and those in charge never let them forget it. But, on the other hand, Jesus had said that blessedness was still theirs in the kingdom. It sounded to them as if Jesus had set the law aside. However, the law they had in mind and that they rubbed up against every day was not the law of God. It was a contemporary version of religious respectability, very harsh and oppressive in application, that Jesus referred to as the goodness of scribes and Pharisees, Matthew 5:20. Law as God intended it remains forever essential to the kingdom, and Jesus made it clear to his hearers that his aim is to bring those who follow him into fulfillment of the true law. The fulfillment he had in mind was not for the purpose of making them humanly acceptable. That is quite another matter. But fulfillment of God's law is important because the law is good. It is right for human life. And the presence of the kingdom brings us all that is right for human life. In Matthew 5:20-48, then, we find out precisely what fulfillment of the law would look like in daily life. In this crucial passage, where the rightness of the kingdom heart is most fully displayed, there is a sequence of contrasts between the older teaching about what the good person would do, for example, not murder, and Jesus' picture of the kingdom heart. That heart would live with full tenderness toward everyone it deals with. This passage in Matthew 5 moves from the deepest roots of human evil, burning anger and obsessive desire, to the pinnacle of human fulfillment in agape, or divine love. In this way, the entire edifice of human corruption is undermined by eliminating its foundations in human personality. The remainder of the Discourse on the Hill, chapters 6 and 7, then provides a sequence of warnings about practices and attitudes that will deflect us from living from the kingdom. First, there is a warning about trying to secure ourselves by depending on realities other than the kingdom. On our religious/moral reputation before human beings, Matthew 6:1-18, and on material goods or wealth, Matthew 6:19-34. This is the mind of the flesh, which in Romans 8 the Apostle Paul called, simply, death. We will deal with these matters in chapter 6. Then there is a warning about trying to control others by judging, blaming, condemning them. The Apostle Paul later contrasted the ministry of condemnation with the ministry of the Spirit or ministry of righteousness, 2 Corinthians 3:6-10. Jesus was fully aware of the ministry of condemnation and its futility. By contrast, he shows us how we can really help our loved ones and others in the community of prayerful love, the title for chapter 7. Finally, Jesus gives us urgent warnings about failing to actually do what he calls us to do in his teachings and mentions the specific things that are most likely to trip us up in this regard. Dietrich Bonhoeffer forcefully states, the only proper response to this word which Jesus brings with him from eternity is simply to do it. 6. Remarkably, almost 1/6 of the entire discourse, 15 of 92 verses, is devoted to emphasizing the importance of actually doing what it says. Doing and not just hearing and talking about it is how we know the reality of the kingdom and integrate our life into it. This final section therefore concludes with the well-known images of the wise man who builds his house upon the rock. He is the one doing the words of Jesus, as compared with the other man, who does not. The simple but powerful structure of the discourse on the hill can therefore be represented as follows. 1. Background assumption. Life in the kingdom through reliance upon Jesus. Matthew 4:17-25, chapters 1-3 of this book are devoted to this topic. 2. It is ordinary people who are the light and salt of the world as they live the blessed life in the kingdom, 5:1-20, and chapter 4 of this book. 3. The kingdom heart of goodness concretely portrayed as the kind of love that is in God, 5:21-48, and the present chapter of this book. 4. Warning against false securities, reputation, and wealth, Matthew 6, and chapter 6 of this book. 5. Warning against condemnation engineering as a plan for helping people. A call to the community of prayerful love, Matthew 7:1-12, and chapter 7 of this book. 6. Warnings about how we may fail actually to do what the discourse requires, and the effects thereof, 7:13-27. The sequential order in the discourse must be respected. To understand correctly what Jesus is teaching us to do in his discourse, we must keep the order of the treatment in mind and recognize its importance. That is what we would naturally expect when we realize that we are hearing from someone who has absolute mastery of the subject matter with which he is dealing and is absolute master of how to present it. The later parts of the discourse presuppose the earlier parts and simply cannot be understood unless their dependence upon the earlier parts is clearly seen. For example, receiving the teaching about anger and contempt, 5:21-26, depends upon our having received the teaching about our well-being and blessedness. Conversely, having received the teaching about well-being, the teaching about anger and contempt will be recognized as good and right. Again, if I have been freed from anger, contempt, and obsessive desire and am pervaded by the love that is the family resemblance of those alive in the kingdom of the Father, I am freed from the need to secure myself by reputation or wealth. Conversely, if I am not immersed in the reality of this kingdom of love, it will not seem good or right to me to forego reputation, pride, vanity, and wealth, and I will inescapably be driven to pursue them. If we do not keep the sequential order of kingdom life in mind, as Jesus certainly did, it will seem that each new topic in his discourse is being taken up on its own, with no connection to what has already been dealt with. The discourse will therefore make little or no sense as a guide to what to do. This is the predicament of those who, for example, from the viewpoint of the current state of their own chaotic souls, look with bewilderment at, say, the command to offer the other cheek for a slapping or to do good to those who hate them. They quite naturally see this as impossible or as something that would make their life wretched. For they are thinking of their life as the one they now have, untouched by the more fundamental parts of Jesus' teaching, given earlier. The various scenes and situations that Jesus discusses in his discourse on the hill are actually stages in a progression toward a life of agape love. They progressively presuppose that we know where our well-being really lies, that we have laid aside anger and obsessive desire, that we do not try to mislead people to get our way, and so on. Then loving and helping those who hurt us and hate us, for example, will come as a natural progression. Doing so will seem quite right, and we will be able to do so. A similar point is to be made with reference to not performing to be seen, not relying on wealth, not using condemnation to straighten people out, and so forth. When these things are taken in the order Jesus presents them, but only then, they provide the foundation for a practical strategy for becoming the beings God created us to be. As we hear Him teach, we must constantly review and remember them until they form a part of our conscious minds. The law in the soul, the beyond of actual obedience. It is precisely Jesus' grasp of the structure in the human soul that also leads him to deal primarily with the sources of wrongdoing and not to focus on actions themselves. He thus avoids the futility, which we have already pointed out, of making law ultimate. Wrong action, he well knew, is not the problem in human existence, though it is constantly taken to be so. It is only a symptom, which from time to time produces vast evils in its own right. Going to the source of action is a major part of what he has in mind by saying that one must go beyond the goodness of scribes and Pharisees. One must surpass humanly contrived religious respectability if one is to mesh their life with the flow of the kingdom of the heavens. 5:20. True enough, he also meant that we are actually to do what the law, as God intended it, says to do. And that too was quite beyond the goodness of the scribes and Pharisees. They talked a lot of law, but they did not keep it. Thus Jesus told his hearers to do what the religious authorities say, for they sit in Moses' seat. But beware of doing what they do. They say and do not. Matthew 23:3. Now confidence in the Christ is, correctly understood, inseparable from the fulfilling of the law. People came to him on one occasion and asked, "What shall we do to work the works of God?" John 6:28. His reply was, "You do the work of God when you place your confidence in the one He sent." We would now say, and say correctly, trust Jesus Christ. But we have already seen in previous chapters how the idea of having faith in Jesus has come to be totally isolated from being His apprentice and learning how to do what He said. The tragic result of this separation is seen all around us today. What we are looking at in the contemporary Western world is precisely what He Himself foretold. We have heard Him. For almost 2 millennia we have heard Him, as already noted. But we have chosen to not do what He said. He warned that this would make us like a silly man who built his house on a sand foundation. The rain poured down, and the rivers and winds beat upon that house, and it collapsed into a total disaster. Matthew 7:26-27. We today stand in the midst of precisely the disaster He foretold, flying upside down but satisfied to be stoutly preaching against works righteousness. If people in our Christian fellowships today were to announce that they had decided to keep God's law, we would probably be skeptical and alarmed. We probably would take them aside for counseling and possibly alert other responsible people in the group to keep an eye on them. We would be sure nothing good would come of it. We know that one is not saved by keeping the law and can think of no other reason why one should try to do it. This leaves us caught in a strange inversion of the work of the Judaizing teachers who dogged the footsteps of Paul in New Testament days. As they wanted to add obedience to ritual law to faith in Christ, we want to subtract moral law from faith in Christ. How to combine faith with obedience is surely the essential task of the Church as it enters the 21st century. The centrality of God's true law to human life. The law that God had truly given to Israel was, until the coming of Messiah, the most precious possession of human beings on earth. That law consisted of fundamental teachings such as the 10 Commandments, the "Hear, O Israel," of Deuteronomy 6:4-5, the great passage on neighbor love in Leviticus 19:9-18, and the elaborations and applications of them by the Jewish prophets up to John the Baptizer. What great nation is there, Moses exclaims, that has statutes and judgments as righteous as this whole law that I am setting before you today. Deuteronomy 4:8. The ancient writers knew well the desperate human problem of knowing how to live, and they recognized the law revealed by Jehovah, Israel's covenant-making God, to be the only real solution to this problem. God's true law also possessed an inherent beauty in its own right, as an expression of the beautiful mind of God. It is profound truth and therefore precious in its own right. In Psalm 119 and elsewhere, we see how the devotee of the law, Jehovah's precious gift, was ravished by its goodness and power, finding it to be the perfect guide into the blessed life in God. It was a constant delight to the mind and the heart. We must understand that Jesus, the faithful Son, does not deviate at all from this understanding of the law that is truly God's law. He could easily have written Psalm 119 himself. When asked by an earnest though misguided young man what he should do to receive eternal life, Jesus replies, "Keep the law." Mark 10:19. There was no double entendre whatsoever here, as so many saving interpretations would have it. The same response is given to a professional expert in the law who asked the same question in the process of giving Jesus a test for orthodoxy and ability, Luke 10:28. In both cases, as it turned out, the inquirer wanted to get by with the cut-down and distorted version of the law that dominated their social setting. But this righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees, as Jesus called it, was not the law of God, as we have indicated. And Jesus, in his firm but gentle way, would not cooperate with their delusions. When he confronted them with the law that was truly God's, they each in their own way flunked the test they professed to have passed. But this does not in the least detract from the fact that God's law is an unspeakably good and precious thing, and that to live within it is to live the life that is eternal. To be sure, law is not the source of rightness, but it is forever the course of rightness. Accordingly, in his discourse on the hill Jesus responds to his hearers' emerging idea that the law is to be abolished, Matthew 5:17, by making the strongest possible statement to the contrary. So long as creation stands, not the least element of the law, not one jot or one tittle of what God intended with it, will be retracted. 5:18. This must be, simply because the law is good. It is right. That, and not some sense of his offended dignity, is why God stands behind it. A time will come in human history when human beings will follow the 10 Commandments and so on as regularly as they now fall to the ground when they step off a roof. They will then be more astonished that someone would lie or steal or covet than they now are when someone will not. The law of God will then be written in their hearts, as the prophets foretold, Jeremiah 31:33, Hebrews 10:16. This is an essential part of the future triumph of Christ and the deliverance of humankind in history and beyond. From the viewpoint of the kingdom of the heavens or from God's perspective, Jesus points out, those who do the commandments and teach them are the greatest among human beings, whereas those who break the least of the genuine commandments of God and teach others to do so are the worst of human beings. Matthew 5:19. The law of God marks the movements of God's kingdom, of his own actions and of how that kingdom works. When we keep the law, we step into his ways and drink in his power. Jesus shows us those ways even more fully and leads us into them. If you love me, he said, do what I have said. And I will ask the Father and he will give you an additional strengthener, who will never leave you. John 14:15-16. The deeper beyond from which actions come. But the question is, how can one keep the law? Jesus well knew the answer to this question, and that is why he told those who wanted to know how to work the works of God to put their confidence in the one God had sent. John 6:29. He knew that we cannot keep the law by trying to keep the law. To succeed in keeping the law one must aim at something other and something more. One must aim to become the kind of person from whom the deeds of the law naturally flow. The apple tree naturally and easily produces apples because of its inner nature. This is the most crucial thing to remember if we would understand Jesus' picture of the kingdom heart given in the Sermon on the Mount. And here also lies the fundamental mistake of the scribe and the Pharisee. They focus on the actions that the law requires and make elaborate specifications of exactly what those actions are and of the manner in which they are to be done. They also generate immense social pressure to force conformity of action to the law as they interpret it. They are intensely self-conscious about doing the right thing and about being thought to have done the right thing. But the inner dimensions of their personality, their heart and character, are left to remain contrary to what God has required. That heart will, of course, ultimately triumph over their conscious intentions and arrangements, and they will in fact do what they know to be wrong. Their words, especially, will reveal the contents of their heart, Matthew 12:34. And their need to appear righteous before men, Luke 15:15, then forces them into hypocrisy. Hypocrisy becomes the spirit, or yeast, that pervades and colors their entire existence, Luke 12:1. One can hardly exaggerate the extent to which this deadly yeast infects human relationships all around us. One could wish only religious people were subject to it. A lesson from the dishwasher and the farmer. In his efforts to help us understand the connection between the inner dimensions of personality and the outward revelations of it in action, and thus build a strategy for becoming the persons God knows we ought to be, Jesus brings lessons from the common knowledge of life, as was his manner, Matthew 13:52. First from the dishwasher. You fine folk, he says to the religiously proper, are in real trouble. Ever so carefully you wipe clean the outside of the cup or dish. But that leaves the inside full of criminality and self-indulgence. When, by contrast, you first scrub the inside of a cup, the outside becomes clean in the process, Matthew 23:25-26. It is easy to clean the outside of a cup without washing the inside, but it is hard to wash the inside thoroughly and leave the outside dirty. Washing the inside has as its natural accompaniment the cleansing of the outside. Only a spot here or there may be left. Another lesson comes from the farmer. It is one that Jesus refers to repeatedly, and others in the New Testament take it up as well. A good tree, he notes, produces good fruit, and a bad tree bad fruit, Luke 6:43-45. His little brother James extends the point by observing that the fig tree does not bear olives, nor a grapevine figs, James 3:12. Actions do not emerge from nothing. They faithfully reveal what is in the heart, and we can know what is in the heart that they depend upon. Indeed, everyone does know. That is a part of what it is to be a mentally competent human being. The heart is not a mystery at the level of ordinary human interactions. We discern one another quite well. When we hear the daily litany of evil deeds that comes to us through the media, for example, we all know well enough, if we can stand to think of it, what kind of inner life and character produces those deeds, even though in a certain sense we still may say we just can't understand how anyone could do such things. The same is true of behavior in the home or at work. It is the inner life of the soul that we must aim to transform, and then behavior will naturally and easily follow. But not the reverse. A special term is used in the New Testament to mark the character of the inner life when it is as it should be. This is the term dikaiosune. Dikaiosune. Jesus' account of dikaiosune, or of being a really good person, is given in Matthew 5:20-48. We need to stop for a comment on this special term that plays such a large part in the thought world of classical and Hellenistic Greek culture, as well as in the language of the Bible and in the early form of Christianity that emerged to conquer the Greco-Roman world of the 2nd and 3rd centuries. The human need to know how to live is perennial. It has never been more desperate than it is today, of course, in Los Angeles and New York, in London, Paris, and Berlin. But this need is always desperate. That is an unalterable part of the human condition. It is especially urgent in times and places where there is social instability. Such instability does not allow us to maintain the illusion that being a good Jones or Catholic or American or Armenian or Jew solves the problem. We have to have something deeper. The search for something deeper had become a serious intellectual and spiritual project in the Mediterranean world by the 5th century BC or even earlier. That search was, in fact, worldwide in scope, but nowhere did it achieve a higher result than in the great prophets of Israel, such as Amos, Micah, and Isaiah. Its first thorough and systematic treatment within the powers of human reason is found in Plato's Republic, which would be more accurately translated The City. This book is really a study of the human soul and of the condition in which the soul must be in order for human beings to live well and manage to do what is right. The condition required is called, precisely, dikaiosune in the Republic. This is exactly the term that Jesus centers on in his discourse on the hill, as we have it in the Greek language. It is usually translated justice in Plato's texts. But this is, once again, an unfortunate translation, for dikaiosune is only indirectly related to what we today understand by justice. The best translation of dikaiosune would be a paraphrase. Something like what that is about a person that makes him or her really right or good. For short, we might say true inner goodness. Plato, following Socrates, tries to give a precise and full account of what this true inner goodness is. In establishing the central term of ethical understanding, Aristotle replaced his teacher Plato's word, dikaiosune, with arete, usually translated virtue. Historically, Aristotle won the terminological battle, and virtue has, more than any other term, stood through the ages for the heart of human rightness. It represents a combination of skill, wisdom, power, and steadfastness for good that makes it very attractive. The Old Testament book of Proverbs is actually more focused on arete than upon dikaiosune, and arete also occurs in the New Testament writings. For example, in Philippians 4:8 and 2 Peter 1:3-5. Still, in the Hebrew and New Testament traditions, dikaiosune remains preferred. Perhaps this is because it retains a note of emphasis upon relationship of the soul to God, whereas arete predominantly stresses human ability and fulfillment by itself. Of course, no contemporary ethical expert would be caught dead discussing righteousness, though virtue has recently experienced something of a revival in the field. A couple of centuries after Plato, certainly beginning sometime prior to 285 BC, the Old Testament began to be translated into Greek, yielding the text we call the Septuagint. The term dikaiosune was used to translate the Hebrew terms tzedakah and tzedek, usually rendered in English as righteousness. Thus, a great central text of the Old Testament, Genesis 15:6, tells us, "And Abram believed God, and it was counted to him for dikaiosune." And we see in Isaiah, "All our dikaiosune is like filthy rags," 64:6. And again in Amos, "But let judgment roll down as water, and dikaiosune as an impassable flood," 5:24. As a result, the two greatest traditions of moral reflection in the ancient world are brought together in the term dikaiosune. It re-emerges in the teachings of Jesus, 3 centuries after the creation of the Greek Old Testament, and becomes the central term in the understanding of Christian salvation represented in the New Testament. Indeed, for Paul, the redemptive act of Jesus becomes the key to understanding the very dikaiosune of God himself, Romans 1:8. It is the person of Jesus and his death for us that makes clear what it is about God that makes him really good. 6 contrasts of the old and the new moral reality. In Matthew, chapter 5, Jesus works us through 6 situations in which the goodness that lives from the heart and through the kingdom among us is contrasted with the old dikaiosune focused merely on doing the right thing. Situation 1. Irritation with one's associates, verses 21-26. 2. Sexual attraction, verses 27-30. 3. Unhappiness with marriage partner, verses 31-32. 4. Wanting someone to believe something, verses 33-37. 5. Being personally injured, verses 38-42. 6. Having an enemy, verses 43-48. Old dikaiosune. No murder. No intercourse. If you divorce, give pink slip. Keep vows or oaths made to convince. Only say how things are or are not. Inflict exactly the same injury on the offender. Hate your enemy. Kingdom dikaiosune. Intense desire to be of help. No anger or contempt. No cultivation of lust. No divorce, as then practiced. No verbal manipulation. Don't harm, but help, the one who has damaged you. Love and bless your enemy, as the Heavenly Father does. And now, with the preliminaries about the structure and progress of the discourse on the hillside before us, we can begin to immerse ourselves in the substance of Jesus' teachings on the rightness of the kingdom heart. The remainder of this chapter will be devoted to examining each of these situations in depth. Having worked through these contrasts in well-known and frequent life situations, one should be able to see very clearly the kind of inner character or heart that belongs to those whose life truly flows from the kingdom of God. In the cauldron of anger and contempt, the primacy of anger in the order of evil. The first illustration of kingdom dikaiosune is drawn from cases in which we are displeased with our brother and may allow ourselves to treat him with anger or contempt. When we trace wrongdoing back to its roots in the human heart, we find that in the overwhelming number of cases it involves some form of anger. Close beside anger you will find its twin brother, contempt. Jesus' understanding of them and their role in life becomes the basis of his strategy for establishing kingdom goodness. It is the elimination of anger and contempt that he presents as the first and fundamental step toward the rightness of the kingdom heart. Pointing to the moral inadequacy of the commandment not to kill as a guide to relationships with others who anger us, Jesus goes deeper, and yet deeper, into the texture of human personality. But what I say is that anyone who becomes intensely angry, or gizomenos, with those around them shall stand condemned before the law. 5:22. He uses exactly the same phrase, shall stand condemned before the law, to apply to anger as the old teaching applied to murder. What anger island! And when we look carefully at anger we can see why such a strong statement is justified. In its simplest form, anger is a spontaneous response that has a vital function in life. As such, it is not wrong. It is a feeling that seizes us in our body and immediately impels us toward interfering with, and possibly even harming, those who have thwarted our will and interfered with our life. Indeed, anger is in its own right, quite apart from acting it out and further consequences, an injury to others. When I discover your anger at me, I am already wounded. Your anger alone will very likely be enough to stop me or make me change my course, and it will also raise the stress level of everyone around us. It may also evoke my anger in return. Usually it does, precisely because your anger places a restraint on me. It crosses my will. Thus anger feeds on anger. The primary function of anger in life is to alert me to an obstruction to my will, and immediately raise alarm and resistance, before I even have time to think about it. And if that were all there was to anger, all would be well. Anger in this sense is no sin, even though it is still better avoided where possible. Headaches are no sin, but do we really need them? Anger would then perform its vital function, as physical pain does, and pass with the occasion. But the anger that is a reality among us is much more than this and quickly turns into something that is inherently evil. To understand why, we need to take a still closer look at what anger is. It is primarily a function of the human will, and this in several respects. It spontaneously arises in us, as just noted, when our will is obstructed. That is what occasions it. But as a response toward those who have interfered with us, it includes a will to harm them, or the beginnings thereof. Some degree of malice is contained in every degree of anger. That is why it always hurts us when someone is angry at us. Consequently, we would not choose to have others angry at us unless some ulterior end were to be gained by it. We know that people who are angry at us will our harm, and by just their look, or refusal to look, or the raising of their voice, or not speaking at all, they intend to make a painful impression on us. They certainly succeed. Anger and the mounted ego. But it is a third possible involvement of the will in anger that makes it so deadly as to deserve the censure Jesus places upon it. We can and usually do choose or will to be angry. Anger first arises spontaneously. But we can actively receive it and decide to indulge it, and we usually do. We may even become an angry person, and any incident can evoke from us a torrent of rage that is kept in constant readiness. This is actually the case with those who are caught up in the current epidemic of road rage. The explosion of anger never simply comes from the incident. Most people carry a supply of anger around with them. Perhaps it comes along with that quiet desperation that, according to Henry David Thoreau, characterizes the life of most people. Increasingly, now, the desperation is not so quiet. But why, one might ask, would people embrace anger and indulge it? Why would they, as they do so often, bloat their bodies with anger or wear it like a badge of honor while it radiates real and potential harm, not only to its proper object, the one who thwarted their will in the first place, but to others standing by, often with deadly effects on their own life and health and happiness. It is well established today that many people are killed by their own anger. Untold many others die of second-hand anger, like second-hand smoke. In Los Angeles and other cities, hardly a week goes by without the death of a child from bullets fired at others in anger. The answer to this question of why people embrace anger and cultivate it is one we must not miss if we are to understand the ways of the human heart. Anger indulged, instead of simply waved off, always has in it an element of self-righteousness and vanity. Find a person who has embraced anger, and you find a person with a wounded ego. The importance of the self and the real or imaginary wound done to it is blown out of all proportion by those who indulge anger. Then anger can become anything from a low-burning resentment to a holy crusade to inflict harm on the one who has thwarted me or my wishes or bruised my sense of propriety. It may explode on anything and anyone within reach. I may become addicted to the adrenaline rush and never feel really alive except when my anger is pumping. Only this element of self-righteousness can support me as I retain my anger long after the occasion of it or allow its intensity to heat to the point of totally senseless rage. To rage on I must regard myself as mistreated or as engaged in the rectification of an unbearable wrong, which I all too easily do. Anger embraced is, accordingly, inherently disintegrative of human personality and life. It does not have to be specifically acted out to poison the world. Because of what it is, and the way it seizes upon the body and its environment just by being there, it cannot be hidden. All our mental and emotional resources are marshaled to nurture and tend the anger, and our body throbs with it. Energy is dedicated to keeping the anger alive. We constantly remind ourselves of how wrongly we have been treated. And when it is allowed to govern our actions, of course, its evil is quickly multiplied in heart-rending consequences and in the replication of anger and rage in the hearts and bodies of everyone it touches. Anger is now practiced and encouraged. In the United States there are around 25,000 murders each year. There are 1,000 murders in the workplace, and 1 million people are injured in the workplace by violent attacks from coworkers. Most of the workplace murders occur after long periods of open rage and threats, and many involve multiple murders of innocent bystanders. It is a simple fact that none of the 25,000 murders, or only a negligible number of them, would have occurred but for an anger that the killers chose to embrace and indulge. Anger and contempt are the twin scourges of the earth. Mingled with greed and sexual lust, to be discussed later, these bitter emotions form the poisonous brew in which human existence stands suspended. Few people ever get free of them in this life, and for most of us even old age does not bring relief. Once you see those emotions for what they are, the constant stream of human disasters that history and life bring before us can also be seen for what they are. The natural outcome of human choice, of people choosing to be angry and contemptuous. It is a miracle there are not more and greater disasters. We have to remember this when we read what Jesus and other biblical writers say about anger. To cut the root of anger is to wither the tree of human evil. That is why Paul says simply, lay aside anger, Colossians 3:8. Yet influential people tell us today that we must be angry, that it is necessary to be angry to oppose social evil. The idea goes deep into our thinking. I was once counseling a Christian couple about family matters and suggested that they should not discipline their child in anger. They replied in amazement, "You mean we should just punish him in cold blood?" They had no idea of how their sense of righteousness had become intertwined with anger. A leading social commentator now teaches that despair and rage are an essential element in the struggle for justice. He and others who teach this are sowing the wind, and they will reap the whirlwind, the tornado. Indeed, we are reaping it now in a nation increasingly sick with rage and resentment of citizen toward citizen. And often the rage and resentment is upheld as justified in the name of God. But there is nothing that can be done with anger that cannot be done better without it. The sense of self-righteousness that comes with our anger simply provokes more anger and self-righteousness on the other side. Of course, when nothing is done about things that are wrong, anger naturally builds and finally will break into action, whether in a family or a nation. That is inevitable and even necessary outside the kingdom among us. But the answer is to right the wrong in persistent love, not to harbor anger, and thus to right it without adding further real or imaginary wrongs. To retain anger and to cultivate it is, by contrast, to give the devil a chance. Ephesians 4:26-27. He will take the chance, and there will be hell to pay. The delicious morsel of self-righteousness that anger cultivated always contains comes at a high price in the self-righteous reaction of those we cherish anger toward. And the cycle is endless as long as anger has sway. Contempt is worse than anger. But contempt is a greater evil than anger and so is deserving of greater condemnation. Unlike innocent anger, at least, it is a kind of studied degradation of another, and it also is more pervasive in life than anger. It is never justifiable or good. Therefore Jesus tells us, whoever says raca to his brother shall stand condemned before the Sanhedrin, the highest court of the land. Verse 22. The Aramaic term raca was current in Jesus' day to express contempt for someone and to mark out him or her as contemptible. It may have originated from the sound one makes to collect spittle from the throat in order to spit. In anger I want to hurt you. In contempt, I don't care whether you are hurt or not. Or at least so I say. You are not worth consideration one way or the other. We can be angry at someone without denying their worth. But contempt makes it easier for us to hurt them or see them further degraded. Today, of course, we would not say, raca. But we might call someone a twit or a twerp, maybe a dork or a nerd. These are the gentler words in our vocabulary of contempt. When it really gets going, it becomes filthy. Our verbal arsenal is loaded with contemptuous terms, some with sexual, racial, or cultural bearing, others just personally degrading. They should never be uttered. The intent and the effect of contempt is always to exclude someone, push them away, leave them out and isolated. This explains why filth is so constantly invoked in expressing contempt and why contempt is so cruel, so serious. It breaks the social bond more severely than anger. Yet it may also be done with such refinement. How often we see it, in the schoolyard, at a party, even in the home or church sanctuary. Someone is being put down or oh so precisely omitted, left out. It is a constant in most of human life. In the course of normal life one is rarely in a situation where contempt is not at least hovering in the wings. And everyone lives in terror of it. It is never quite beyond the margins of our consciousness. But those who are excluded are thereby made fair game for worse treatment. Conversely, respect automatically builds a wall against mistreatment. In family battles the progression is nearly always from anger to contempt, always expressed in vile language, to physical brutality. Once contempt is established, however, it justifies the initial anger and increases its force. Recently cultural observers have noted the overwhelming rise in the use of filthy language, especially among young people. Curiously, few have been able to find any grounds for condemning it other than personal taste. How strange! Can it be that they actually find contempt acceptable, or are unable to recognize it? Filthy language and name-calling are always an expression of contempt. The current swarm of filthy language floats upon the sea of contempt in which our society is now adrift. Some attention has recently been paid to 12 or 14-year-old children who kill people for no apparent reason. Commentators have remarked on the lack of feeling in these young killers. But when you observe them accurately, you will see that they are indeed actuated by a feeling. Watch their faces. It is contempt. They are richly contemptuous of others, and at the same time terrified and enraged at being dissed, which is their language for contempt. Jesus' comment here, Matthew 5:22, is that anyone who says, raca, to an associate is rightly to be singled out by the highest authorities in the land, the council, or Sanhedrin, for appropriate and obviously serious penalties. Contemptuous actions and attitudes are a knife in the heart that permanently harms and mutilates people's souls. That they are so common does not ease their destructiveness. In most professional circles and high society, where one might hope for the highest moral sensitivity, contempt is a fine art. Practicing it is even a part of being in good standing. Not to know whom and how to despise is one of the surest of signs that you are not quite with it and are yourself mildly contemptible. In his marvelous little talk The Inner Ring, C.S. Lewis comments that in all men's lives at certain periods, and in many men's lives at all periods between infancy and extreme old age, one of the most dominant elements is the desire to be inside the local ring and the terror of being left outside. To belong is a vital need based in the spiritual nature of the human being. Contempt spits on this pathetically deep need. And, like anger, contempt does not have to be acted out in special ways to be evil. It is inherently poisonous. Just by being what it is withering to the human soul. But when expressed in the contemptuous phrase, in its thousands of forms, or in the equally powerful gesture or look, it stabs the soul to its core and deflates its powers of life. It can hurt so badly and destroy so deeply that murder would almost be a mercy. Its power is also seen in the intensity of the resentment and rage it always evokes. You fool! But Jesus notes one stage further in the progression of internal evil that may be there without murder occurring. And whoever says you fool, shall merit condemnation to the fires of Gehenna, verse 22. You fool, said with that characteristic combination of freezing contempt and withering anger that Jesus had in mind, is a deeper harm than either anger or contempt alone. Twerp or twit usually is not said in anger but even with a certain amusement. Fool, on the other hand, in the biblical sense, is an expression of malice as well as contempt. Actually, that word will no longer do to capture the sense of Jesus' teaching here and, in fact, is now closer to twerp than it is to what he had in mind. Thus one who would follow Jesus' law by not calling people fools today gets off easy. We have plenty of other terminology that would allow us to go ahead and do exactly what he was in fact condemning, without using the word fool. The dominant sense of fool in our culture is that of a benign folly, as in Feast of Fools, an ancient idea that became the title of a popular book some years back. Excuse the crudity, but the nearest equivalent of the biblical fool in today's language would be something more like stupid bastard or jerk, as said to someone who either has just messed up something important we were doing to meet a deadline or has just cut us off in traffic. One would hardly speak of a feast of stupid bastards in the same celebratory sense. The fool, in biblical language, is a combination of stupid perversity and rebellion against God and all that sensible people stand for. He is willfully perverted, rebellious, knowingly wicked to his own harm. The Old Testament book of Proverbs carefully delineates his soul. The fool, we are told, is arrogant and careless, Proverbs 14:16. A fool doesn't care about understanding, but only in displaying his own heart, 18:2. Like a dog that re-eats its own vomit, a fool repeats his folly over and over, 26:11. And so on and so on. To brand someone fool in this biblical sense was a violation of the soul so devastating, of such great harm, that, as Jesus saw, it would justify consigning the offender to the smoldering garbage dump of human existence, Gehenna. It combines all that is evil in anger as well as in contempt. It is not possible for people with such attitudes toward others to live in the movements of God's kingdom, for they are totally out of harmony with it. These three prohibitions are not laws. Today one is apt to feel that Jesus is taking all this too seriously, but what is it, exactly, that is being done in the delineation of this threefold progression of prohibitions from anger to contempt to verbal desecration? The answer is that Jesus is giving us a revelation of the preciousness of human beings. He means to reveal the value of persons. Obviously, merely not killing others cannot begin to do justice to that. By no means, however, is he simply giving here three more things not to do, three more points on a list of things to be avoided. Certainly, we are not to do them, but that is not the point. If that were all, the enterprising human mind would soon find its way around them. Don't we already know that not getting angry is the way some people have of winning? And don't we hear people say, I don't get mad. I just get even? One doesn't have to be mad to be mean. So here as elsewhere in his lovely discourse on the hillside, we need to put the idea of laws entirely out of our minds. Jesus is working, as already indicated, at the much deeper level of the source of actions, good and bad. He is taking us deeper into the kind of beings we are, the kind of love God has for us, and the kind of love that, as we share it, brings us into harmony with His life. No one can be right in the kingdom sense who is not transformed at this level. And then, of course, the issue of not being wrongly angry, not expressing contempt, not calling people stupid bastards, and so on is automatically taken care of. When I go to New York City, I do not have to think about not going to London or Atlanta. People do not meet me at the airport or station and exclaim over what a great thing I did in not going somewhere else. I took the steps to go to New York City, and that took care of everything. Likewise, when I treasure those around me and see them as God's creatures designed for His eternal purposes, I do not make an additional point of not hating them or calling them twerps or fools. Not doing those things is simply a part of the package. He that loves has fulfilled the law, Paul said, Romans 13:8. Really? On the other hand, not going to London or Atlanta is a poor plan for going to New York. And not being wrongly angry and so on is a poor plan for treating people with love. It will not work. And, of course, Jesus never intended it to be such a plan. For all their necessity, goodness, and beauty, laws that deal only with actions, such as the 10 Commandments, simply cannot reach the human heart, the source of actions. If a law had been given capable of bringing people to life, Paul said, then righteousness would have come from that law, Galatians 3:21. But law, for all its magnificence, cannot do that. Graceful relationship sustained with the masterful Christ certainly can. We learn this in our discipleship to Christ. Positive illustrations of the kingdom heart. But the revelation of kingdom goodness relative to our interactions with others is not yet complete. Showing that anger and contempt are such serious matters only lays a foundation for the final move in this first contrast that Jesus makes between the kingdom heart and the older teaching about rightness. Now he states a remarkable therefore that leads us out of mere negations or prohibitions into an astonishing positive regard for our neighbor, whom we are to love as God loves. Referring to what has just been made clear, Jesus says therefore, verse 23, because the reality of the human soul and God's regard for it in His kingdom are so great, what kind of positive caring makes us at home in the kingdom life? 2 illustrations are given of what, once again, law could never capture. First, you are with the temple officials before the altar, about to present your sacrifice to God, Matthew 5:23-24. It is one of the holiest moments in the ritual life of the faithful. The practice was that nothing should interrupt this ritual except some more important ceremonial matter that required immediate attention. Suddenly, right in the midst of it all, you remember a brother who is mad at you. Realizing how important it is for his soul to find release, and pained by the break between yourself and him, you stop the ritual. You walk out of it to find him and make up. That illustrates the positive goodness of the kingdom heart. To get the full impact of this illustration we have to imagine ourselves being married or baptized or ordained to some special role, such as pastor. In the midst of the proceedings, we walk out to seek reconciliation with someone who is not even there. That pictures the kingdom love that is kingdom rightness. Jesus' selection of this scene to illustrate the quality of the kingdom heart continues the long-established prophetic emphasis in Israel, which always weighted the moral over the ritual. Behold, I would have mercy and not sacrifice, Hosea 6:6. Edward Schweitzer comments, when a cultic act is stopped for the sake of one's brother, as Jesus requires, cultic ideology has been fundamentally overcome. Now just think of what the quality of life and character must be in a person who would routinely interrupt sacred rituals to pursue reconciliation with a fellow human being. What kind of thought life, what feeling tones and moods, what habits of body and mind, what kinds of deliberations and choices would you find in such a person? When you answer these questions, you will have a vision of the true rightness beyond that is at home in God's kingdom of power and love. Of course, the legalistic tendency in the human self will immediately go to work. It seems never to rest. It will ask, What if my brother refuses to be reconciled? Am I never to go to church again? First be reconciled to your brother and then come and offer your gift. Do I always have to do this, no matter what else is at issue in the situation? The answer is, obviously not. Jesus is not here giving a law that you must never carry through with your religious practice if an associate has something against you. He is not stating a law like "thou shalt not kill." The aim of his illustration, and it is an illustration, is to bring us to terms with what is in our hearts and, simultaneously, to show us the rightness of the kingdom heart. We do not control outcomes and are not responsible for them, but only for our contribution to them. Does our heart long for reconciliation? Have we done what we can? Honestly? Do we refuse to substitute ritual behaviors for genuine acts of love? Do we mourn for the harm that our brother's anger is doing to his own soul, to us, and to others around us? If so, we are beyond the righteousness of scribes and Pharisees and immersed in God's ways. We can certainly find an appropriate way to act from such a heart without being given a list of things to do. The second illustration of an action typical of the kingdom heart is drawn from the case in which we have an adversary before the legal system. Today it would probably mean someone is suing us. Here Jesus tells us to be well-disposed or kindly-minded, yunuan, toward our adversary in the preliminary interactions that might lead up to a trial. Try, with genuine love for the adversary, to resolve the matter before it comes to trial. We might cordially meet with him or her, for example, and just ask with sincerity what we could do to help. That is the sort of thing the kingdom heart will do. By truly loving our adversary, we stand within the reality of God's kingdom and resources, and it is very likely we will draw our adversary into it also. Things are really different there, and a resolution manifesting the divine presence becomes possible. See what will happen. Venture on the kingdom. That is how we seek it. If we do not approach our adversary in this way, we limit ourselves and our adversary to the human system and its laws, and we will endure the bitter fruit of it. We probably will not escape it until it has totally drained us. How realistic Jesus' description is of a process we constantly see about us today. Currently some of our courts are imprisoning children because they refuse to visit their father who has left the family. Such a system, one can only say, may be unavoidable now, but it is too crude for human existence by anyone's thoughtful standards. It is crucial to realize that Jesus does not here say that we should simply give in to the demands of an adversary. To be of a kindly or favorable mind toward an adversary or anyone else does not mean to do what they demand. It means to be genuinely committed to what is good for them, to seek their well-being. This may even require that we not give in to them. But there are many ways of holding the line, some of God, some not. Likewise, He does not forbid us to go to court. Yet how many people, looking for a law, have falsely supposed He does. But that is simply not there in His words. Nevertheless, a man of my acquaintance was in business with someone who took ruinous advantage of him. This man gave in to his partner's illegitimate demands and actions and did not go to law over the matter. He presumed that Jesus had laid down a law to that effect. As it turned out, he was expecting God to see to it that he suffered no loss. But he suffered a great loss. And now he is very angry at God, and not at God alone. Jesus here gives us a second illustration, then, of how the kingdom heart will respond. He does not tell us what to do, but how to do it. Indeed, go to court or not, as makes sense in the circumstances. But do whatever you do without hostility, bitterness, and the merciless drive to win. Be prepared to sacrifice your interest for that of another if that seems wise. And keep a joyous confidence in God regardless of what happens. Standing in the kingdom, we make responsible decisions in love, with assurance that how things turn out for us does not really matter that much because, in any case, we are in the kingdom of the heavens. In that kingdom nothing that can happen to us is the end of the world. Through these two illustrations we finally see the kingdom goodness placed side by side with the mere goodness of not killing, which then looks quite empty by contrast. If we made laws of these illustrations and followed them, would that make us right toward our brother or sister? Not at all. We could do these things and yet find many other ways to hate and hurt our neighbor. We would miss the whole point. The destructiveness of fantasized desire, the poison of sexual desire indulged and fantasized. In his discourse on the hillside, Jesus treats hostility at greater length than any of the other matters he takes up. This is certainly because it is most fundamental. If you pull contempt and unrestrained anger out of human life, you have thereby rid it of by far the greater part of wrong acts that actually get carried out. But in this first concretely displayed contrast between the old and the new dikaiosune, Jesus also gives us space to pick up on how he is treating his subject matter. Now it will be possible to deal somewhat more briefly with the 5 remaining contrasts brought up in his exposition of kingdom rightness. The second contrast he deals with concerns sex. Of course he is right on target for today. Sex and violence are the 2 things that are repeatedly cited as the areas of our greatest problems, in life as in the media. Violence is the sure overflow of anger and contempt in the heart. Anger and contempt constantly intermingle, both with each other and with the torrents of fantasized gratifications that also inhabit the human heart, such as those for fame, drugs, and alcohol, power, and money. Hungers for these dominate a social framework in which a seemingly unlimited range of desires are constantly pushing their claims for liberation into unlimited satisfaction. In dealing with sex, as with verbal and physical violence, Jesus takes for the point of contrast one of the 10 commandments as used in the current setting. You shall not commit adultery. Strictly speaking, this prohibits a married person's having sexual intercourse with someone other than his or her spouse. As with murder, it is an absolute prohibition, and there is no question of its being right under any circumstances to murder or to commit adultery. Yet, as we have seen with murder, the mere fact that you do not commit adultery with a certain man or woman does not mean that your relation to that person in the domain of sexuality is as it should be, or that you yourself are what you ought to be with reference to your sexuality. Jesus was confronted with multitudes of men who thought of themselves as good, as right, in their sexual life because they did not do the specific thing forbidden by the commandment. They were like those who thought they were right in relation to their fellow men because they had not killed them. But Jesus was aware, as we may easily notice today, that the very same people who thought of themselves as sexually pure and right would follow a woman with their eyes, lavishing their lookings upon her, tracing out by sight the lineaments of her body with a look of absorbed lusting upon their face and posture. They obviously take great pleasure in this activity, fantasizing what touching, caressing, and entering this body would be like. Everyone knows about this kind of activity, and there are few who have not at some time engaged in it to some degree. No doubt the same was true even in Jesus' day. But it goes on among all types of men, including ministers and university professors, and, in this day of equal opportunity, among women as well and between members of the same sex. Jesus' teaching here is that a person who cultivates lusting in this manner is not the kind of person who is at home in the goodness of God's kingdom. Job's eyes. In the book of Job, dated by some as the oldest book in the Bible, there is a very analytic statement of the course of sexual involvement, Job 31. As is well known, Job is protesting his integrity on all fronts. He is aware of the issue Jesus is addressing and has a well thought out policy concerning it. I made a covenant with my eyes, he says. He had, as it were, an understanding with them that they would not engage in lusting. How, he asks, could I ogle a young woman, a virgin? The salacious gaze would be seen by God and it would certainly lead into deceitful actions. Verse 5. But God knows that none of this is a part of his life. Verse 6. Job is so emphatic about his purity in this area that he goes into great detail concerning the all too familiar course of wrong sexual involvement and its consequences. Obviously he knew exactly what goes on. If my feet have carried me to the wrong places, he says, or if my heart has walked after my eyes, or my hand is defiled because it has touched what it ought not to touch, then let my children belong to others. And if my heart has been captured by the wife of another, and I have sought for an opportunity with her, then may my wife be possessed by other men. Job 31:5-8. To be right sexually before God is to be precisely as Job was. It is to be the kind of person who has a detailed and established practice of not engaging his or her bodily parts and perceptions, thoughts, and desires in activities of sexual trifling, dalliance, and titillation. It is to be the kind of person whose feet, eyes, hands, heart, and all the rest simply walk within the good policy that he or she has adopted because of the knowledge that it is good and right. Adultery in the heart. So in this area Jesus is not exactly making points unheard of among human beings. All except those committed to a course of self-justification will understand clearly what he is talking about and will recognize that it is not good. He says simply that those who look upon a woman for the purpose of lusting for her, using her visual presence as a means of savoring the fantasized act, has thereby committed adultery with her in his heart, Matthew 5:28. In other words, all the elements of a genuine act of adultery other than the overt movements of the body are present in such a case. The heart elements are there. Usually the only thing lacking for overt action is the occasion. When the heart is ready, the action will occur as occasion offers. Just as the thief is the person who would steal if circumstances were right, so the adulterer is the one who would have wrongful sex if the circumstances were right. Usually that means if he or she could be sure it would not be found out. This is what Jesus calls adultery in the heart. In it, the person is not caring for, but using, the other. The condition is wrong even though sexual relations do not occur. When one is inhabited by fantasizing visual lusting, it, like anger and contempt, makes its presence known. It is detectable in one's body language and expressions. As a result, it has pervasive effects on everyone in the situation, even though it is not acted out. Indeed, being what it is, a condition of the embodied social self, it is always acted out to some degree and simply cannot be kept a private reality. The look is a public act with public effects that restructure the entire framework of personal relations where it occurs. The person subjected to the fantasy, as well as others alongside, is deeply affected by such lusting. And it nearly always produces some degree of inappropriate action, including all of the behavior now classified as sexual harassment. Indeed, it is in itself a form of harassment unless it is invited. The person subjected to it and everyone else nearby must deal with it, often by constant planning and managing. Sexual harassment as we know it would simply disappear under Jesus' ethic of sexuality. Also eliminated would be the unfair treatment of those who do not attract the lusting look. They do not have the sexual edge that facilitates others, often quite subtly, on the path of life. Favorable attention, a more forgiving application of standards of performance, advancement in position, and financial reward. And of course they cannot usually say anything about this because it would be a humiliating admission of their unattractiveness. In silence they suffer. But actual adultery is worse. Accordingly, no one can be in harmony with the kingdom among us who indulges and cultivates this type of absorbing desire. That they do not actually commit adultery is, however, important. Actual adultery involves all the wrong of adultery in the heart and much more besides. Jesus never suggests that actual adultery is acceptable if it is only done in the right way, or that if you are already engaged in heart adultery you might just as well go all the way. He knew how terribly disruptive it was of life. The classical moralist Aristotle, who lived 4 centuries before Jesus, also held that adultery was simply wrong. There is no such thing, he says, as committing adultery with the right woman, at the right time, and in the right way, for it is simply wrong. And until the mid-20th century it was generally assumed that this was the correct view. Today, of course, this view has almost totally changed. It would be hard to find any current writer in ethics who would regard adultery as simply wrong. Actually, almost anything in the way of sexual relations is now regarded as correct as long as both parties consent to it. You will now hear it explained that adultery is not even committed as long as no child is conceived. For the real prohibition all along, some say, was not against sexual relations, but against fathering a child on someone else's wife or by someone else's husband, and thus adulterating the man's family lineage. More commonly, now, it is thought that sex is right with anyone you love in the sense of a romantic involvement. And on the other hand, sex without romantic feelings is thought to be wrong even if the sexual partners are married. Often the romantic love in question turns out upon examination to be nothing more than precisely that fantasized lusting that Jesus called adultery in the heart. One is not in love but in lust, which glorifies itself as something deeper in order to have its way. It is almost inconceivable today that the rightness or wrongness of sexual intercourse would have nothing whatsoever to do with what now passes for romantic love. Yet that is the biblical view generally. The rightness of sex is tied instead to a solemn and public covenant for life between two individuals, and sexual arousal and delight is a response to the gift of a uniquely personal intimacy with the whole person that each partner has conferred in enduring faithfulness upon the other. Intimacy is the mutual mingling of souls who are taking each other into themselves to ever-increasing depths. The truly erotic is the mingling of souls. Because we are free beings, intimacy cannot be passive or forced. And because we are extremely finite, it must be exclusive. This is the metaphysical and spiritual reality that underlies the bitter violation of self experienced by the betrayed mate. It also makes clear the scarred and shallow condition of those who betray. The profound misunderstandings of the erotic that prevail today actually represent the inability of humanity in its current Western edition to give itself to others and receive them in abiding faithfulness. Personal relationship has been emptied out to the point where intimacy is impossible. Quite naturally, then, we say, why not, when contemplating adultery? If there is nothing there to be broken, why worry about breaking it? One of the most telling things about contemporary human beings is that they cannot find a reason for not committing adultery. Yet intimacy is a spiritual hunger of the human soul, and we cannot escape it. This has always been true and remains true today. We now keep hammering the sex button in the hope that a little intimacy might finally dribble out. In vain. For intimacy comes only within the framework of an individualized faithfulness within the kingdom of God. Such faithfulness is violated by adultery in the heart as well as by adultery in the body. Anger and contempt in sex. Of course, such covenant-framed intimacy as just referred to is an expression of the same heart of love that Jesus refers to in his earlier discussion of anger, contempt, and associated feelings. And the orderly progression of his discourse comes immediately into play here. The sexual delight that goes naturally with the unique covenantal intimacy of marriage is totally destroyed by anger and contempt. How many marriage unions are fatally undermined because of contempt that one mate has for the other? Sometimes it is for the body, sometimes for the mind, talents, or family, or for something he or she has done. The contempt always elicits anger, which elicits anger in turn, and so on. It's a familiar story. These wounds seldom heal, but instead fester and grow. Further sex under such contempt-filled conditions usually will only deepen them. Anger and contempt between mates makes sexual delight between them impossible. And when such an important need is unmet, people are, almost invariably, drawn into the realm of fantasy. Dissatisfied mates project fantasy images that the real people in their lives are forced, in one way or another, to fit into, or fall short of. This leads to increased frustration, producing more anger and contempt. Hostile feelings may even become essential to sexual stimulation. Then straightforward sexual stimulation and gratification become impossible. Kinkiness and degradation, humiliation, bondage, etc., become necessary for sexual arousal to occur. Finally, the anger and contempt cycle comes back into play again, this time turned against those who do not approve of abnormal sexual needs and behavior, or even against oneself. The overt sexiness of supermarket checkout stand magazines, advertising, romance novels, and nearly all movie and television productions is always an exercise in fantasy sexuality, and it feeds into the path of frustration, anger, and contempt just described. In charting one's course in life, it is important never to forget that many things that cannot be called wrong or evil are nevertheless not good for us. Of course, when we arrive at outright pornography, we can see, if we have eyes and brains left, that it always involves some element of contempt or even disgust. Those presented in it are obviously being used, hence are even regarded by the viewer as deserving disgust or even pain. There is no question of an appropriate human relation to them. The idea of girl next door pornography, pushed so hard by publications in recent years, is simply an absurdity. Pornography lives in the hostile and degraded imagination along with adultery in the heart. Jesus' teaching here reaches the depths of the human soul and body and makes us aware of dimensions of real or possible darkness within us that, like Job, we must simply stay away from. But merely to think or desire is not wrong. On the other hand, we must be careful to recognize that sexual desire is not wrong as a natural, uncultivated response, any more than anger is, or pain. It has a vital function in life, and as long as it performs that function it is a good and proper thing. Moreover, when we only think of sex with someone we see, or simply find him or her attractive, that is not wrong, and certainly is not what Jesus calls adultery in the heart. Merely to be tempted sexually requires that we think of sex with someone we are not married to, and that we desire the other person, usually, of course, someone we see. But temptation also is not wrong, though it should not be willfully entered. Jesus himself came under it, experienced it, and understood it. Therefore those translations of Matthew 5:28 that say, "Everyone who looks at a woman and desires her," or "Everyone who looks at a woman with desire," are terribly mistaken. They do much harm, especially to young people. For they totally change the meaning of the text and present adultery in the heart as something one cannot avoid, as something that just happens to people with no collusion of their will. That on this reading to be tempted would be to sin should have been enough, by itself, to show that such translations are mistaken. No translation of Scripture can be correct that contradicts basic principles of biblical teaching as a whole. The terminology of 5:28 is quite clear if we will but attend to it, and many translations do get it right. The Greek preposition pros and the dative case are used here. The wording refers to looking at a woman with the purpose of desiring her. That is, we desire to desire. We indulge and cultivate desiring because we enjoy fantasizing about sex with the one seen. Desiring sex is the purpose for which we are looking. Another New Testament passage very graphically speaks of those who have eyes full of adultery, 2 Peter 2:14. These are people who, when they see a sexually attractive person, do not see the person but see themselves sexually engaging him or her. They see adultery occurring in their imagination. Such a condition is one we can and should avoid. It is a choice. For many people, unfortunately, it has become a chosen habit. But it still is not something that merely happens to them. These are not unwilling victims without any choice in the matter. It isn't like the law of gravity. The desire is desired, embraced, indulged, elaborated, fantasized. It is the purposeful entertaining and stimulation of desire that Jesus marks as the manifestation of a sexually improper condition of the soul. No one has to do this or be this, unless perhaps he or she has already advanced to a stage of compulsive disorder or possession. In that case, of course, the person needs help that goes beyond instruction and advice. Not enough just to avoid adultery in the heart. But can we then make Jesus' teaching about adultery in the heart a law that states what rightness is in the sexual domain? Would we certainly have a right heart in this domain if we did not commit adultery and did not visually indulge absorbing lust? Not at all. This would be, once again, to take his illustration of sexual wrongness and turn it into a law of righteousness. And that will make us miss the point of his teaching altogether, which is the condition of the inmost self, or heart. The case of obsessive lusting illustrates a wrongness of the inner self that may still be there even if no outward act of adultery is committed. Yes, but sexual wrongness can still be present when one does not look on persons to fantasize sex with them. To avoid just this is no guarantee of being sexually sound. And to make a law that says, "Don't look to lust," and assume that obeying it is to be righteous is a mistake. It all depends on how it is done and what else is going on in the heart. For example, there have been men, even groups of men, who made it their goal not to look lustfully at a woman. They thus made the typically pharisaical mistake of trying to control the act instead of changing the source. And they have achieved that goal. They did not look at a woman for years, not even their mother or sister. They would not allow themselves to be in the company of a woman or see one under any circumstances. They would not allow themselves to be where a woman was visible. Well, one might say, that would certainly solve the problem of conforming to Jesus' new law on sexual rightness. If you don't see a woman at all, you cannot look at her to cultivate desire of her. Or suppose I train myself to hate women in order not to desire them. This also has been done. Am I therefore right sexually? Is this the way of the kingdom among us? One hardly has to ask the question to know how misguided it is. Could one possibly say that this would constitute a loving relationship to women, including those in one's family circle? Obviously not. Historically, such a solution has been associated with regarding the woman as the problem, or even as inherently evil. Though there no doubt are times when, man or woman, we can only run from temptation, or simply avoid the possibility, that must be regarded as a temporary expedient. It cannot serve as a permanent solution. It cannot change who we are. One cannot live by it. Reductio ad absurdum of rightness in terms of acts. Indeed, the attempt to solve the problem of right sexual behavior by a law or laws that govern specific behaviors is what Jesus is addressing in Matthew 5:29-30. If your right eye makes you sin, gouge it out and fling it from you. Better that one of your bodily parts rot than that your whole body rot in Gehenna, verse 29. And likewise for your right hand, verse 30. Jesus is saying that if you think that laws can eliminate being wrong, you would, to be consistent, cut off your hand or gouge out your eye so that you could not possibly do the acts the law forbids. Now, truly, if you blind yourself, you cannot look at a woman to lust after her, because you cannot look on her at all. And if you sufficiently dismember yourself, you will not be able to do any wrong action. This is the logic by which Jesus reduces the righteousness of the scribes and Pharisees to the absurd. In their view, the law could be satisfied, and thus goodness attained, if you avoided sinning. You are right if you have done nothing wrong. You could avoid sinning if you simply eliminated the bodily parts that make sinful actions possible. Then you would roll into heaven a mutilated stump. Of course, being acceptable to God is so important that, if cutting bodily parts off could achieve it, one would be wise to cut them off. Jesus seems to have made this very point on some occasions, Matthew 18:8-9, Mark 9:43. But so far from suggesting that any advantage before God could actually be gained in this way, Jesus' teaching in this passage is exactly the opposite. The mutilated stump could still have a wicked heart. The deeper question always concerns who you are, not what you did do or can do. What would you do if you could? 19. Eliminating bodily parts will not change that. If you dismember your body to the point where you could never murder or even look hatefully at another, never commit adultery or even look to lust, your heart could still be full of anger, contempt, and obsessive desire for what is wrong, no matter how thoroughly stifled or suppressed it may be. From within, out of the heart of men, the thoughts of evil proceed: fornications, thefts, murders, adulteries, acts of greed and iniquity, as well as deceit, lewdness, the envious glare, blasphemy, arrogance, and foolishness. All of these evils come from inside and pollute the person. Mark 7:21-23. The goodness of the kingdom heart, by contrast, is the positive love of God and of those around us that fills it and crowds out the many forms of evil. From that goodness come deeds of respect and purity that characterize a sexuality as it was meant by God to be. Beyond the divorce papers. Now we come to arrangements that did not quite have the status of law in the fullest sense, but nonetheless are understandings that in important ways define the old rightness being displaced by the presence of the kingdom. And the first of these arrangements concerns divorce. One of the most important things in the male mind of Jesus' day, and perhaps every day, was to be able to get rid of a woman who did not please him. And on this point the man really had great discretion, whereas from the woman's point of view divorce was simply brutal and, practically speaking, could not be chosen. When Jesus gave his teaching that divorce as then practiced was unacceptable, the men who were his closest students responded by saying, if that is how things are, it's better not to marry at all. Matthew 19:10. A man was generally thought to be righteous or good in the matter of divorce if, when he sent his wife away, he gave her a written statement that declared her to be divorced. She at least had, then, a certificate to prove her status as unmarried. This allowed her to defend herself against a charge of adultery if found with a man, for such a charge could result in her death. It also made it possible for her to seek marriage to another, or, if all else failed, to make her living as a prostitute. Certainly there was long-standing disagreement among the interpreters of the law as to whether the man was free to divorce his wife for every reason whatsoever, Matthew 19:3, or only for adultery. The Pharisees dragged Jesus into this controversy, and he clearly took the highly restrictive position of the school of Shammai, which allowed divorce only on moral grounds. The school of Hillel, by contrast, permitted it for every reason. For example, if the wife burned the food or merely oversalted it. Rabbi Akiba even allowed divorce if the husband merely saw a woman whose appearance pleased him better and he wanted her as wife instead of a wife he had. In practice, however, a woman knew very well that she could be divorced for any reason her husband chose. The law as practiced was entirely favorable to the husband's slightest whim, even though the Mosaic codes, chiefly found in Deuteronomy 22:24, are obviously much more restrictive and require some sort of sexual impropriety in the woman. They also specify conditions under which a man entirely loses the right to divorce a woman. When Jesus himself comes to deal with the rightness of persons in divorce, he does not forbid divorce absolutely, but he makes it very clear that divorce was never God's intent for men and women in a marriage. The intent in marriage is a union of two people that is even deeper than the union of parents and children or any other human relationship. They are to become one flesh, one natural unit, building one life, which therefore could never lose or substitute for one member and remain a whole life. Matthew 19:5, Genesis 2:24. The principle of hardness of heart. Yet he does not say that divorce is never permissible. To begin with, he accepts the Mosaic exception of uncleanness, which may have covered a number of things but chiefly referred to adultery, Matthew 5:32, 19:8-9. His interpretation of the grounds of the Mosaic exception is not, however, simply that adultery and the like are intrinsically so horrible that a marriage relationship cannot survive them. That, of course, is really not true. Many marriages have survived them. Misunderstanding this point, some people even today think that where there is adultery, divorce is required by the biblical teachings. But it is not. Rather, it is the hardness of the human heart that Jesus cites as grounds for permitting divorce in case of adultery. In other words, the ultimate grounds for divorce is human meanness. If it weren't for that, even adultery would not legitimate divorce. No doubt what was foremost in his mind was the fact that the woman could quite well wind up dead, or brutally abused, if the man could not dump her. It is still so today, of course. Such is our hardness of heart. Better, then, that a divorce occur than life be made unbearable. Jesus does nothing to retract this principle. But though not absolutely ruling out divorce, he makes very incisive comments about what divorce does to people. First of all, he insists, as already noted, that divorce was never God's intention for men and women in a marriage. Divorce disrupts a natural unit in a way that harms its members for life, no matter how much worse it would have been for them to stay together. Marriage means that they are no longer two, but one flesh, Mark 10:8. This is an arrangement in nature that God has established, and no human act can change that order. Perhaps one of the hardest things for the contemporary mind to accept is that life runs in natural cycles that cannot be disrupted without indelible damage to the individuals involved. For example, a child that does not receive proper nutrition in its early years will suffer negative effects for the rest of its life. The deficiency cannot be made up later. And failure of a newborn baby to bond with its mother in its early weeks is thought by many researchers to do irreparable psychological damage. These are representative of a wide range of natural cycles to be found in human life. We now know that even the physical structure of the brain will never develop in certain crucial directions unless it does so within a particular period of the individual's life. In the order of nature, some things can simply never be regained if they are lost. Divorce also powerfully disrupts one of the major natural cycles of human existence. And the individuals involved can never be the same, whether or not a divorce was, everything considered, justifiable. That is why no one regards a divorce as something to be chosen for its own sake, a great experience, perhaps. But of course a brutal marriage is not a good thing either, and we must resist any attempt to classify divorce as a special, irredeemable form of wickedness. It is not. It is sometimes the right thing to do, everything considered. Second, and this is the main point of the teaching in Matthew 5:31-32, just the fact that a man, or woman, has given the woman, or man, a pink slip and done everything legally does not mean that he or she has done right or has been a good person with regard to the relationship. This is what Jesus is denying with his teaching here, for that is precisely what the old dikaiosune, as operative among the men of his time, affirmed. Forced into adultery. Third, he very clearly gives his reasons for rejecting the old view of rightness in divorce by saying that anyone who sends away his wife on grounds other than uncleanness forces her into adultery, and whoever takes as wife a woman who has been sent away from another engages in adultery. Matthew 5:32-19:9. This is not to forbid divorce, but it is to make clear what its effects are. What, exactly, do these statements mean? In the Jewish society of Jesus' day, as for most times and places in human history, the consequences of divorce were devastating for the woman. Except for some highly unlikely circumstances, her life was, simply, ruined. No harm was done to the man, by contrast, except from time to time a small financial loss and perhaps bitter relationships with the ex-wife's family members. For the woman, however, there were only 3 realistic possibilities in Jesus' day. She might find a place in the home of a generous relative, but usually on grudging terms and as little more than a servant. She might find a man who would marry her, but always as damaged goods and sustained in a degraded relationship. Or she might, finally, make a place in the community as a prostitute. Society simply would not then, as ours does today, support a divorced woman to any degree or allow her to support herself in a decent fashion. These circumstances explain why Jesus says that to divorce a woman causes her to commit adultery and to marry a divorced woman is to commit adultery. Matthew 5:32-19:9. To not marry again was a terrible prospect for the woman. It meant, in nearly every case, to grow old with no children as well as with no social position, a perpetual failure as a human being. But to marry was to live in a degraded sexual relationship the rest of her life, and precious few husbands would allow her to forget it. As in the phrase adultery in the heart, Jesus speaks of being forced into adultery to point out the degraded sexual condition that was, then if not now, sure to be the result of divorce. Is it then better not to marry? As noted already, when his apprentices heard what Jesus said about divorce, they immediately concluded that it was better not to marry at all than to be unable to get rid of a woman easily. Matthew 19:10. But Jesus, like Paul later, 1 Corinthians 7:9, points out that not marrying can also force one into an impossible situation. It is, accordingly, an option only for those especially qualified for it. Verses 11-12. More important, of course, he knew that the resources of the kingdom of the heavens were sufficient to resolve difficulties between husband and wife and to make their union rich and good before God and man, provided, of course, that both are prepared to seek and find these resources. And we must remember, of course, what we have been saying all along about the order in the Sermon on the Mount. It is not an accident that Jesus deals with divorce after having dealt with anger, contempt, and obsessive desire. Just ask yourself how many divorces would occur, and in how many cases the question of divorce would never even have arisen, if anger, contempt, and obsessive fantasized desire were eliminated. The answer is, of course, hardly any at all. In particular, the brutal treatment that women received in divorce in Jesus' day, and now men too in our day, would simply not happen. Hard hearts may make divorce necessary to avoid greater harm, and hence make it permissible. But kingdom hearts are not hard, and they together can find ways to bear with each other, to speak truth in love, to change, often through times of great pain and distress, until the tender intimacy of mutual, covenant-framed love finds a way for the two lives to remain one, beautifully and increasingly. Is, then, divorce ever justifiable for Jesus? I think it clearly is. His principle of the hardness of hearts allows it, though its application would require great care. Perhaps divorce must be viewed somewhat as the practice of triage in medical care. Decisions must be made as to who cannot, under the circumstances, be helped. They are then left to die so that those who can be helped should live. A similar point applies to some marriages. But just as with the case of going to trial, discussed earlier, it is never right to divorce as divorce was then done and as it is now usually done. And it makes no difference today whether you are a man or a woman. Divorce, if it were rightly done, would be done as an act of love. It would be dictated by love and done for the honest good of the people involved. Such divorce, though rare, remains nonetheless possible and may be necessary. If it were truly done on this basis, it would be rightly done, in spite of the heartbreak and loss it is sure to involve. This position certainly represents a change on my part. I recall with embarrassment sitting around a seminar table at the University of Wisconsin in the early 60s. The professor had not yet arrived for our seminar in formal logic, and one of the class members was talking about his divorce proceedings. Without being asked for my opinion, I ventured to say, "Divorce is always wrong." Looking back on it, the strangest thing of all was that no one objected to what I said or even to my saying it. Everyone seemed accepting of it. Of course that was because my words represented a cultural assumption of those days. But in fact I was vastly ignorant of the things men and women do to one another. Later I came across the situation of a devout woman whose husband had married her as a cover for his homosexuality. He consummated the marriage so it couldn't be annulled, and after that he had nothing to do with her. They had no personal relationship at all. He would bring his male friends home and, in her presence, have sex in the living room or wherever else they pleased any time they pleased. Her religious guides continued to tell her that she must stay in the marriage, while she died a further death every day, year after year. I was simply an ignorant young man full of self-righteous ideas. This and later episodes of discovery educated me in the hardness of the human heart. But Jesus, of course, always knew. Transparent words and unquenchable love. A yes that is just a yes. The fourth point upon which Jesus contrasts the older rightness with the rightness of the kingdom concerns the practice of giving oaths or swearing by something of importance, especially God Himself, in order to lend weight to a statement one is making. In a society like our own, where the sacred is not real, not really real, oaths may only have the effect of a legal formality that makes possible the crime of perjury, of lying under oath. But in a world where people actually believe, the oath confirms what is said and puts an end to any dispute. Hebrews 6:16. Thus even today you hear people say, "I swear by all that's holy," for example. We say, "By God." We swear on a stack of Bibles. And so forth. We invoke God to damn. We cry out, "Jesus Christ." Why is it we do this? Obviously, habit. But where did the habit come from? Something pretty deep, no doubt. In this matter of invoking God or other things associated with Him, the old rightness held that you could cite high and holy things as much as you pleased, as long as not obviously in vain or foolishly, of course, Exodus 27. The one thing you had to be careful about was fulfilling anything you said you would do before God. You shall fulfill your oaths to the Lord, Matthew 5:33. But Jesus goes right to the heart of why people swear oaths. He knew that they do it to impress others with their sincerity and reliability and thus gain acceptance of what they are saying and what they want. It is a method for getting their way. They are declaring some promise or purpose or some point of information or knowledge dear to them. They want their hearers to accept what they say and do what they want. So they say, by God, or, God knows, to lend weight to their words and presence. It is simply a device of manipulation, designed to override the judgment and will of the ones they are focusing upon, to push them aside, rather than respecting them and leaving their decision and action strictly up to them. The problem with swearing or the making of oaths, which was really a huge part of life in Jesus' world, is not just that it involves taking the name of God in vain, or using it lightly and without love and respect for Him. It does that often, no doubt, but not always. The evil of it that he addresses is that it is an inherently wrong approach to other human beings. Thus Jesus says simply, swear not at all. Not by heaven, for it is God's to reside in, His throne, nor by the earth, for that too is God's, His footstool, nor by Jerusalem, the holy city, for it is His city. Don't even make an oath upon your head, for it too is not under your power. You cannot make one hair on it white or black. 5:34-36. Little brother James echoes this point, as he does so many others in the Sermon on the Mount. But above all, brothers, don't swear, neither by heaven, nor by the earth, nor any other oath. Let the yes be yes and the no be no, that you not fall under condemnation. 5:12. The essence of swearing or making oaths is to try to use something that, though impressive, is irrelevant to the issues at hand to get others to believe you and let you have your way. This is wrong. It is unlike God. And just making sure you perform on any promises made to God in the course of it, the old rightness, does not make it right. Of course you should keep promises you make to God in any circumstances. But the wrongness of swearing lies deeper. We are making use of people, trying to bypass their understanding and judgment to trigger their will and possess them for our purposes. Whatever consent they give to us will be uninformed because we have short-circuited their understanding of what is going on. Swearing is, then, a version of what is often called a song and dance. It is very common in people who are selling something, either figuratively, as in political life, or really. In Southern California there is a well-known car salesman who uses running chatter on TV about him and his dog, Spot. Spot may be anything, such as an ostrich or a hippopotamus, that this man is riding or strolling along with in front of his acres of more or less used cars. Why does he do this? To create an atmosphere for prospective buyers that will incline them to buy from him. Perhaps they will trust him more if he seems jolly or doesn't look too smart. It certainly is not for the purpose of respecting or serving his customers. There are many ways he could do that if he chose, but he would rather do things that would help him sell cars. Many people make a good living doing nothing but uttering in attractive or coercive ways yes that are not really yes at all, and no's that are not no's. In social or political contexts, we now call them spin doctors. The inherent wrongness of such projects makes Jesus simply say, don't do it. Swearing, or the song and dance in general, does not respect those upon whom it is directed. As God's free creatures, people are to be left to make their decisions without coercion or manipulation. Hence, let your affirmation be just an affirmation, a yes, and your denial be just a denial, a no. Anything more than this comes from evil, the evil intent to get one's way by verbal manipulation of the thoughts and choices of others. Kingdom rightness respects the sole need of human beings to make their judgments and decisions solely from what they have concluded is best. It is a vital, a biological need. We do not thrive, nor does our character develop well, when this need is not respected, and this thwarts the purpose of God in our creation. Responding to personal injury. The fifth contrast of the two rightnesses concerns retaliation for harm done. The wrongs in question are clearly personal injuries, not institutional or social evils. How do we know that? It is clear from the parts of the old law referred to. Therefore the application of this particular passage to war and other social evils, by Tolstoy and others, which has done much damage to the understanding of Jesus' teaching, is simply a misreading. The old rightness for the cases in question was that injurers should be injured in exactly the same way, so far as possible, as they had injured. This was a completely general statement to cover any kind of injury done, even to cover intended evil and property damage. Leviticus 24:17-21, Deuteronomy 19:14-21. The intent of the lex talionis, or law of retaliation, as it came to be called, was that reciprocity would be achieved through equalization. There was to be redress of injury by injury being done to the doer. But more was not to be done than the injurer did. That was a major point of the old law and a great advance of civilization. If someone broke your arm, you were not to break both arms in return, or even one arm and a finger. There was to be equalization of injury, and then a stop to injury and counter-injury. No insignificant or easy task, of course, as contemporary life around the world or in our homes and workplaces shows. And in fact it rarely succeeds. Obviously a better approach is needed. So what, in the situation of personal injury, is the rightness of the kingdom heart? Here we must once again recall the point about order. That we have already heard and received the word of the kingdom, and that anger, contempt, and absorbing desire have been dealt with so that our lives are not being run by them. If they occasionally test us still, that is very natural. But they do not control us and leave us unable to reliably and happily carry through with our sober intention to do what is good and avoid what is evil. This being so, when we are personally injured, our world does not suddenly become our injury. We have a larger view of our life and our place in God's world. We see God, we see ourselves in His hands. And we see our injurer as more than that one who has imposed on us or hurt us. We recognize his humanity, his pitiful limitations, shared with us, and we also see him under God. This vision, and the grace that comes with it, enables the prayer. Father, forgive them, for they do not really understand what they are doing. And in fact they don't, as Jesus well knew when he prayed this prayer over his murderers. Some cases of non-resistance. What are characteristic ways in which one fully alive and into the kingdom among us may respond to personal affronts, injuries, and impositions? Jesus mentions 4 different types of kingdom responses. 1. They will turn the other cheek, Matthew 5:39. That is, they will remain vulnerable. Negatively, they will not take their defense into their own hands and do whatever they may regard as necessary to protect themselves. So long as it strictly concerns themselves alone, and Jesus never suggests that we turn someone else's cheek or make someone else vulnerable, they will allow themselves to be injured by others who mean to hurt them rather than injure the would-be injurer. This will be characteristic, predictable behavior for them. 2. Let him have your shirt, 5:40. They will conscientiously try to help, as is appropriate, those who have won legal cases against them in court. Or, they will meet someone about to sue them in the spirit of love and may even give them more than they are about to sue for. They are, after all, deeply interested in what the other person needs and are prepared to help that person as much as they can. 3. Go with him too, 5:41. If a policeman or other responsible official exercises a right to require assistance from them, they will do more than is strictly required of them, as an expression of their goodwill toward the official and his or her responsibility. They will have regard for the person involved and act from the kingdom in their behalf. They will consider the problem of the official to be something of importance to themselves. 4. Give to him who asks of you, 5:42. They will often give to people who have no prior claim of any kind to what they are asking for. The request itself is the only claim required to move them. And they will not evade, ignore, or turn away from those who would borrow from them. The parallel passage in Luke's Gospel says, "Whoever takes away what is yours, do not demand it back," 6:30. I think it is perhaps these 4 statements, more than any others in the discourse, that cause people to throw up their hands in despair or sink into the pit of grinding legalism. This is because the situations referred to are familiar, and they can only imagine that Jesus is laying down laws about what they have to do regardless of what else may be at issue. All is changed when we realize that these are illustrations of what a certain kind of person, the kingdom person, will characteristically do in such situations. They are not laws of righteous behavior for those personally imposed upon or injured. They are not laws for the obvious. Reason that they do not cover the many cases. Additionally, if you read them as laws, you will immediately see that we could obey them in the wrong spirit. For example, as is often actually said, I'll turn the other cheek, but then I'll knock your head off. Will there, then, be cases in which persons of kingdom dikaiosune will not do what is said here by way of illustration? Quite certainly, but they will be very rare, so long as it is only an individual injury that is at stake and no issues of a larger good are concerned. After all, this is characteristic behavior of the person with the kingdom heart, and it does express who that person is at the core of his or her being. Though we are not talking about things one must do to be Christian or go to heaven when we die, we are looking at how people live who stand in the flow of God's life now. We see the interior rightness of those who are living, as a matter of course, not just in exceptional moments, beyond the rightness of the scribe and Pharisee. Reversing the presumption. We have already spoken of the great inversion between the human order and the kingdom order. In the light of this inversion of realities, we can now understand the corresponding reversal of presumptions governing human action. Within the human order, the presumption is that you return harm for harm, resist evil, that you do only what legal force requires you to, and that you give only to those who have some prior claim on you, those who are family or have done you a favor, etc. The presumption is precisely reversed once we stand within the kingdom. There the presumption is that I will return good for evil and resist only for compelling reasons, that I will do more than I strictly must in order to help others, and that I give to people merely because they have asked me for something they need. If someone has taken something valuable from me through the courts, I will, as appropriate, give him something else, my shirt, if he needs it. I will still help him in other ways, as I reasonably can. If a government official compels me to carry a burden for 1 mile to aid him in his work, as any Roman soldier could require of a Jew in Jesus' day, I will, again as appropriate, assist him further in his need. Perhaps he has a mile yet to go, and I am free to assist him. If so, I will. I will not say, this is all you can make me do, and drop the burden on his foot. I also will not carry it another mile whether he wants me to or not, and say, because Jesus said to. If I know people want to borrow something they need, I will not avoid them in their request, and I may, as appropriate, give to those who ask me for something even though they have no claim on me at all, no claim, that is, other than their need and their simple request. That is how God does it, and He invites us to join Him. Of course, in each case I must determine if the gift of my vulnerability, goods, time, and strength is, precisely, appropriate. That is my responsibility before God. As a child of the King, I always live in His presence. By contrast, the way of law avoids individual responsibility for decision. It pushes the responsibility and possible blame onto God. That is one reason why people who must have a law for all their actions lead such pinched and impoverished lives and develop very little in the way of genuine depth in godly character. If, for example, I am a heart surgeon on the way to do a transplant, I must not go a second mile with someone. I must say no and leave at the end of the first mile with best wishes and a hasty farewell. I have other things I know I must do, and I must make the decision. I cannot cite a law and thus evade my responsibility of judging. If I owe money to a shopkeeper whose goods I have already consumed, I am not at liberty to give that money to someone who asks of me, unless, once again, there are very special factors involved. If turning the other cheek means I will then be dead, or that others will suffer great harm, I have to consider this larger context. Much more than my personal pain or humiliation is involved. Does that mean I will shoot first? Not necessarily, but it means I can't just invoke a presumed law of required vulnerability. I must decide before God what to do, and there may be grounds for some measure of resistance. Of course the grounds will never be personal retaliation. And there will never, as I live in the kingdom, be room for getting even. We do not render evil for evil, as the early Christians clearly understood and practiced, Romans 12:17, 1 Pet 3:9. That is out of the question as far as our life is kingdom living. That is the point Jesus is making here. If someone has taken my coat by lawsuit, I or someone else may well have a greater need of my shirt than he does. If not, I give it with generous love and blessing. Or perhaps the other's need is so great I should give my shirt even if I suffer greatly. But what if the other doesn't need it at all? Then I won't impose it because Jesus said so and I must keep this law. In every concrete situation we have to ask ourselves, not did I do the specific things in Jesus' illustrations, but am I being the kind of person Jesus' illustrations are illustrations of? Shifting the scene. What actually happens when one derives one's response from the reality of the kingdom is that the dynamics of personal interaction are transformed. What does the person do who has been offered the other cheek? Or perhaps has now slapped it? Keep on slapping for how long? And then what? We must always be alert for acceptable ways of removing ourselves from the situation. In the case of abuse of any kind, one should begin by involving others, and especially appointed authorities. Our tormentors, no doubt, count on our resistance and anger to support their continuation of the evil that is in them. If we respond as Jesus indicates, the force of their own actions pulls them off their stance and forces them to question what kind of people they are. Of course they are acting from anger, and worse. But now with our other cheek facing them, slapped already or soon to be slapped, the justification of their anger and evil that they were counting on has been removed. As anger feeds on anger, so patient goodness will normally deflate it. Whether it does or not, the larger community should be appropriately involved. And we, for our part, following the order of Jesus' teaching and example, have already dealt with our anger, contempt, and fantasized desire, so they do not come into play. Our response allows the kingdom of God, with all its resources, to begin its work. We venture on the kingdom, as we have already said, and suddenly our attackers or the ones imposing upon us sense that they are not playing the game they thought they were, that they are not in control. Their behavior will, in most cases, undergo a radical change and will always be profoundly affected. That is why one who stands with Jesus in his kingdom need never worry about becoming a doormat. And if it doesn't change? If they just harden themselves the more and keep on coming at us? Well, then we must act or not act as we judge best. Here, as in the other situations Jesus uses to exhibit the kingdom heart, we know there are certain types of attitudes, with corresponding responses, that we are not to slip into. But what action we are to take is something we must decide. We will decide, as best we know how, on the basis of love for all involved and with a readiness to sacrifice what we simply want. And in every situation we have the larger view. We are not passive, but we act always with clear-eyed and resolute love. We know what is really happening, seeing it from the point of view of eternity. And we know that we will be taken care of, no matter what. We can be vulnerable because we are, in the end, simply invulnerable. And once we have broken the power of anger and desire over our lives, we know that the way of Christ in response to personal injury and imposition is always the easier way. It is the only way that allows us to move serenely in the midst of harm and beyond it. What to do with enemies? Few of us manage to go through life without collecting a group of individuals who would not be sorry to learn we have died. By far most of the people who have lived on earth have been confronted with certain kinds of other people, other tribes, who would gladly kill them. There is a standard list of enemies in the daily news, which in fact hardly scratches the surface of the reality of standing hatreds that define people as enemies over against one another in this world. The final illustrative contrast between the old rightness and the rightness of the kingdom heart has to do with our attitude toward our enemies. Those with standing contempt and hatred for us who regularly fantasize our pain and destruction. Here the old rightness was very simple. It was really just another application of the lex talionis. They seek our destruction, so we seek theirs in the same way. They hate us, so we hate them. It is only right to do so, Matthew 5:43. Jesus, on the other hand, tells us to love our enemies and to carry that love through with the highest act of love, prayer. Love your enemies and pray for those persecuting you. In this way you take on the nature of your Father, the one in the heavens, who routinely gives good things, such as sunshine and rain, to both the evil and the good, to those who are godly and those who spit in his face. Matthew 5:44-45. Loving those who love us and lavishing care and honor on those of our own group is something that traitorous oppressors, the mafia, and terrorists do. How, then, could that serve to distinguish the goodness of someone born into God's family or the presence of a different kind of reality in life? Even those with no knowledge of God at all, the Gentiles, do it. But, Jesus says to his disciples, because you are living from God as citizens of the kingdom, have the kind of wholeness, of full functionality, that he has. Be perfect teleoi in the way your Father, the one in the heavens, is perfect. 5:48. Goodness is love. Completing the picture of the kingdom heart. Agape love. With this contrast Jesus brings to completion his exposition of the kind of goodness beyond that goes hand in hand with the blessedness of the eternal kind of life. When he thus comes to completion in the agape love that characterizes the Father, he has moved beyond specific acts and illustrations of kingdom goodness. Love does not illustrate, it simply is the goodness beyond the goodness of scribes and Pharisees. All the illustrations he has given in the various situations discussed in 5:20-48 are illustrations of it. In it we achieve living union with, have fully entered into, the kingdom of the heavens. We have sought and found the reigning of God and the kind of dikaiosun he himself has. 6:33. Out of that union we discover love as a life power that has the marvelous, many-sided expression spelled out by Paul in 1 Corinthians 13. But this beautiful statement by Paul is commonly misunderstood in exactly the same legalistic way as is Jesus' discourse on the hill. Love, Paul there tells us, is patient, kind, free of jealousy and arrogance, is not rude or self-seeking, is not easily angered and keeps no record of wrongs, takes no joy in things that are wrong but instead in what is true. It always protects, always accepts, always hopes, and endures everything. And it never quits. 1 Corinthians 13:4-8. People usually read this, and are taught to read it, as telling them to be patient, kind, free of jealousy, and so on, just as they read Jesus' discourse as telling them to not call others fools, not look on a woman to lust, not swear, to go the second mile, and so forth. But Paul is plainly saying, look at his words, that it is love that does these things, not us, and that what we are to do is to pursue love. 1 Corinthians 14:1. As we catch love, we then find that these things are after all actually being done by us. These things, these godly actions and behaviors, are the result of dwelling in love. We have become the kind of person who is patient, kind, free of jealousy, and so on. Paul's message is exactly the same as Jesus' message. And no wonder, for as Paul was always the first to say, he learned what he taught from Jesus. Galatians 1:12. Are these things hard to do? Is it then hard to do the things with which Jesus illustrates the kingdom heart of love? Or the things that Paul says love does? It is very hard indeed if you have not been substantially transformed in the depths of your being, in the intricacies of your thoughts, feelings, assurances, and dispositions, in such a way that you are permeated with love. Once that happens, then it is not hard. What would be hard is to act the way you acted before. When Jesus hung on the cross and prayed, Father, forgive them because they do not understand what they are doing, that was not hard for him. What would have been hard for him would have been to curse his enemies and spew forth vileness and evil upon everyone, God and the world, as those crucified with him did, at least for a while. He calls us to him to impart himself to us. He does not call us to do what he did, but to be as he was, permeated with love. Then the doing of what he did and said becomes the natural expression of who we are in him. Bertrand Russell, a well-known British philosopher of this century, was raised a Christian, though he later adopted atheism. He was familiar with the teachings of Jesus, if not their actual meaning. In one place he comments, the Christian principle, love your enemies is good. There is nothing to be said against it except that it is too difficult for most of us to practice sincerely. He was, of course, right as he understood it, for he was thinking of himself and others remaining what they were inwardly and nevertheless trying to love their enemies as occasion arose. Of course, they would fail, at least most of the time. As for Russell personally, some of long acquaintance with him and Russell himself knew he was filled with hatred. No wonder he found love difficult. Russell's fallacy is the fallacy of the Pharisee. By now it should be recognizable. The Pharisee takes as his aim keeping the law rather than becoming the kind of person whose deeds naturally conform to the law. Jesus knew the human heart better than Bertrand Russell did. Thus he concludes his exposition of the kingdom kind of goodness by contrasting the ordinary way human beings love, loving those who love them, with God's agape love. This is a love that reaches everyone we deal with. It is not in their power to change that. It is the very core of what we are or can become in his fellowship, not something we do. Then the deeds of love, including loving our enemies, are what that agape love does in us and what we do as the new persons we have become. The intellectual vacuum of current moral thought. Toward the beginning of this chapter we made the statement that the centuries-long attempt to devise a morality from within merely human resources has now proven itself a failure. Now we want to return to this point in the light of Jesus' exposition of the rightness of the kingdom heart. What is the basis of such a statement? Simply this: that, as noted in the opening of chapter 1, there is in fact no body of moral knowledge now operative in the institutions of knowledge in our culture. This is the outcome of the now centuries-long effort to develop a moral guide to life within the framework of human thought and experience alone, unassisted by revelation. By contrast, the Christian teaching about moral goodness that derives from the principles laid down by Jesus does have a historical, theoretical, and practical claim to constitute the true body of moral knowledge. This is not said to encourage blind acceptance but precisely the opposite. It is said to encourage the toughest of testing for those teachings in all areas of thought and real life. We saw in chapter 1 the young lady who went to Professor Coles on her way out of Harvard and said to him, "I've been taking all these philosophy courses, and we talk about what's true, what's important, what's good. Well, how do you teach people to be good?" Then she added, "What's the point of knowing good, if you don't keep trying to become a good person?" But, as we pointed out, knowing good is not seriously proposed in college or university courses today. Any knowing in such matters is thought to be totally impossible. In fact, both knowing good and being good are for the most part treated with open scorn in the academic settings which determine so much of our lives. That is the outcome of the long effort to establish a secular ethic in the modern period. But the concern for becoming good and being good remains, as the words of both President Bach and Professor Coles show, for it is a real-life issue that will never go away. And it is with regard to this issue of what kind of people we are to be that the teachings of Jesus about the rightness of the kingdom heart show him to be the unrivaled master of human life. Any serious inquirer can validate those teachings in his or her own experience. But they cannot invalidate them by simply refusing to consider them and hiding behind the dogmas of modern intellect. Chapter 6. Investing in the heavens. Escaping the deceptions of reputation and wealth. How can you have faith when you seek glory from one another and do not seek the glory that comes from the one who alone is God? John 5:44. Now the Pharisees were lovers of money, and when they heard Jesus' teachings they scoffed at him. But he responded, "You try to look good in the eyes of men. But God sees your hearts. And what men think highly of is a stench before God." Luke 16:14-15. From Jesus' discourse on the hill we have learned thus far his answers to the two great questions forced on all of us by human life. Who is really well off? And who is a genuinely good person? One is blessed, we now know, if one's life is based upon acceptance and intimate interactions with what God is doing in human history. Such people are in the present kingdom of the heavens. And genuinely good people are those who, from the deepest levels of their understanding and motivation, are committed to promoting the good of everyone they deal with, including, of course, God and themselves. In this they have, with God's assistance, gone beyond rightness understood as merely not doing anything wrong, beyond the goodness of scribes and Pharisees, and are acting from their inward union of mind and heart with the heavens. It is their confidence in Jesus that has placed them into a living union with the kingdom among us. Their union with Jesus allows them now to be a part of his conspiracy to undermine the structures of evil, which continue to dominate human history, with the forces of truth, freedom, and love. We can quietly and relentlessly align ourselves with these forces, wherever they are, because we know what is cosmically afoot. To overcome evil with good, in the Apostle Paul's words, is not just something for an individual effort here and there, is actually what will come to pass on this earth. The power of Jesus' resurrection and his continuing life in human beings assures of this. Having shown us true well-being and the goodness of the kingdom heart, Jesus now, in Matthew 6, alerts us to the two main things that will block or hinder a life constantly interactive with God and healthy growth in the kingdom. These are the desire to have the approval of others, especially for being devout, and the desire to secure ourselves by means of material wealth. If we allow them to, these two desires will pull us out of the sway of the kingdom, the range of God's effective will, as we have described it, and back into the barren righteousness of the scribe and the Pharisee. But as we keep these two things in their proper place, through a constant, disciplined, and clear-eyed reliance on God, we will grow rapidly in kingdom substance. We will progressively incorporate all aspects of our life into the kingdom, including, of course, the social and the financial. By now, multitudes have proven this to be so. The respectability trap. The lure of religious honors. Desire for religious respect or reputation will immediately drag us into the rightness of scribes and Pharisees because that desire always focuses entirely upon the visible action, not on the source of action in the heart. The scribes and Pharisees, Jesus pointed out, do everything they do with the aim of being noticed by others. They enlarge the religious symbols on their clothing. They like to have the most prominent seats at dinners and in the synagogues. They relish loudly respectful greetings in malls and public places, and being called professor or doctor, Matthew 23:5-7. The hunger for titles and public awards in human life, indeed, in religious life, is quite astonishing. The bragging and exhibitionism that goes on around the rear end of automobiles, the almost routine puffing of credentials and resumes, and much that passes for normal as part of our self-esteem culture, are part of a life with no sense of our standing in the presence of God. The children of the kingdom, by contrast, are to have none of all this. Don't seek to be called professor or doctor, Jesus says, for you have only one teacher, and all of you are students. And call no one on earth Father, for you have only one Father, the one in the heavens. Also, do not be called leader. The Anointed One is your leader, and it is not the leaders but the servants who are greatest among you. Verses 8-11. What a refreshing difference. But, unfortunately, if you have to bet on what text will be used for next Sunday's sermon, better not bet on this one. The public forms that our Christian devotion take are all too similar to the kind that Jesus here pushes aside. You have only to consider who is lionized, and for what, in our local congregations and religious associations and media. We have much reason to be concerned about the effects of religious respectability on our faithfulness to God. Playing to the audience of one. Of course by now we surely know that we are not to be in bondage to external forms, or to their absence. The form could be wrong and the heart be right, or the form right and the heart wrong. The fact that I call someone father as a formality does not mean I regard that person as my father, just as my taking an oath before giving testimony in court does not mean I am trying to manipulate my hearers. My wily heart could even use my very refusal to take the oath in court as a way of going beyond yes and no. What matters are the intentions of our heart before God. Jesus gives us his guiding principle at the outset of the discussion in Matthew 6:1. Be sure not to do your rightness, dikaiosune, before human beings with the intent of being seen by them. Otherwise your Father, the one in the heavens, will have nothing to do with it. Two things should be noted immediately. First, the teaching is not that we should hide our good deeds. That might be appropriate in some cases, but it is not Jesus' point. There is nothing inherently wrong with their being known. Just as in the case of adultery in the heart, the issue here is one of intents and purposes. Not did we look at someone and sexually desire them, as we have seen, but did we look at someone in order to sexually desire them. And now, not are we seen doing a good deed, but are we doing a good deed in order to be seen? In any case where we use, on ourselves or others, promised recognition as a motive for doing what should be done for its own sake, we are preempting God's role in our life. Second, our intent is determined by what we want and expect from our action. When we do good deeds to be seen by human beings, that is because what we are looking for is something that comes from human beings. God responds to our expectations accordingly. When we want human approval and esteem, and do what we do for the sake of it, God courteously stands aside because, by our wish, it does not concern him. This goes along with the personal nature of God and of our relationship to him. As we saw earlier, God does not like to be present where he is not wanted. And he knows when he is wanted and when he is not. Similarly, where people are really seeking a response from someone else, he does not intrude, generally speaking. So when our aim is to impress human beings with how devout we are, he lets us do that and stands aside. Of course, he will eventually have his day. There will be a day of the Lord, his turn at bat, as it were. On the other hand, if we live unto God alone, he responds to our expectations, which are of him alone. O.S. Guinness, the well-known Christian thinker and leader, has said of the Puritans in American history that they lived as if they stood before an audience of one. They carried on their lives as if the only one whose opinion mattered were God. Of course they understood that this is what Jesus Christ taught them to do. But the principle of the audience of one extends to all that we do, and not just to deeds of devotion or charity. The Apostle Paul charges us to do all our work, whatever our situation, with enthusiasm, as for the Lord and not for men, knowing that he is the one who rewards you and whom you serve. Indeed, we are to do all that we do on behalf of the Lord Jesus, in that way giving thanks through him to God the Father, Colossians 3:17-24. Even more so for our rightnesses. Don't let the left hand know. Now Jesus gives us three illustrations, remember, not laws, of a correctly Godward motivation in commendable actions. First, he speaks of philanthropic deeds or acts that bring relief to the needy, often called alms or alms deeds. The Greek term usually translated alms, 6:2, here is actually the same as our English term eleemosynary, which has come to refer to non-profit charitable operations and institutions. When you do such deeds, Jesus says, do not act like the hypocrites, who have trumpets blown before them, in the synagogues and streets, as they go to do their good deeds in order to be glorified by human beings. 6:2. In fact, he continues to say, they have received their reward in full. What they wanted, they got. They wanted people to recognize their good deed and people did. The ego is bloated and the soul shrivels. A special word about the hypocrites is required here. It is a term used by Jesus alone in the New Testament, and he uses it 17 times. The term hypocrite in classical Greek primarily refers to an actor, such as one sees on the stage, but it came to refer also to anyone who practices deceit. It is clear from the literary records that it was Jesus alone who brought this term and the corresponding character into the moral vocabulary of the Western world. He did so because of his unique emphasis upon the moral significance of the inmost heart before God. As we are creative beings, our heart is who we really are. Jesus therefore made repeated and unmistakable distinctions between our face to the world and our person before God. We now know that the Palestine of Jesus' day had numerous fine theaters, and he certainly was familiar with them. One was located in the city of Sepphoris, within a few miles of his home in Nazareth. This one was built while Jesus was a young man, and he and his father Joseph may have been workmen there. Herod the Great had previously built fine theaters in Jericho and Samaria, as well as in Jerusalem. When Jesus spoke of the hypocrites, he was utilizing a very vivid image that effectively seized the minds of his hearers because of their familiarity with stage characters. They were thus able to see much of the most obvious religious behavior of their day as the sham it in fact was. It may be hard to believe that anyone could ever do such a thing as Jesus calls attention to. But they certainly did. Literally blowing a trumpet to call attention to one's good deeds is not our style today, however, this particular behavior illustrates enduring human traits. Fundraisers know that it is much easier nowadays to get someone to build a building for some social institution, such as a hospital or college, than it is to get them to endow the maintenance on a building. You can name the building after the contributors or their family, or at least put up a plaque with their name upon it. But you can't do that for the maintenance of the building. No one seems to want their name on a mop or a broom. There are many ways of seeking glory with gifts other than by sounding a trumpet. We all too often find a way. Jesus' contrasting teaching is that when we do an alms deed we should not let our left hand know what our right hand is doing. Now how do you do that? If you set out to do it, you will certainly not succeed. What would you say to your left hand? Now ignore what the right hand is doing. Then, of course, it will be impossible for it to do so. Ignoring the right hand is precisely a way of watching it, of being conscious of it. The comedian Bill Cosby used to perform a routine about his childhood in which, when the gang wanted to exclude a child from some activity, they would tell him he had to stand in a corner and not think about a pink polar bear for 15 minutes before he could play. Of course it is impossible to do that deliberately because you have to think of not thinking of a pink polar bear and hence think of a pink polar bear. But we must never forget that Jesus points beyond action to the source of action in character. This is a general principle that governs all he says. The kind of people who have been so transformed by their daily walk with God that good deeds naturally flow from their character are precisely the kind of people whose left hand would not notice what their right hand is doing, as, for example, when driving one's own car or speaking one's native language. What they do naturally, often automatically, simply because of what they are pervasively and internally. These are people who do not have to invest a lot of reflection in doing good for others. Their deeds are in secret no matter who is watching, for they are absorbed in love of God and of those around them. They hardly notice their own deed, and rarely remember it. And because they really are looking toward God and living toward God, God responds to them. Your Father, the one who sees in secret, will reward you. 6:4. The one who gives without regard to who is looking and does not even notice it as anything special themselves, no big deal, is the very one who has God's attention and becomes God's creative partner in well-doing. He or she will know the fellowship of God and see the effects of these deeds multiplied for good in the power of God. Characteristically, people like this are well known for how much they can accomplish. But we should know, as Jesus knew, that it is because of the hand of God engaged along with them. And when you pray, similarly the hypocrites pray in order to be seen by others. But, as hypocrites, in the very meaning of the term, they are not what they seem to be. They seem to the onlooker to be devout before God. But they are interested only in making an impression on people. They stand and pray in the synagogues and on the street corners, in order to be seen of men. Matthew 6:5. They may or may not think that God too is impressed. But that is not essential. What is essential is that they be seen. And guess what? They are seen by other people. That is the reward they wanted. They got it. The entire operation lay within the range of human competence. Because they had not involved God in what they were doing, He does not intrude on their project. They are at the level of Pharisaical righteousness, which never enters the kingdom. Again, the ego swells, and the soul shrivels. Often something close to this happens with very well-meaning people who simply have not accustomed themselves to disregarding the human context as they pray. When they pray, therefore, they only think of how they are sounding to others, or perhaps their uppermost concern is with how they will look to others if God does not answer. Some even are obsessed with impressing God as they pray. All such ego concerns must be simply dropped as we pray in the kingdom. So when the children of the kingdom pray, they may even disappear from sight, for they have learned to be indifferent to whether others know of their prayer or not. They enter a private room and close the door. There they pray to their Father, who not only sees in secret, but, Jesus here says, is in secret, verse 6. This is very significant. The secret place is where God is. There we stand under the shadow of the Almighty, Psalms 91. Prayer, it is rightly said, is the method of genuine theological research, the method of understanding what and who God is. God is spirit and exists at the level of reality where the human heart, or spirit, also exists, serving as the foundation and source of our visible life. It is there that the individual meets with God in spirit and in truth. The effect is, once again, a remarkable difference in the life of the believer. Your Father who sees in secret will repay you, verse 6. The visible side of your life will involve highly significant events that cannot be explained in terms of the visible world. The spiritual person is understood by no one, as Paul says, 1 Corinthians 2:15. That is because they are operating from the reality that is in secret. Jesus also warns in this passage about mistaking prayer for a mechanical process. That too would turn it into an event in the physical or visible world, not a matter of the heart. Those who do not understand God, the Gentiles or ethnikoi, falsely imagine that mere sounds, repeated over and over, will gain the desired effect. The word batalogazet, translated vain repetition in the familiar King James Version, 6:7, refers to senseless repetition, like that of one who stammers or is babbling. It has nothing to do with thoughtfully used liturgy. The Gentiles do not understand that prayer to the God of Israel and of Jesus, the living and personal God of the universe, is intelligent conversation about matters of mutual concern. This takes place in a society of shared ends and efforts, where agape love and the spirit of forgiveness are basic to every relationship, 6:14-15. Hence they grind away at their senseless routines, hoping to use God to get what they want. This misunderstanding is illustrated by a story from the book of Acts, chapter 8. Under the apostles, the invisible kingdom of the heavens was in powerful manifestation in Samaria, a place where Jesus himself had, some time earlier, been well received. Simon the Great was a local magician who observed the visible effects of the words and deeds of the apostles. He thought this was in his own line of work as a magician, and that he could buy the secret from the apostles and use it in his business. He did not understand that what he saw in the visible world in response to the apostles was a matter of who they were at the heart level before God and was a result of spiritual connectedness. A similar mistake is made by a group of Jewish exorcists in Acts 19:11-17. Kingdom praying and its efficacy is entirely a matter of the innermost hearts being totally open and honest before God. It is a matter of what we are saying with our whole being, moving with resolute intent and clarity of mind into the flow of God's action. In apprenticeship to Jesus, this is one of the most important things we learn how to do. He teaches us how to be in prayer what we are in life and how to be in life what we are in prayer. It is at this point in his discourse that Jesus, very fittingly, gives the model prayer commonly known as the Lord's Prayer. Indeed, it is the disciples' prayer, and it has an absolutely vital role in kingdom living. We are going to look at it intensively in our next chapter, where we consider the community of prayerful love that God is now building. Readers who have understood what has been said thus far will not be lulled into thinking that, in his teaching on prayer, Jesus is giving a law that forbids prayer in public, or that requires one to pray only with the words he gives in the model prayer, and so forth. Given the prevailing misunderstandings, however, we cannot say too often that in the Sermon on the Mount we are not looking at laws, but at a life. A life in which the genuine laws of God eventually become naturally fulfilled. Similarly, nothing he is teaching rules out the use of written prayers or liturgy. You can be just as man-pleasing and fleshly in extemporaneous and informal religious exercises as in pre-established and formal ones, perhaps even more so, especially if you are proud of being informal. Fasting before God alone. Fasting, too, had frequently been turned into an exercise in exhibitionism and respectability. Those who fast deprive themselves for some time and to some degree of normal food and drink. It is a thoroughly biblical practice that forms one dimension of the believer's interactive life with God. But the hypocrites of Jesus' day tried to look as gloomy as possible when they fasted. They had even developed special ways of disfiguring their faces with special markings in order to make sure people knew they were fasting. Here again Jesus points out that they get what they want. They want to be noticed in being devout, and they certainly are noticed. I tell you the truth, he says again, they have their reward, Matthew 6:16, that is, the one they were looking for. And then he points us in the right direction for fasting as a practice in kingdom living. Take a shower, he says, and fix yourself up. Brush your teeth. Put on lotion and cologne and nice clothing, so that others won't know you are fasting. Your Father who is in secret will see your hidden heart and enrich your life. 6:17-18. Once again, one is impressed with what refreshing good sense characterizes Jesus' words. Of course, if we are not well experienced with fasting in the Spirit of Christ, we may think that we will be miserable when we fast. If we are miserable, shouldn't we look that way? Could Jesus be asking us to fake it? And indeed those who do not fast with God alone in view, or who have not yet learned how to do it well, will be miserable, as, no doubt, the hypocrites were. But Jesus himself knew that when we have learned how to fast in secret, our bodies and our souls will be directly sustained by the invisible kingdom. We will not be miserable. But we certainly will be different. And our abundant strength and our joy will come in ways a purely physical human existence in the flesh does not know. It will come from those sources that are in secret. When Jesus was in his long fast between his baptism and entering public life, he was tempted by Satan to turn stones into loaves of bread that he might eat. His reply is profoundly important for understanding the kingdom and kingdom living. He cites a passage from Deuteronomy. The human being is not nourished by bread only, but by every word that comes out of God's mouth. Matthew 4:4, Deuteronomy 8:3. What we must take care to understand is the phrase every word that comes out of God's mouth. Manna as one kind of word of God. The passage from Deuteronomy 8 gives us the key. The primary reference of word that comes out of God's mouth was the manna that the Israelites lived on during their years of wandering in the desert between Canaan and Egypt. Now manna is an interesting term. It basically means whatever it is, or what is it. Manna was a form of physical substance that was unknown. It was, in fact, a digestible form of matter suited to the physical needs of human beings and produced directly by God's action, or word, not by a process already in place in nature. It is significant that not only were needs for food in the desert met by the direct action of God, but also needs for clothing and shoes. The Israelites wore the same shoes and clothing, continuously renewed by God, for 40 years, Deuteronomy 8:4. That was a fundamental part of the training they received in kingdom living. Centuries later, Nehemiah recalls God's provision in the desert just as another great historical deliverance is taking place by the hand of God. Yes, for 40 years you provided for them out in the wastelands, and they lacked for nothing. Their clothing did not wear out nor did their shoes become too small, Nehemiah 9:21. All of this must, of course, be seen in the context of a God who in the first place created the entire physical order by his word/deed, who brought water out of a rock and caused an almond branch cut from the tree to grow and produce buds and blossoms and ripe fruit, Numbers 17:8. This God is master of all basic equations that govern reality, physical and otherwise, such as the famous E=mc2 discovered by Albert Einstein. Here, E is energy, m is matter, and c is the speed of light. Now, from the human perspective, it is mainly matter that is available to us. To meet our needs we are, within narrow limits, able to manipulate it to produce usable forms of energy, by processes such as digestion, combustion, atomic fission, or fusion, and so forth. But to God, the energy side of the equation is also available. He has inexhaustible supplies of it. And so he can feed thousands by multiplying a few loaves and fishes, or he can directly supply the physical needs of the body of one fasting with faith toward him. His Rhema word, Matthew 4:4, to me is a concrete reality that becomes, in fasting, physical sustenance to my needy body. Of course Jesus ate normal food, as all of us do and must. That is the God-appointed normal course, to be received with humility and thankfulness. But he also knew the direct sustenance of God to his body. He would have us know it too. The Gospel account of his meeting with a woman of Samaria, John 4, is one of the theologically richest passages in all of Scripture. But one of the greatest teachings occurs right at the end of the story and is often overlooked. It was late afternoon, and his apprentices had gone into the town to obtain food while he rested from the journey by the town well. They returned to find him conversing with a woman. They were startled that he would do such a disreputable thing. But, as people are coming out of town in response to the reports of the woman who had rushed back to tell of him, they urged him to eat of the food they had brought. His reply teaches us much about fasting and about what happens when we are engaged with the kingdom of the heavens. He says, "I have some food you don't know about." The disciples, from their limited understanding of the possibilities of human nourishment, immediately began to ask if someone else had brought him food. Then Jesus explained the heavenly food that nourished him. "My food is to do what the one who sent me wants done and to accomplish his purposes." John 4:34. Here, as with so many of the biblical statements keyed to the realities of God's full world, we have to decide whether or not these are just pretty words. No doubt they mean something, many will say, but really nothing more than, possibly, some vaguely devout human condition or state of mind. For example, in this case, Jesus is often thought to mean that when you do God's will, or possibly just good things, you feel better about yourself and life, and perhaps also that those around you will support and encourage you. Thus the good news from Jesus is reduced in practice to some vaguely hopeful outlook on the human condition. But before taking this approach we should at least ask, what would it be like for his statement, "I have some food you don't know about," to be true in the sense it was obviously taken by those who initially heard it? In the case of John 4, the issue being addressed with his disciples was precisely the need for physical nourishment and how it might be met. Jesus indicates that physical nourishment too was available directly from spiritual sources. In John 3, by comparison, the matter of an additional kind of life is being addressed. The idea of a birth from above is presented by Jesus to explain how such an additional kind of life enters human beings here on earth. This birth is a reality, an actual event or condition, not pretty words that perhaps refer to getting a new start in life. Of course, what really comes into play in all such passages are the beliefs we actually hold concerning reality, especially about God and His world. Lack of confidence in the kingdom will force us to take the pretty words reading of the words of Scripture. Many people simply put all of the Scriptures and even religion as a whole in that category. Thus George Santayana once described religion as only a lyric cry in the business of life, a brief indulging in pleasant feelings. The story is told of a man who lost his composure and cursed in the presence of his pastor. After an embarrassed silence, he looked sheepishly at the pastor and said, "Oh, it's all right, Pastor. I cuss a little and you pray a little, but neither one of us means anything by it." The challenge to our faith in the kingdom is to mean something by our talk of it. That Jesus himself meant something by it, and what he meant, was precisely shown in his character and in his power to love and help people around him. His remarkable life and ministry came from his relationship to his Father. Of course, none of us have exactly the same relationship, but something of what we see in him is sure to come to us as we nourish ourselves on him and his kingdom. Feasting on Jesus himself. He told us that he was to be eaten. "He who eats me shall live by me, and shall live forever." John 6:51. He, not the manna, is the bread which comes down out of heaven, so that one may eat of it and not die. Verses 48-50. The practice of fasting goes together with this teaching about nourishing ourselves on the person of Jesus. It emphasizes the direct availability of God to nourish, sustain, and renew the soul. It is a testimony to the reality of another world from which Jesus and his Father perpetually intermingle their lives with ours. John 14:23. And the effects of our turning strongly to this true food will be obvious. Here are some words from a pastor who had recently learned about kingdom fasting and began to put it into practice. "The discipline of fasting has taken on new importance and regularity for me. There is an admonition in the Rule of Saint Benedict that exhorts the monk to love fasting. It is now my regular practice to fast every time I preach. I have a deeper sense of dependency and of the immense power of the spoken word. This has been demonstrated by the dear individual in my congregation who runs our tape ministry. She said that since January of this year, her order for sermon tapes has doubled. I can't explain it, she said, but whatever it is, keep it up. He had learned to fast before the Father who is in secret, and the Father repaid him by acting with his efforts in ministry. The effects in the visible world were far more than could be attributed to his own capabilities. Just as Jesus said, secrecy as a fundamental discipline. What Jesus is teaching us to do in this important passage from his discourse is to be free of control by the opinions of others. Paul's wonderful term for this type of control is eye service, or being enslaved to eyes, ophthalmodilion, Colossians 3:22, Ephesians 6:6. Of course it concerns just as much our not doing things that are bad for fear of being seen as it does our doing what is good in order to be seen. The decisive motivation for acting as well as not acting must be our regard of the kingdom of God in which we live as Jesus' people. The effect of both action and non-action for human approval is to push the presence of God aside as irrelevant and to subject ourselves to the human kingdom. In both avoiding evil and doing good, our respect should be for God alone. We may think it is okay to avoid evil for fear of being seen, for in any case we do avoid the evil. But that only shows we have no respect for God and would disobey him but for the opinions of others. The basic principle is the same in both cases. The discipline of secrecy will help us break the grip of human opinion over our souls and our actions. A discipline is an activity in our power that we do to enable us to do what we cannot do by direct effort. Jesus is here leading us into the discipline of secrecy. We from time to time practice doing things approved of in our religious circles, giving, praying, fasting, attending services of the church, and so on, but in such a way that no one knows. Thus our motivation and reward for doing these things cannot come from human beings. We are liberated from slavery to eyes, and then it does not matter whether people know or not. We learn to live constantly in this way. This is a rather important point for understanding what Jesus is teaching us to do in this part of the Sermon on the Mount. In particular, because of the always threatening legalism, which thinks of rightness only in terms of particular actions, we must see why he does not make it a law that we only do good deeds, pray and fast in secrecy. Biblical practice and the practice of Jesus himself obviously show that it is not a law. Recall that Jesus often teaches against a background practice that is wrong. We have commented on this in earlier chapters. The background practices presupposed in Matthew 6:1-18 are, obviously, doing good deeds, praying, and fasting to be seen. He teaches us not to engage in these practices, and he does so by saying, "Let your alms prayer, fasting be in secret." But he does not mean, never, on pain of sin guilt, let anyone see you or know you to do a good deed pray, fast. That is why there is here no inconsistency with his earlier directive in the discourse. Let your light shine before men in such a way that they may see your good works and glorify your Father, the one in the heavens. 6:16. His teaching leads to a discipline, not a law, and a discipline that prepares us, precisely, to act in a way that fulfills the law of whole person love of God. Religious evasion. A thoughtful examination of local gatherings of Christian believers may reveal that in this teaching Jesus lays his finger upon a primary cause of their ineffectiveness as schools of eternal living. Truthfully, it seems to be a general law of social historical development that institutions tend to distort and destroy the central function that brought them into existence. A few years ago Clyde Reed wrote a painfully incisive discussion of how our church activities seem to be structured around evading God. His law of religious evasion states, "We structure our churches and maintain them so as to shield us from God and to protect us from genuine religious experience." Along with many other telling observations of church life, he notes, "The adult members of churches today rarely raise serious religious questions for fear of revealing their doubts or being thought of as strange. There is an implicit conspiracy of silence on religious matters in the churches. This conspiracy covers up the fact that the churches do not change lives or influence conduct to any appreciable degree. There is very little time and occasion for openness in most of our gatherings because we fear it. We think it may lead to confrontation, anger, and divisiveness. We are not open because we fear what others will think of us and do to us. If we honestly compared the amount of time in church spent thinking about what others think or might think with the amount of time spent thinking about what God is thinking, we would probably be shocked. Those of us in congregational leadership need to think deeply about this. Often the eye service that occurs in present-day church services comes in the form of trying to move people. Wasn't that a great service? We often say. But what do we mean? Are we really thinking of how God felt about the service? What is the correlation between God's view of a great service and the human view? We need to be very careful about this, or the rule, truly, they have their reward, may apply to us. Suppose I am a pastor. If, truly, God did nothing in my church service, or in response to my efforts in ministry, how much would it really matter if the people in attendance still thought and spoke well of things and returned for the next service and brought their friends? I may be tempted to think I have to attract people to hear me but could get by without God. How can one in a leadership position not be haunted by what the Lord said to his prophet Ezekiel? Everyone is talking about you all the time. They say, "Come, and let's hear what the word is from the Lord." And they sit before you as my people, and they hear your words, but they do not do them. For their mouths talk devotion but their hearts seek wicked gains. Why, you are just like one who sings about love with a beautiful voice and a well-played instrument. They hear what you are saying, but do not do it. Ezekiel 33:31-32. Whatever our position in life, if our lives and works are to be of the kingdom of God, we must not have human approval as a primary or even major aim. We must lovingly allow people to think whatever they will. We may, if it seems right, occasionally try to help them understand us and appreciate what we are doing. That could be an act of love. But in any case we can only serve them by serving the Lord only. The bondage of wealth where your treasure island. Jesus continues his warning about seeking security outside of the kingdom by teaching us about our treasures. Treasures are things we try to keep because of a value we place upon them. They may be of no value whatsoever in themselves, nevertheless, we take great pains to protect such things. Thus we are said to treasure them. For example, we may have a safe at home or at a bank. Isn't that an interesting term for a box, a safe? A dictionary describes a safe as a place or receptacle to keep articles, as provisions or valuables, safe. Of course we may also treasure things other than material goods. For example, our reputation or our relationship to another person, or the security or reputation of our school or our business or our country. The most important commandment of the Judeo-Christian tradition is to treasure God and his realm more than anything else. That is what it means to love God with all your heart, soul, mind, and strength. It means to treasure him, to hold him in his dear, and to protect and aid him in his purposes. Our only wisdom, safety, and fulfillment lies in so treasuring God. Then we will also treasure our neighbors rightly, as he treasures them. Everyone has treasures. This is an essential part of what it is to be human. To have nothing that one treasures is to be in a non-human condition, and nothing degrades people more than to scorn or destroy or deprive them of their treasures. Indeed, merely to pry into what one's treasures are is a severe intrusion. Apart from very special considerations, no one has a right even to know what our treasures are. A main part of intimacy between two persons is precisely mutual knowledge of their treasures. Treasures are directly connected to our spirit, or will, and thus to our dignity as persons. It is, for example, very important for parents to respect the treasure space of children. It lies right at the center of the child's soul, and great harm can be done if it is not respected and even fostered. When our son John Samuel was a little boy, he had a stuffed animal that he called Sleepy Dog. You can easily imagine what it looked like, I think. He kept it near him at play and slept with it right beside him. Over time it became emaciated and threadbare. His mother cleaned and repaired it as best she could, of course. But I, in my infinite wisdom, of which I had so much more when I was younger, eventually decided that Sleepy Dog must be replaced. So we obtained another little stuffed animal, and Sleepy Dog disappeared. John never really accepted the replacement, and in his gentle spirit he grieved for his little stuffed friend for a long time. Of course there was no really good reason why he could not have kept him. People in concentration camps and those homeless folk who come to live on the streets go to great lengths and even risk their lives to hold on to things that may be simply ridiculous to others. None of them is without some treasure. It will be perhaps a photo or old letter or some ornament or trinket. We reveal what our treasures are by what we try to protect, secure, keep. Often our treasures are totally worthless to other people. Sometimes, of course, they are not. And that is the case with money, wealth, material goods. So, to discuss our treasures is really to discuss our treasuring. We are not to pass it off as dealing merely with external goods, which are non-spiritual or just physical stuff. It is to deal with the fundamental structure of our soul. It has to do precisely with whether the life we live now in the physical realm is to be an eternal one or not, and the extent to which it will be so. Beyond moths, corrosion, and thieves. The first thing that Jesus tells us with respect to treasures is that to treasure things that are upon the earth is not a smart strategy for treasuring. Treasures of the earth, by their very nature, simply cannot be held intact. Here is where moth and rust destroys things, and thieves dig through walls and steal, Matthew 6:19. Even cyberspace is not safe from viruses, power outages, and the disappearance of backups. This can be very depressing to think about if you know of no alternative. We spoke about Leo Tolstoy and his journey to faith some chapters back. As is well known, he fell into a lengthy, suffocating depression because of the vision that everything he valued would die or otherwise pass away. This was after he had become one of the most successful authors the world has ever known. But the worldview of the educated that imposed itself on him was one of utter hopelessness, much as it is today. Through the teachings of Jesus he found an alternative, and such an alternative as soon delivered him from hopelessness about life and from the meaninglessness of human work. So the wisdom of Jesus is that we should lay up for ourselves treasures in heaven, 6:20, where forces of nature and human evil cannot harm what we treasure. That is to say, direct your actions toward making a difference in the realm of spiritual substance sustained and governed by God. Invest your life in what God is doing, which cannot be lost. Of course this means that we will invest in our relationship to Jesus himself, and through him to God. But beyond that, and in close union with it, we will devote ourselves to the good of other people, those around us within the range of our power to affect. These are among God's treasures. The Lord's portion, we are told, is his people, Deuteronomy 32:9. And that certainly includes ourselves, in a unique and fundamental way. We have the care of our own souls and lives in a way no one else does, and in a way we have the care of no one else. And we also care for this astonishingly rich and beautiful physical realm, the earth itself, of which both we and our neighbors are parts. You have established the earth and it continues. All things stand this day according to your directions. For all things are your servants, Psalms 119:91. God himself loves the earth dearly and never takes his hands off it. And because he loves it and it is good, our care of it is also eternal work and a part of our eternal life. There is a natural order of things that is good to respect. Human beings naturally understand this if they have not been robbed of good sense by their experiences and their education. We see many expressions of this in the ancient law given by God to the Israelites. For example, one homely provision of this law was that a baby goat should not be cooked in its mother's milk. It is an important aspect of the kosher Jewish home. A thoughtless person might say, "How silly." And of course one should say that if there is some vital need or reason why, in a given case, it is necessary to do what this law forbids, by all means do it. But anyone who has lived closely with baby goats and their mothers, and has seen deeply into how they belong to one another, will understand the wrongness of using what the mother is given to sustain the little goat's life to cook it in. Indeed, life is naturally structured throughout by such appropriateness and inappropriateness. Thus, to lay up treasures in heaven is to treasure all of these intimate and touching aspects of heaven's life, all of what God is doing on earth. It is to do so in the order and manner heaven has indicated, and especially as we see it illumined in Jesus himself. And when we live in this way, our treasures are absolutely secure. All that we do counts and counts forever. It is preserved in our life within God's eternal life. This is a large part of what the Apostle Paul calls sowing to the Spirit. And, when we do such sowing, of the Spirit we reap what is everlasting. So let us not lose heart in doing good, he continues, for when the time is right we shall reap, if we don't quit. Therefore as we have opportunities let us do good to all men, and most of all to the family of faith, Galatians 6:8-10. This is, precisely, how we deposit treasures in heaven on a daily, hourly basis. Life organizes itself around our heart. Not only can we have complete protection and security of our treasures in this way, but our life as a whole, our living, also now comes into proper alignment with reality. Our souls are now suited to deal with things because we see clearly. Our treasure focuses our heart. Your heart will be where what you treasure is, Jesus tells us, Matthew 6:21. Remember that our heart is our will, or our spirit, the center of our being from which our life flows. It is what gives orientation to everything we do. A heart rightly directed therefore brings health and wholeness to the entire personality. To bring this truth home to us, Jesus compares our heart sight to our eyesight. We know how our eyesight affects our body in its environment. The eye is the lamp of the body. If the eye works well, then the body easily moves about in its environment. As Jesus puts it, our whole body is well directed, is full of light. 6:23. The person who treasures what lies within the kingdom sees everything in its true worth and relationship. The person who treasures what is on earth, by contrast, sees everything from a perspective that distorts it and systematically misleads in practice. The relative importance of things is, in particular, misperceived. The person who is addicted to a drug or to some activity is but an extreme case. All else is seen only in its relation to the object of the addiction and enjoyment of it, even one's own body and soul. Thus, if your eyes are bad, your body as a whole is in the dark. But if the eye of your soul, the light within you, is not functioning, then you are in the dark about everything. 6:23. You are, simply, lost. You don't know where you are or where you are going. This is what it means to be a lost soul, a dead soul. Impossibility of serving both God and earthly goods. We cannot but serve our treasures. We labor all day for them and think about them all night. They fill our dreams. But it is not uncommon for people to think that they can treasure this world and the invisible kingdom as well, that they can serve both. Perhaps we can make this work for a while. But there will come a time when one must be subordinate to the other. We simply cannot have two ultimate goals or points of reference for our actions. That is how life is, and no one escapes. You cannot be the servant of both God and things on earth, because their requirements conflict. Unless you have already put God first, for example, what you will have to do to be financially secure, impress other people, or fulfill your desires will invariably lead you against God's wishes. That is why the first of the 10 Commandments, "You shall have no gods who take priority over me," is the first of the 10 Commandments. So treasuring and serving both God and mammon is a nonsensical idea, and in any case you cannot imagine God would endure it. Of course you can serve material goods, value them, use them well, for the sake of God. But that is just to do what Jesus said in the first place and locate your treasures in the heavens. We shall have a great deal more to say about this 2 chapters hence, in connection with being a disciple or student of Jesus. The treasures in the heavens are now. There is, I think, a tendency to regard this treasure in heaven as something that is only for the by and by. It is thought to be like life insurance, so-called, whose benefits only come after death, And indeed it is crucial to understand that, because we are friends of Jesus Christ, we do have an inheritance that is imperishable, untarnished, unfading, reserved in the heavens for those of us who by faith are guarded by the power of God unto a salvation set to be revealed in due time. 1 Peter 1:4-5. This is important. As the Egyptians discovered long ago, we are going to be dead a lot longer than we are alive on this earth. But the treasure we have in heaven is also something very much available to us now. We can and should draw upon it as needed, for it is nothing less than God Himself and the wonderful society of His kingdom even now interwoven in my life. Even now we have come to Mount Zion and to the city of the living God, the heavenly Jerusalem, and to countless angels, and to the assembled church of those born earlier and now claimed in the heavens, and to God who discerns all, to the completed spirits of righteous people, and to Jesus, the mediator of a new agreement, Hebrews 12:22-24. This is not by and by, but now. What is most valuable for any human being, without regard to an afterlife, is to be a part of this marvelous reality, God's kingdom now. Eternity is now ongoing. I am now leading a life that will last forever. Upon my treasure in the heavens I now draw for present needs. If, with a view to my needs in this life, I had to choose between having good credit with a bank and having good credit with God, I would not hesitate a moment. By all means, let the bank go. What my life really is even now is hid with Christ in God, Colossians 3:3. What I treasure in heaven is not just the little that I have caused to be there. It is what I love there and what I place my security and happiness in there. It is God who is our refuge and strength, a very present help in time of trouble, Psalms 46:1. And as the Apostle Paul has taught us from his own experience, my God shall supply every need you have in terms of His riches in glory in Christ Jesus, Philippians 4:19. This is the constant witness of the biblical record to the kingdom among us. How many birds are you worth? It is from this background that we now return in the flow of Jesus' discourse to themes earlier struck in this book. We have no reason ever to be anxious. This present world is a perfectly safe place for us to be. That certainly is what Jesus, and the Bible as a whole, has to say to us. Surely goodness and mercy shall follow me all the days of my life, and I shall dwell in the house of the Lord forever. Psalm 23. I recognize how strange, even strained, it sounds. But that is only because the entire posture of our embodied self and its surroundings is habitually inclined toward physical or earthly reality as the only reality there is. Hence, to treasure anything else must be wrong. It is to rest on illusions. We must be prepared to be treated as more or less crazy unless we value what is on earth as supreme for human existence. But of course if we do value mammon as normal people seem to think we should, our fate is fixed. Our fate is anxiety. It is worry. It is frustration. The words anxious and worry both have reference to strangling or being choked. Certainly that is how we feel when we are anxious. Things and events have us by the throat and seem to be cutting off our life. We are being harmed, or we fear what will come upon us, and all our efforts are insufficient to do anything about it. Perhaps more energy has gone into dealing with this human situation than into anything else, from songs about don't worry, be happy, to $2.50 an hour sessions with a therapist. Because we have the option, in reliance upon Jesus, of having abundant treasures in the realm of the heavens, Jesus gives us another of His therefores. Therefore don't be anxious for your physical existence, concerning what you will have to eat or drink, or how you will clothe your body, Matthew 6:25. Life is not about food, He continues to say, nor the body about clothes. It is about a place in God's immortal kingdom now. Eternity is, in part, what we are now living. Jesus reminds us to look at living things around us in nature. In particular He refers us to birds and wild flowers. What is most relevant about the birds is that they do not lay up treasures upon earth. They receive from their world, under God, daily food for daily needs. When we watch them we are reminded of the phrase in the Lord's Prayer, "Give us today the food we need for today." The reality of kingdom immediacy, which also produced the manna in the wilderness, which had to be gathered each day and would not keep without spoiling except over the Sabbath, comes into play again with birds. Also we see it in the place of children in the Gospels. They are called greatest in the kingdom. The little child has no capacity to command a store of goods on its own that would allow it to live independently of others. It simply must assume that provisions are made for it by others. And as for the birds, it is not so much that birds do not work. They are among the busiest citizens of our world. Some, such as domestic chickens, are observed to work very hard. We too should work, and sometimes work hard. But our feathered friends do not seem to worry about the physical supports of their life, such as food and water and shelter. They simply seek it as they need it and take what they find. And that is how we should be. Having our treasures in heaven frees us to live simply in the present so far as our vital needs are concerned. We work hard, of course, and we care for our loved ones. But we do not worry, not even about them. Having food and clothing and God, we can be content. 1 Timothy 6:8. The regular provision of God for birds was the basis for some humor in Jesus' teaching, repeated a number of times in the Gospels. In the Sermon on the Mount he emphasizes his Father's provision for us by asking rhetorically, "Aren't you better than birds?" But in Matthew 10 he is teaching about freedom from fear of physical death. "Do not fear those who kill the body," he says, "but are unable to kill the soul." Of course physical death only concerns the treasures that are upon the earth. For most people, perhaps, the thing they most treasure is staying alive on earth. As a result they live their entire lives in bondage to fear of physical death, Hebrews 2:15. But the only one to fear, Jesus points out, is him who is able to destroy both soul and body in Gehenna, the eternal cosmic landfill, Matthew 10:28. Now this just happens to be the same one who gently cares for sparrows. 2 sparrows are sold for a penny, really, the smallest copper coin then in circulation. On a bargain day, apparently, you can get 5 for 2 pennies, Luke 12:6. Yet God is watching over every one of them. And he watches you so closely that he knows how many hairs are on your head at any given moment. Don't be afraid, then, you are of greater value than several sparrows, Matthew 10:31. Elsewhere he puts the joke in terms of ravens, birds far less attractive to me than sparrows. Yet God feeds them. And how much more valuable you are than birds, Luke 12:24. Have you ever tried to price someone in terms of birds? Perhaps 5 sparrows, a hawk, 2 cockatoos, and a bald eagle? And the lilies. All of this about food and treasuring food, but of course some people would rather starve than look bad. Thus one of the 3 things that make up the world, the human order, according to the Apostle John, is the lust of the eyes, 1 John 2:16. Jesus understood how much people treasure their physical appearance. And a major part of appearance is size. We see its importance today in several dimensions. Thick and thin, short and tall, and so forth. But height has been specially valued by men and, within limits, by both men and women. A girl who is too tall, taller than most boys, may suffer for it. And short people, as the popular song of some years back indicated, have no reason to exist. But of course treasuring height and worrying about it, perhaps returning to it over and over to bemoan its absence or feel inferior, doesn't make one any taller. Which of you by worry can add a single inch to your height? Matthew 6:27. And in any case one's height has no bearing on one's attractiveness and beauty as a human being. An unceasing spiritual being with an eternal destiny in God's great universe, as we have said. Nature provides its own beauty to all of God's creations. To try to be beautiful in terms of physical things never succeeds. And without the inner beauty of soul, beauty is simply garish. Like a golden ring in a pig's nose, the proverb says, is a gorgeous woman who lacks sense, Proverbs 11:22. Some of the most beautiful people I have ever seen are elderly people whose souls shine so brightly their bodies are hardly visible. Dorothy Day, Malcolm Muggeridge, Agnes Sanford, Golda Meir, Ethel Waters, and on and on. And this beauty is not just for old people. The natural beauty of the human being is given from the kingdom to every person who will receive it. The little flowers that grow wild on the hillsides, Jesus points out, effortlessly exhibit a radiance of beauty that the most powerful human beings fixed up to the greatest possible extent, Solomon in all his glory, 6:29, cannot begin to match. If you look at one of these little flowers and then at the strained ladies and floppy gentlemen who come out to opening nights and award dinners in our centers of power and culture, you can only feel sorry for the people. They can't even begin to compete. But as we live from God and God's world, a beauty is ours that overwhelms the flowers. If God adorns the grasses that pass in a day, to be burned as fuel or as trash, will He not do much more for you? You little faiths. 6:30. Here Jesus uses a term that may have been his own invention. Oligopistoi, little faiths. It occurs 10 times in 5 verses in the Gospels. It seems to have been a nickname that he invented as a way of gently chiding his apprentices for their lack of confidence in God and in himself. The faith that sees human beings in place in the kingdom among us sees them as radiant beings of eternal value. And then of course, eventually, when Christ, who is our life, shall be revealed, you will also be revealed with him, a glorious being, Colossians 3:4. People who are ignorant of God, the ethne, or nations, who also pray, we have seen, with mechanical meaninglessness, live to eat and drink and dress. For such things the Gentiles seek, and their lives are filled with corresponding anxiety and anger and depression about how they will look and how they will fare. By contrast, those who understand Jesus and his Father know that provision has been made for them. Their confidence has been confirmed by their experience. Though they work, they do not worry about things on earth. Instead, they are always seeking first the kingdom. That is, they place top priority on identifying and involving themselves in what God is doing and in the kind of rightness, dikaiosune, he has. All else needed is provided, 6:33. They soon enough have a track record to prove it. The reference to seeking to have the rightness of the Father ties the discussion of reputation and treasures back to the culminating verses of chapter 5 and to being the children of your Father in the heavens, being whole as your Father in the heavens is whole, 5:45-48. In both cases the reference is to the character of divine love, which only those in the family of God actually possess. This is the golden thread that winds its way through the entire discussion of kingdom living by Jesus, continually correcting our vision and giving us hope. Jesus now concludes this section of his discourse, Matthew 6:19-34, with another touch of humor. You have no need to be anxious about what will happen tomorrow, he says. You can do your worrying about tomorrow. Each day contains just enough problems to last to the end of that day, 6:34. Soberly, when our trust is in things that are absolutely beyond any risk or threat, and we have learned from good sources, including our own experience, that those things are there, anxiety is just groundless and pointless. It occurs only as a hangover of bad habits established when we were trusting things, like human approval and wealth, that were certain to let us down. Now our strategy should be one of resolute rejection of worry, while we concentrate on the future in hope and with prayer and on the past with thanksgiving. Paul, once again, got it. Don't be anxious about anything, he says, but in every situation, with prayer and supplications, with thanksgiving, let God know what you want. And the peace which God himself has will, beyond anything we can intellectually grasp, stand guard over your hearts and minds, which are within the reality of Jesus the Anointed. Philippians 4:6-7. We will find all this so much easier, of course, once we have been freed from our old dependency upon the opinions of others and upon our treasure of material goods. In the world you are distressed. We noted earlier that if we do not treasure earthly goods we must be prepared to be treated as more or less crazy. This is also true if we escape the delusions of respectability and so are not governable by the opinions of those around us, even though we respect them in love. After all, the world's beatitudes include blessed are the rich and blessed are you when all men speak well of you, Luke 6:24-26. So Jesus told his students that the world would hate them, John 15:19. I'm sure they must have been quite shocked by this, as they were by the establishment's rejection and murder of their teacher. The world, cosmos, as used in such New Testament statements, does not refer to the planet Earth and physical reality but to the historically developing organization of natural human abilities into the social and cultural structures within which we all must live. It does not refer to individuals as such. Of course, Jesus was greatly loved by multitudes of individuals, as were his immediate and his later followers. But they were murdered nonetheless. And that is not uncommon today. In 16th century Holland, the Mennonites were outlawed and, when caught, often executed. One of them, Dirk Willems, was being chased across an ice field when his pursuer broke through and fell in. In response to his cries for help, Willems returned and saved him from the waters. The pursuer was grateful and astonished that he would do such a thing, but nevertheless arrested him, as he thought it his duty to do. A few days later Willems was executed by being burned at the stake in the town of Asperen. It was precisely his Christ-likeness that brought on his execution. So we want to be clear, as we come to the end of this chapter, that the one who takes on the character of the Prince of Life will not be exempted from the usual problems of life, and in addition will have the problems that come from not fitting in and being incapable of conforming to the world order, new or old. This will not infrequently mean death or imprisonment or exclusion from the economy or education, and so on. All of these things have happened repeatedly in our history. Indeed, it is said that more Christians have died as martyrs in the 20th century than in all the period from the beginning to 1900. The Western segment of the Church today lives in a bubble of historical illusion about the meaning of discipleship and the gospel. We are dominated by the essentially Enlightenment values that rule American culture. Pursuit of happiness, unrestricted freedom of choice, disdain of authority. The prosperity gospels, the gospels of liberation, and the comfortable sense of what life is all about that fills the minds of most devout Christians in our circles are the result. How different is the gritty realization of James. Friends of the world, cosmos, are enemies of God, James 4:4, and John. If anyone loves the world, the love of the Father is not in him, 2 John 2:15. Accordingly, when we speak of freedom from dependency on reputation and material wealth, we are not suggesting an easy triumphalism. Indeed, there will be times when we have no friends or wealth to be free from dependence upon. And that, of course, is precisely the point. In such a case we will be undisturbed. Life is hard in this world, and also for disciples of Jesus. In his commencement address, as we should perhaps call John 14:16, Jesus tells his distressed friends plainly, in the world, cosmos, you will have trouble. This is not denied but transcended when he adds, cheer up. I have overcome the world, 16:33. Many are the afflictions of the righteous, the psalmist discovered long ago, but the Lord delivers from them all, Psalms 34:19. Chapter 7. The community of prayerful love. God did not send his Son into the world to condemn it, but to save it. John 3:17. Within the spiritual community there is never, nor in any way, any immediate relationship of one to another, whereas human community expresses a profound, elemental, human desire for community, for immediate contact with other human souls, just as in the flesh there is the urge for physical merger with other flesh. Dietrich Bonhoeffer, Life Together. Ask, and it shall be given. Matthew 7:7. No condemnation. Jesus looks outward to the cosmos and to the sweep of human history before and after. He tells us we have no need to be anxious, for there is a divine life, the true home of the soul, that we can enter simply by placing our confidence in him, becoming his friend, and conspiring with him to subvert evil with good. He also shows us how we can be renewed in the depths of our soul, stepping beyond the goodness of scribes and Pharisees to become the kinds of persons who are genuinely at home in God's world. In the concluding parts of his discourse on the hill, now he continues to alert us to specific practices and underlying attitudes that are so human, all too human but sure to isolate us from the goodness and power flowing within the kingdom among us. In the first 12 verses of Matthew 7, he deals with the deadly way in which we try to manage or control those closest to us by blaming and condemning them and by forcing upon them our wonderful solutions for their problems. This too is a sure way of stepping outside Torah, Logos, the kingdom among us, and undertaking to manage our world on our own. Disaster awaits, greater or smaller, sooner or later. This almost universal human practice is the subject of verses 1-6, and after his brief but incisive treatment of it, he then shows us a truly effective and gracious way of caring for and helping the people we love in verses 7-12. It is the way of the request, of asking, which naturally progresses into kingdom praying. It is a way that actually works, because it draws people into the kingdom rather than into the web of our devices and plans for them. It creates the community of prayerful love. Once again, the centrality of the order. We recall, as we approach these passages, that we have already laid aside anger and contempt, cultivation of lusting, verbal manipulation, payback and getting even, along with the burdens and anxieties of looking good and securing ourselves through wealth. If we are still dominated by anger, contempt, and lusting, still ruling our house with an iron lung, and so forth, the tender areas into which Jesus now moves will simply be incomprehensible. We must start at the point Jesus himself chose, the nature of true well-being, or blessedness, and follow his order through the setting aside of anger, contempt, absorbing lust, manipulation, and payback, and on to the forsaking of dependence upon human reputation and material wealth. Then we will be ready for what comes next. For as the master of knowledge, he here deals with personal and moral reality as it really is, and it really does have an order. We omit that order at our peril. For the teachings in Matthew 7:1-12, this point about order and progression may be even more important than for other parts of the discourse. Verses 1:5, 6, and 7:11, taken in isolation, as they usually are, appear to be just a few striking but unrelated points about this and that the speaker dropped along the way to the end of his talk. But they are not. They are absolutely vital points in the overall teaching and its progression. They illustrate the inner texture of kingdom life with family, friends, co-workers, and next-door neighbors. They illustrate the kingdom attitude toward those closest to us. Without them, the rest of the sermon would never do as a plan for building the house of one's life upon the rock. Of course, we already know that the positive characterization of the kingdom attitude is agape love, and we have already discussed it at some length. But this love is an inexhaustible subject, and now Jesus gives a further look at it. His treatment of it here still takes in the area of action, of doing. But it also involves a new look at the inward attitude, and it characterizes that attitude in a helpful way for specific contexts. Thus verse 12. Therefore, treat others as you want them to treat you. This is, of course, his world-famous golden rule, which every subsequent moral thinker has had to come to terms with. It, Jesus says, is the law and the prophets. In other words, this is love, and everything that is intended for us by God is included within it. The therefore in verse 12 refers back to verses 1-11, and we must, as always, notice carefully what the therefore is there for. It is there to indicate that verse 12 makes the general point that the earlier verses illustrate. In kingdom life we extend the respect to others that we would naturally hope others would extend to us. That is how love behaves, and it still behaves that way when we come to our intimate relationships. In the previous verses, 1:11, agape love has been concretely illustrated in 3 ways. 1. Not condemning or blaming those around us, verses 1-5. 2. Not forcing wonderful things upon them, verse 6. 3. Just asking for what we want from them, and from God, verses 7-11. Judge not. If we would really help those close to us and dear, and if we would learn to live together with our family and neighbors in the power of the kingdom, we must abandon the deeply rooted human practice of condemning and blaming. This is what Jesus means when he says, judge not. He is telling us that we should, and that we can, become the kind of person who does not condemn or blame others. As we do so, the power of God's kingdom will be more freely available to bless and guide those around us into His ways. But when we first hear this, we may feel as we did when we heard about laying aside anger, contempt, and cultivated lusting, disbelieving. Can we really live that way? Could we successfully negotiate personal relations without letting people know that we disapprove of them and find them to be in the wrong? Condemnation, giving it and receiving it, is such a large part of normal human existence that we may not even be able to imagine or think what life would be like without it. At least we need the choice of giving others a good dose of blame and condemnation when it seems appropriate, don't we? We have great confidence in the power of condemnation to straighten others out. And if that fails, should we not at least make clear that we are on the side of the right, no small matter itself? But what is it, exactly, that we do when we condemn someone? When we condemn another, we really communicate that he or she is, in some deep and just possibly irredeemable way, bad as a whole, and to be rejected. In our eyes, the condemned is among the discards of human life. He or she is not acceptable. We sentence that person to exclusion. Surely we can learn to live well and happily without doing that. Who can correct others? To be fair, we rarely intend such total rejection, but that is usually what comes across. To correct another without making this happen requires great spiritual and personal maturity. That is why Paul wrote to the Galatians, "Brothers, if someone really is caught in a sin, the spiritual ones among you are the ones to restore him. Do it in a lowly and non-presumptuous spirit, considering yourselves, lest you too be put to the test. Feel the weight others are feeling, and thus you will fulfill Christ's teaching." 6:1. The wisdom that comes from Jesus to us through these words of Paul is astonishingly rich. First, we don't undertake to correct unless we are absolutely sure of the sin. Here the language of 1 Corinthians 13 comes into play. Love believes all things, hopes all things. If there is any lack of clarity about whether the sin occurred, assume it did not. At least, don't start correcting. Second, not just anyone is to correct others. Correction is reserved for those who live and work in a divine power not their own. For that power is also wise, and it is loving beyond anything we will ever be. These are the spiritual ones referred to. Only a certain kind of life puts us in position to correct. Third, the correcting to be done is not a matter of straightening them out. It is not a matter of hammering on their wrongness and on what is going to happen to them if they don't change their ways. It is a matter of restoration. The aim in dealing with the one caught is to bring them back on the path of Jesus and to establish them there so their progress in kingdom character and living can continue. Nothing is to be done that is not useful to this specific end. Fourth, the ones who are restoring others must go about their work with the sure knowledge that they could very well do the same thing that the person caught has done, or even worse. This totally removes any sense of self-righteousness or superiority, which, if it is present, will certainly make restoration impossible. To aid in this direction, the restorers are to endeavor to feel the weight, the burden, that the one being restored feels as he or she stands trapped in the sin. Of course, these teachings were never intended to apply only to church fellowships and community. They are most important for human life as they apply to our closest relationships, to our mates and children, our close relatives and associates of all types. This is the place where, in our twisted and upside-down condition, familiarity is most likely to breed contempt. Most families would be healthier and happier if their members treated one another with the respect they would give to a perfect stranger. C.S. Lewis's discussion of strange, familial love, is endlessly instructive on this point and is required reading for all who intend to have a decent family life. He notes that he has been far more impressed by the bad manners of parents to children than by those of children to parent. Parents are seen to treat their children with an incivility which, offered to any other young people, would simply have terminated the acquaintance. They are dogmatic on matters the children understand and the elders don't. They impose ruthless interruptions, flat contradictions, ridicule of things the young take seriously, and make insulting references to their friends. This provides an easy explanation to the questions, why are they always out? Why do they like every house better than their home? Who, Lewis inquires, does not prefer civility to barbarism? Saint Dominic, who lived in the 13th century and founded the great Dominican order of preachers within the Catholic Church, beautifully illustrates the tender way of Jesus. His brother Paul of Venice, among others, bore testimony to it by relating, he, Dominic, wanted the rule of the Dominican order to be observed strictly by himself and by the others. He reprimanded offenders justly and so affectionately that no one was ever upset by his correction and punishment. Brother Frugario also said of Dominic, he himself observed the rule strictly and wanted it to be observed by the others. He convicted and corrected offenders with gentleness and kindness in such a way that no one was upset, even though the penances were sometimes very severe. This is the natural effect of a non-condemning spirit. It is obvious how different this is from the usual human treatment. Sometimes it is said even now of someone that they are beyond the pale. This ancient way of speaking refers to the old tribal practice of cutting people off from the group. They are then forced by communal solidarity to live in the darkness, beyond the point where the communal fire and light allowed things to be barely visible, that is, beyond the pale. For millennia it was the leper who was the most potent symbol of condemnation and exclusion. The immoral person has had an equally long run in history, the divorced woman also. One of the major lessons of the Gospels is how Jesus was with such people, accepting them, touching them, and eating with them. He did this in a very natural way. It was for them, not for show or to make a point. Today homeless people and people with AIDS are, sadly, apt to find themselves looked upon as a combination of the leper and the immoral. Jesus certainly would make a point of being with them, too, in any natural connection of life. Although he certainly let his condemnation fall upon self-righteous and deeply corrupted leaders, Matthew 23, Luke 11:29-54, we never see it in other contexts. And we can trust him to express it appropriately toward such people, though we ourselves could rarely if ever do so. Anger and condemnation, like vengeance, are safely left to God. We must beware of believing that it is okay for us to condemn as long as we are condemning the right things. It is not so simple as all that. I can trust Jesus to go into the temple and drive out those who were profiting from religion, beating them with a rope. I cannot trust myself to do so. Condemnation's involvement with anger and contempt. Now a moment's reflection is all that is required to make one realize how terribly powerful condemnation is. It knifes into vulnerable areas at the core of our being. That is why it hurts so badly and at the same time why we rely upon it so heavily. The decision to step aside from it, neither giving it nor receiving it, is a major turning point in one's life. If, as Christians often say, we really are different as followers of Christ, this is a point where it should be most obvious. We would not condemn, nor would we receive condemnation directed upon us. Of course, more than half the battle with condemnation is won once we have given up anger and contempt. Condemnation always involves some degree of self-righteousness and of distancing ourselves from the one we are condemning. And self-righteousness always involves an element of comparison and of condemnation. Jesus spoke to some who were relying upon themselves for their rightness and were despising others, Luke 18:9. The combination is not accidental. Contempt is a major part of condemnation in the usual case, and when we drop contempt from our soul and our bearing, condemnation rarely occurs, and never with its most devastating effects. Anger is not as closely intertwined with condemnation as is contempt, but in fact there is a close association. Watching anger in action, we see that it almost always leads to condemnation, partly, no doubt, because condemnation is such a handy way of hurting people deeply. And anger desires to hurt. On the other hand, condemnation makes the road to anger a quick and easy trip. The one condemned is seen as deserving of suffering and, in any case, as not worthy of protection and respect. The condemned, in turn, responds with anger to the pain of being condemned. And around and around. Clearly, then, if we are to come to terms with condemnation, we must deal with anger and contempt, and if we have dealt with anger and contempt, there will be little condemnation left to deal with. Little, but still some. For there seems to be something righteous about condemnation. There actually is a ministry of condemnation, and it has a certain glory. 2 Corinthians 3:9. I have observed many good people who seem to feel a positive obligation to condemn others, and in some cases they do it without anger or contempt, even with some degree of sorrow and compassion. Yet the effects of condemnation remain the same. It remains a stinging attack, a shocking assault upon the one condemned. Whatever good it may do in human affairs comes at a very high price. And often it grows into shame. Shame seems most widespread and deepest among the very people who take rightness and goodness most seriously. It is a dimension of condemnation that reaches into the deepest levels of our souls. In shame we are self-condemned for being the person we are. It touches our identity and causes self-rejection. We feel ourselves to be a failure just for being the person we are. We wish to be someone else. But of course we cannot. We are trapped, and our life is made hopeless. This explains why discrimination against people because of the kind of person they are, their identity, is so hateful and destructive. It also explains why the gospel of the kingdom has such transforming power in human life. For that gospel opens the kingdom to everyone, no matter their classification, and it enables us really to become a different kind of person, beyond all condemnation, blame, and shame, and to know it. Those who mourn, when they step into the kingdom of the heavens, are given beauty in place of ashes, the oil of gladness instead of grief, and garments of praise in place of a spirit of despair. Isaiah 61:3. That you be not judged. The result of condemning and blaming is sure to be a counterattack in the very same terms. The parents who have reproached a child for using drugs, for example, soon find themselves condemned for coffee, tobacco, or alcohol use. This is a well-known case of exactly what Jesus said. Don't condemn or you will be condemned. As you have meted out condemnation to others, so they will mete out condemnation to you. Matthew 7:1-2. And if it isn't in terms of the usual respected dependencies, it will be in terms of food or overwork or some other excess, real or imagined. But a counterattack there will be, even if it requires a trip through the unconscious mind or the body of the one condemned. If our counterattack is unacceptable to ourselves, as it is very likely to be in a family setting, it may be shoved beneath the surface and will then come out in the many forms of behavior that look like something else, for example, perfectionism, procrastination, rejection of authority, or passive-aggressive tendencies such as chronic tardiness or the constant aborting of success, or even in physical symptoms. For condemnation brings anger in return, and anger will attack. And that will very likely move on to contempt, to you fool, to shame, or even to physical injury and abuse. And this attack can be and often is turned against oneself by the amazing chemistry of the mind. This reciprocity explains why condemnation as a strategy for correcting or helping those near and dear to us will almost always fail. It is extremely rare that anyone who is condemned will respond by changing in the desired way. And those who can so respond are most likely to be spiritual giants already. Rebuke a wise man, the proverb says, and he will love you for it. Proverbs 9:8. Yes, but in most cases where we condemn we are not dealing with wise people. We are dealing with people, even very young people, who will simply be deeply injured, become angry, and repay us in kind. A few decades ago there emerged in American society something called the generation gap. It did not exist in the world of my youth, in the 40s and 50s. It was caused by exactly what Jesus here calls our attention to. The law of reciprocity of condemnation, we could call it. Popular arts, sexual morality or immorality, disenchantment with the establishment, the Vietnam War, and the draft, racial segregation, the role of education in society, and other factors, were all a part of the mix. But it really doesn't matter much now what caused it and who started it. The fact is, we are now saddled, as a people, with the conceptualization of youth against age and age against youth, of generation against generation. There is a mixture of blame, misunderstanding, mistrust, condemnation, and even shame between age groups. We now have names that more or less strongly incorporate this mixture, such as boomers, busters, zers, and so forth. And we have many other ways of clustering people into mutual condemnation groups. Heartfelt acceptance of the gospel of the Beatitudes alone can offer relief from this dreadful battle of condemnation and counter-condemnation. Eliminate condemnation and then help. Jesus shows us how to proceed in another way, a better way, to help the ones we care about. He says, "Why do you concentrate on the little speck in your brother's eye, but do not take into consideration the board in your own eye? How can you say to your brother, 'Let me get that little speck out of your eye,' when you are standing there with a board covering your own eye?" Matthew 7:3-4. How, we might ask, does Jesus know there is a board in your eye, that you have a serious character problem that needs to be removed? In the next verse he even goes on to say, "You hypocrite! First take the board from over your eye and then you will have clear vision to extract the little speck from your brother's eye." How does he know that those who judge, in the sense of condemning others, are hypocrites? Is it merely that there must be something wrong with us, because there is something wrong with everyone, and that we should not condemn others until we are perfect? Is it just the "let him who is without sin cast the first stone" routine? No, that's not it. Rather, it is because he understands what condemnation is and involves. Condemnation is the board in our eye. He knows that the mere fact that we are condemning someone shows our heart does not have the kingdom rightness he has been talking about. Condemnation, especially with its usual accompaniments of anger and contempt and self-righteousness, blinds us to the reality of the other person. We cannot see clearly how to assist our brother, because we cannot see our brother. And we will never know how to truly help him until we have grown into the kind of person who does not condemn. Period. Getting the board out is not a matter of correcting something that is wrong in our life so that we will be able to condemn our dear ones better, more effectively, so to speak. Judging and discerning. But some are troubled with giving up judging because of another sense of the word that marks an absolutely central aspect of life, one that Jesus is in no way suggesting we omit. The term krino, a form of which Jesus uses here in Matthew 7, has as its primary meanings to separate, make a distinction between, exercise judgment upon, to estimate or appraise. For example, a dentist may examine a patient's teeth and say, "I see you have not been brushing regularly. Your gums are receding, and there is a cavity over on this right lower side." When he does this, he is indeed judging the condition of the patient's teeth and gums and practice of dental hygiene. He is discerning, seeing and saying what it is. But he would not usually be thought of as condemning us or our teeth and gums. He is appraising their condition in distinction from other, more desirable conditions. That is his business. Of course, I suppose he could be condemning us. He might be someone who just hates or has contempt for anyone who does not take care of his or her teeth. He then would naturally place that person beyond the pale. But that certainly would not be the usual case and would be thought unprofessional. We do not have to, we cannot, surrender the valid practice of distinguishing and discerning how things are in order to avoid condemning others. We can, however, train ourselves to hold people responsible and discuss their failures with them, and even assign them penalties, if we are, for example, in some position over them, without attacking their worth as human beings or marking them as rejects. A practiced spirit of intelligent agape will make this possible. Recall the words of Paul and the example of Saint Dominic referred to earlier. But that is a complicated task at best. Not only because we may not know how to do it, which is often the case, but also because those we appraise may not know how to take our appraisal in any other way than as an attack on their person. This is especially true today, when people are so desperately seeking approval. Having no adequate sense of themselves as spiritual beings, or of their place in a good world of God, they regard any negative appraisal of what they do as condemnation of themselves as persons. They have nowhere to stand to do otherwise. It is interesting and important to observe that today the old phrase "hate the sin and love the sinner" no longer is accepted. If you disapprove of what I do or how I do it, it is now generally thought, you can only be condemning me and rejecting me. This is another evidence of the devastating effect of the loss to our culture of any idea of the self as a spiritual being that not only has but is an inner substance. I am my actions, it is thought, and how then can you say you disapprove of my actions but love me? But of course this attitude may also be a manipulative device I use to try to drive you into approving of everything I do. Then perhaps I can enjoy without reproach my sovereign liberty, so dear to the American heart, to do exactly what I want. Or at least I can hotly reproach you in turn for trying to impose your ideas on me. Few people today can stand up to this device in public or private discourse while retaining with equanimity their own sense of truth and reality. Better just to not think, or at least to be quiet. Such easy misunderstandings as are now current make it all the more important that we be very clear in our own minds what condemnation is and how it relates to the more basic sense of judgment that only involves separating one thing from another to the best of our ability. We simply cannot forsake discernment, and Jesus himself devotes the last half of Matthew 7 to urging us precisely to discern and, in that sense, to judge. But we must forsake the practice of condemning people, and that will not be difficult at all once we see clearly what it is to condemn and have previously rid ourselves of anger and contempt. A family without condemning. It is a great help, of course, if the absence of condemning has been modeled for us as a way of life. When I was quite a young child, in grade school as it then was called, I came to know a wonderful family in the region of southern Missouri where I was brought up. It was the von Allman family, the family of my sister-in-law Bertha von Allman Willard. Now, I think my own family was a remarkable group of people, very caring and responsible, but the von Allman family, presided over by the grandparents, Elmer and Nora, had in them a spirit that I, at least, had never before encountered, and perhaps never since. They did not condemn. They worked hard, were upright almost to a fault, and carefully disciplined their children. But I never saw or felt with them the slightest element of condemnation or condemnatory blaming. Among them, I quickly noticed, children were to be heard as well as seen. How brutal that saying is, children are to be seen and not heard. And as I watched their children through the years, and grew up along with their grandchildren, the same non-condemnatory spirit seemed on the whole to prevail throughout their lives. I came to live with my older brother, J.I. Willard, and his wife, Bertha, when I was in the 2nd grade, and intermittently thereafter. It was the von Allman family, and most of all Bertha, that demonstrated to me how one could live a strong and good life without using condemnation to punish and control others. Never once in all those years, or since, did she condemn or blame me, though I frequently deserved it. I thought in those years long ago that it was just her way. Now I understand it was her heart, which she learned from her father and mother and, through them, from Christ. It is not easy to imagine the real-life possibility of living without condemning when we grow up in a world such as ours. The steadying influence of a very clear and very real example can do much to help us understand the gentleness of the way of Jesus. Unfortunately, I did not immediately learn to live in the spirit of my sister-in-law and her family and continued for many years to use condemnation on those close to me. I still could think of Jesus' teachings as impossible laws. When we enter the life of friendship with the Jesus who is now at work in our universe, we stand in a new reality where condemnation is simply irrelevant. There is before God, Paul says, no condemnation for those who are in Christ Jesus, Romans 8:1. And as for the condemnation we may receive from others, I endeavor not to receive it, to just ignore or drop it. I have learned to look at it only while simultaneously holding in full view the fact that Jesus, so far from condemning me, died for me and is right now intervening on my behalf in the heavens. This helps me stay out of counter-condemnation, with its pain and anger. Who is this one condemning me, I ask, when set beside that one who does not condemn me? I think I shall not be depressed about this condemnation of me, then, especially since I know that nothing can separate me from the eternal love of Christ, Romans 8:33-35. And in this context it seems only intelligent just to have done with the whole condemning game. When good things become deadly, of pearls and pigs. Our practice of condemnation engineering, as it might be called, usually goes hand in hand with another device mistakenly used to manage the lives of those we truly care about. That is the practice of pushing the things of God upon them whether they want or are ready for them or not. Or it may just be good things generally we are pushing, for example, education or proper diet. The very idea of compulsory education, of forcing young people to be in school, except where, very wisely and gently, quite small children are concerned, illustrates this misguided practice of pushing valuable things on people, and its disastrous outcome in contemporary society exactly confirms the truth of what Jesus had to say. His comment has actually become a proverb, but unfortunately with a meaning far removed from what he had in mind. "Do not," he said, "give dogs sacred things to eat, nor try to get pigs to dine on pearls. For they will simply walk all over them and turn and take a bite out of you." Matthew 7:6. The long standard use of this verse is directly opposed to the spirit of Jesus and his teachings. That use suggests that we may have certain wonderful treasures, of truth and of service perhaps, that we could give to others. Perhaps the treasure is the very gospel itself. But there are some who are not worthy of those treasures. We have to watch for such people. Normally they are thought of as people who will not accept our treasure or would not use it rightly. They are the pigs or the dogs in question. And we are not to waste our good things on these worthless or evil people. So goes the standard reading of verse 6. But it is hard to imagine anything more opposed to the spirit of Jesus than this. Indeed, the very coming of Christ, the pearl of God, into the world, would be a case of pearls before pigs thus understood. So let us be clear once and for all that Jesus is not suggesting that certain classes of people are to be viewed as pigs or dogs. Nor is he saying that we should not give good things and do good deeds to people who might reject or misuse them. In fact, his teaching is precisely the opposite. We are to be like the Father in the heavens, who is kind to the unthankful and the evil. Luke 6:35. The problem with pearls for pigs is not that the pigs are not worthy. It is not worthiness that is in question here at all, but helpfulness. Pigs cannot digest pearls, cannot nourish themselves upon them. Likewise for a dog with a Bible or a crucifix. The dog cannot eat it. The reason these animals will finally turn and rend you, when you one day step up to them with another load of Bibles or pearls, is that you at least are edible. Anyone who has ever had serious responsibilities of caring for animals will understand immediately what Jesus is saying. And what a picture this is of our efforts to correct and control others by pouring our good things, often truly precious things, upon them, things that they nevertheless simply cannot ingest and use to nourish themselves. Often we do not even listen to them. We know without listening. Jesus saw it going on around him all the time, as we do today. And the outcome is usually exactly the same as with the pig and the dog. Our good intentions make little difference. The needy person will finally become angry and attack us. The point is not the waste of the pearl but that the person given the pearl is not helped. How often this happens between child and parent. Along with condemnation, they usually go hand in hand. The counterattack is the number one cause of alienation between the generations. Our children or others do not know what else to do with us pearl pushers. And even though they love us, as parent or friend, for example, they simply cannot take any more of our pushy irrelevance, as they see it, or possibly our stubborn blindness. Forcing religion upon the young even though it makes no sense to them is a major reason why they graduate from church about the same time they graduate from high school and do not return for 20 years, if ever. The gap is only widened when the elders are in turn condemned for not responding to the newfound wisdom of the young. Frankly, our pearls often are offered with a certain superiority of bearing that keeps us from paying attention to those we are trying to help. We have solutions. That should be enough, shouldn't it? And very quickly some contempt, impatience, anger, and even condemnation slips into our offer. And the very goodness of our pearl may make us think that we couldn't possibly have the wrong attitude toward the intended recipient. Would we be offering them such pearls if our heart were not right? Unfortunately, we just might. It has been done. And how we honestly feel when our pearl is left there on the ground to be walked on by the unenthusiastic recipient will be a pretty good sign of where our heart was in the first place. What we are actually doing with our proper condemnations and our wonderful solutions, more often than not, is taking others out of their own responsibility and out of God's hands and trying to bring them under our control. This was never meant to be, and usually we ourselves do not consciously intend it. We are perhaps filled with anxiety about the ones we care for. But, just as we saw earlier with swearing, or making oaths, we are always to respect other people as spiritual beings who are responsible before God alone for the course they choose to take of their own free will. God has paid an awful price to arrange for human self-determination. He obviously places great value on it. It is, after all, the only way he can get the kind of personal beings he desires for his eternal purposes. And just as we are not to try to manipulate others with impressive language of any kind, Matthew 5:37, so we are not to harass them into rightness and goodness with our condemnings and our pearls or holy things. The serpent and the dove. But what are we to do in our desire to help others? Nothing. That would be unacceptable. It is not consistent with really loving those around us. Thus St. Augustine understood love of our neighbor as requiring that we must endeavor to get our neighbor to love God. He understood this to apply to our family, our household, and all within our reach. And he is right. To a great extent, what matters in our approach to people is not just what we do, but how we do it, and when. And we can count on it that a superior attitude or condemnation will never help us help them. The instructions that Jesus gave to his apprentices when, on one occasion, he sent them out to minister the kingdom of the heavens to the needs of human beings was this: have the practical good sense of the snake, and be as undevious or innocent as doves. Matthew 10:16. These homely images begin to open up the positive side of an association with others that will help them without condemning them or forcing upon them good things that they simply cannot benefit from. What is the wisdom of the snake? It is to be watchful and observant until the time is right to act. It is timeliness. One rarely sees a snake chasing its prey or thrashing about in an effort to impress it. But when it acts quickly and decisively. And as for the dove, it does not contrive. It is incapable of intrigue. Guile is totally beyond it. There is nothing indirect about this gentle creature. It is in this sense harmless. The importance scriptural teaching places on guilelessness is very great. One of the traits of the small child, greatest in the kingdom, is its inability to mislead. We are to be like that as adults. These are qualities we must have to walk in the kingdom with others, instead of trying to drive them to change their ways and attitudes and even who they are. These qualities are in turn founded in still deeper qualities, such as patience, confidence, hopefulness, truthfulness, and genuine respect for the freedom and individuality of others. The request as the heart of community, the dynamic of the request. And with such qualities, once again, as we saw in Turning the Other Cheek, the dynamics of the personal relations involved are radically transformed. The most important element in the transformation is this: as long as I am condemning my friends or relatives, or pushing my pearls on them, I am their problem. They have to respond to me, and that usually leads to their judging me right back, or biting me, as Jesus said. But once I back away, maintaining a sensitive and non-manipulative presence, I am no longer their problem. As I listen, they do not have to protect themselves from me, and they begin to open up. I may quickly begin to appear to them as a possible ally and resource. Now they begin to sense their problem to be the situation they have created, or possibly themselves. Because I am no longer trying to drive them, genuine communication, real sharing of hearts, becomes an attractive possibility. The healing dynamic of the request comes naturally into play. And this is the final illustration, the positive one, of how to really be of help to those near us. 7:11. When we stand thus in the kingdom, our approach to influencing others, for their good as well as ours, will be simply to ask. To ask them to change, and to help them in any way they ask of us. It is a natural extension of this dynamic when we turn to ask God to work in their lives and hearts to bring about changes. These changes will certainly involve more than any conscious choice they could make or we could desire. And as long as we respect them before God, and are thoughtful and gracious, we can keep asking, in appropriate ways, keep seeking and keep knocking on the door of their lives. We should note that the ask, seek, knock teaching first applies to our approach to others, not to prayer to God. We respect and never forget that the latch of the heart is within. We are glad for that fact and would not override it. We can gently but persistently keep our hopeful expectation before them and at the same time before God. Asking is indeed the great law of the spiritual world through which things are accomplished in cooperation with God and yet in harmony with the freedom and worth of every individual. The unity of spiritual orientation. To understand Jesus' teachings, we must realize that deep in our orientations of our spirit we cannot have one posture toward God and a different one toward other people. We are a whole being, and our true character pervades everything we do. We cannot, for example, love God and hate human beings. As the Apostle John wrote, those who do not love their brother who is visible cannot love God who is invisible, 1 John 4:20. And the one who does not love does not know God, who is love, 4:8. Similarly, James rules out the blessing of God and the cursing of human beings, made in the likeness of God, coming from the same mouth, 3:9. He also indicates that humility before God and humility before others go together. Those humble before God do not judge their brothers and sisters, 4:6-12. The same basic point of the necessary unity of spiritual orientation is seen in Jesus' teachings about forgiveness and about forgiveness and prayer. If you forgive men the wrongs they do you, your Father in the heavens will also forgive you. But if you don't, neither will he, Matthew 6:14-15. And again with confession of Jesus, or being ashamed. Whoever is ashamed of me and my teachings in the midst of these adulterous and sinful people, the quintessential man will be ashamed of them too, when he comes in the midst of the glory of his Father and the holy angels, Mark 8:38. And with explicit regard to prayer. When you stand praying, forgive anything you may have against anyone, so that your Father also, the one in the heavens, may forgive you your wrongdoings, Mark 11:25. Forgiving is but one case of giving, and one who does not forgive does not live in the spiritual atmosphere and reality of giving, where prayers are answered. Life in the kingdom of God is not something we do, like investing in the stock market or learning Spanish, that allows us to reserve dominion over our own life and use the kingdom for our purposes. We have to surrender the inmost reality of the self to God as expressed in Jesus and his kingdom. We cannot use it while holding our inmost self back from it. There are few one-way streets in the kingdom. For example, God forgives me but I do not forgive. Jesus confesses his friendship to me before the heavenly company but I do not own him before those less than glorious ones around me, and so forth. All of this must be kept firmly in mind as we contemplate Jesus' teaching about the power of the request, as it functions between human beings and between us and God. When I ask someone to do or to be or to give something, I stand with that person in the domain of a constraint without force or necessitation. We are together. A request by its very nature unites. A demand, by contrast, immediately separates. It is this peculiar atmosphere of togetherness that characterizes the kingdom and is, indeed, what human beings were created to thrive in. We teach our children to say please and thank you. This is understood to be a matter of respect, and rightly so. But it is also a way of getting what we want or need. It is a way of getting that requires us to go through the freedom of the person asked, however. In the very act of asking, in the very nature of the request, we acknowledge that the other person can say no, and, innocent as doves, we accept that response. We are not set to punish him or her for saying no. Yet we ask, and we are supposed to ask, and in by far the most cases he or she does not say no. Ask, Jesus said, and you shall receive. Seek, and you shall find. Knock, and it shall be opened to you. That is how we are to relate to others. And that is the primary intention of this much quoted passage. As Emily Dickinson has written, the soul selects her own society, then shuts the door. On her divine majority, obtrude no more. The continuum of prayer. How beautiful it is to see relationships in which asking and receiving are a joyful and loving way of life. Often we see those who cherish one another each seriously or playfully trying to outgive the other. That is how relationships should be. Of course, we must never eliminate the asking side of the relationship. A balance must be kept, for giving is not the same as imposition. That is why God does not just give us what we need without being asked. Prayer is nothing but a proper way for persons to interact. Thus Jesus very naturally moves in Matthew 7:11 from asking for what you want of others to asking for what you want from your Father, the one in the heavens. These two relationships, he clearly taught, are on a continuous line. Who of you, he asks, would give a stone to their child that had asked for a biscuit? 7:9. He is simply reading the ways of the actual human heart. And truly there might be some monster who would do such a cruel thing, or would place a snake in the hand of a child that has asked for a fish, verse 10. But that would not make it any less true that the very act of asking brings to bear a power that usually secures the desired result. Any exception would only prove the rule. The power of asking is so great that it makes many people uncomfortable. Don't you know of people who will go considerably out of their way to avoid someone who is apt to ask them for something? It may even be someone whom they do not know and will never meet again. But they do not wish to feel the power of the request. Who really enjoys eating a sandwich in front of the family dog? No matter that it is your favorite sandwich, which you have lovingly prepared as part of a tiny vacation with your book in a quiet and pleasant place, here is the face, the eyes, perhaps a paw on your knee. You know the rest. You are up against a fundamental force of the universe. In our intimate relationships and associations, the request is by itself usually enough to bring the desired result, unless those relationships and associations have been damaged by previous experience or the persons involved are too deeply scarred. And sometimes there are good reasons why the request should not be granted. But that is by far the less common situation. These realities of asking are facts that we all can observe. Jesus uses them to help us understand the power of prayer, as he moves on to consider requests of God. So if you, twisted as you are, know to give good gifts to your children, how much more will your Father, the one in the heavens, give good things to those who ask him? 7:11. And here, finally, is the basic answer to the urgent need we all feel to influence others for good. That answer is prayer, asking God. This is the sure way in which the good that we can accomplish in others can be accomplished. Our confidence in God is the only thing that makes it possible to treat others as they should be treated. Hence we must look yet again at the therefore. Having made clear the power of prayer to achieve the good ends we desire, Jesus says, therefore, whatever you would like others to do to you, do that to them. That is, because the power of asking and prayer is what it is, treat others as you would like to be treated. For that is what the law and the prophets, God's revealed will, requires of us. 7:12. Where quarreling and fighting come from. Still another perspective on the communal harmony that comes through the power of prayer is seen in James 4. Their prayer is seen as the alternative to fighting others over what we want. What is the cause of all the quarreling and fighting among you? James asks. These are Christians he is talking to. He replies, the pleasures marching around in your body are the cause. You obsessively desire things, but do not get them. You kill, and burn with envy, and are not able to obtain what you want. You struggle and fight, verses 1-2. But what should we do? We should ask. That is the solution to competition. We should turn to God and request what is good rather than only what we want. We should pray that others succeed. You do not have because you do not ask, and you do not get when you ask, because you only want to feed those pleasures of yours. Verse 3. This whole approach to life is misguided. We need to love our neighbors as ourselves, do to them as we would be done to. Receiving the good news of the kingdom will enable us to do that, for it obliterates scarcity and win-lose relationships. Then, indeed as well as in prayer we will seek their good as well as our own. A life of prayer shows us the way to what we need and harmonizes the desires of everyone in the group. Because we are living in the kingdom of the heavens, we are released from absorbing desires that would deflect us from what is really good. In many ways it is the life of prayer that discovers a space in which all can live. The mediator in the community of love. Thus Jesus' teaching about asking, about the request, takes us into the deepest nature of our life together in the kingdom of God as it is now present on earth. This life is shown in both its horizontal, human, and its vertical, divine, dimensions. To understand it totally revolutionizes how we deal with our families, our fellow Christians, and our fellow citizens on earth, both in the kingdom and out. In a lengthy section of his indispensable book Life Together, Dietrich Bonhoeffer provides a striking characterization of the community of prayerful love. I have taken from it an epigraph for the opening of this chapter. There he stresses that in the spiritual community there is never any immediate relationship between human beings. Another way of saying this is that among those who live as Jesus' apprentices there are no relationships that omit the presence and action of Jesus. We never go one-on-one, all relationships are mediated through him. I never think simply of what I am going to do with you, to you, or for you. I think of what we, Jesus and I, are going to do with you, to you, and for you. Likewise, I never think of what you are going to do with me, to me, and for me, but of what will be done by you and Jesus with me, to me, and for me. Bonhoeffer's insights and language are so powerful on this point that it would be a mistake not to dwell on his own words. Because Christian community is founded solely on Jesus Christ, it is a spiritual and not a psychic merely human reality. In this it differs absolutely from all other communities. Christian brotherhood is not an ideal that we must realize, it is rather a reality created by God in Christ in which we may participate. The more clearly we learn to recognize that the ground and strength and promise of all our fellowship is in Jesus Christ alone, the more serenely shall we think of our fellowship and pray and hope for it. The quality of love in the prayerful community is radically different from the highest form of human loves, according to Bonhoeffer. Human love is directed to the other person for his own sake, spiritual love loves him for Christ's sake. Therefore, human love seeks direct contact with the other person, it loves him not as a free person but as one whom it binds to itself. It desires to be irresistible, to rule. Human love has little regard for truth. It makes the truth relative, since nothing, not even the truth, must come between it and the beloved person. Truth must yield to desire, which drives the psychic community. By contrast, in kingdom love Jesus Christ stands between the lover and the others he loves. Because Christ stands between me and others, I dare not desire direct fellowship with them. As only Christ can speak to me in such a way that I may be saved, so others, too, can be saved only by Christ himself. This means that I must release the other person from every attempt of mine to regulate, coerce, and dominate him with my love. Thus this spiritual love will speak to Christ about a brother more than to a brother about Christ. It knows that the most direct way to others is always through prayer to Christ and that love of others is wholly dependent upon the truth in Christ. Laughter and redemption. These words perfectly capture the meaning and purpose of Jesus' teachings in Matthew 7:1-12. Instead of harassing those near us with our judgments and treasures, we stand before them with our helpless requests, while simultaneously standing before the wise and mighty King with our requests for them. We only need to add a comment about how our humanity enters into the spiritual community of indirect love. This too Bonhoeffer understood very well. All the natural relationships of life, to family, classmates, co-workers, neighbors, and even to those in the political and artistic and intellectual realms, are very good in themselves, when taken rightly. They too are essential to life together in the kingdom. There is no human spirituality apart from those relationships. We must seek our spirituality in them. Purely spiritual relationships with others would, therefore, be dangerous at best, for they are inherently false to the human condition. That condition is one of labor, glory, dust, and death. It is one of constant incongruity between human dreams and dignity, on the one hand, and human realities, on the other. We are incarnate and finite beings, trailing clouds of over-aspiration and ragged incompleteness. When our spirituality disconnects from the natural contexts and relationships that are always there nevertheless, one of the chief signs of what is happening is that we lose our ability to laugh. Laughter is the automatic human response to incongruity, and incongruity is never lacking on the human scene, no matter how far advanced we may be into the kingdom. It is indelibly imprinted in our finitude. There will be lots of laughter in heaven, you can be sure, as well as joy, for our finitude will always remain. Just imagine an eternity in which no one laughs. And we should note that one of the things that disappear when we are grinding away at others with our condemnations, blamings, and pearls is, precisely, laughter. We become insufferably grim. But genuine shared laughter is one of the surest ways for human beings to come together and break the stalemates of life. It is essential to genuine community. No wonder, then, that laughter is so good for our health. It is even a symbol of redemption, for there is no greater incongruity in all creation than redemption. When deliverance comes, we are like those who dream, our mouth filled with laughter, our tongue with shouts of joy. Psalms 126:1-2. Thus Abraham fell on the ground laughing when told by God that he, a 100-year-old man, would have a child by 90-year-old Sarah, Genesis 17:17. Later Sarah herself laughed at the same joke, 18:12-15. God specified to Abraham that the child of promise would be named Laughter. Isaac means laughter. Your wife shall bear you a son, and you shall call his name Laughter, and I will establish my covenant with him. Genesis 17:19. Was this a penalty imposed upon them because they laughed? Hardly. Rather, it was a perpetual reminder that God breaks through. What joy they had when little Laughter came into their home and as he grew to become a young man. We have commented several times on how the currently accepted image of Jesus all but makes it impossible to find him interesting and attractive, lovable. The responses of common people to him throughout the pages of the Gospel show how false that image is. He was such an attractive person and such a powerful speaker that, from the human point of view, the leaders of the day killed him out of envy of his popularity. Matthew 27:18. He was a master of humor and often used it to drive home the truths he imparted, as any good speaker does. But few today would put him on their guest list for a party, if it were really going to be a party. Just as we don't think of Jesus as intelligent, so we don't think of him as pleasant company, someone to enjoy being around. Is it any wonder that someone would rather not be his student? Prayer in the cosmic setting on not getting what we ask for. But the request, while powerful, does not always get us what we have in mind as we make it. This is true when it is addressed to other human beings and true when it is addressed to God as prayer. And that is entirely appropriate. It is a great advantage of requesting and prayer that it not be a fail-safe mechanism. For human finitude means that we are all limited in knowledge, in power, in love, and in powers of communication. Yet we must act. We must go on. Even disregarding ill will, it is small wonder that we do not, and often cannot, grant or be given what is requested of us or by us. We do not know enough, and our desires are not perfect enough for us safely to be given everything we want and ask for. It is as simple as that. C.S. Lewis gives a lovely picture of how sane this is as we pray to God. Prayers are not always granted. This is not because prayer is a weaker kind of causality, but because it is a stronger kind. When it works at all, it works unlimited by space and time. That is why God has retained a discretionary power of granting or refusing it. Except on that condition, prayer would destroy us. It is not unreasonable for a headmaster to say, such and such things you may do according to the fixed rules of this school. But such and such other things are too dangerous to be left to general rules. If you want to do them, you must come and make a request and talk over the whole matter with me in my study. And then, we'll see. We human beings have two different kinds of causation, as Lewis also points out. One is entirely under our control. The other, which works through the request, is not. If you have weeds in your garden or a flat tire, it will be better not to just pray that the weeds will die or the tire be fixed. You can, of course, ask someone else to take care of the situation. And they may or may not refuse. But you had better just pull the weeds or fix the tire if you can. Basically, that is your domain by nature and divine appointment. If you have a friend who is addicted to heroin, however, or lost in the jungles of intellectual faddishness, then whatever else you may do to help him, you had better pray. Not just because fixing him is beyond you, but because it is good it should be beyond you. It is deeply instructive of the nature of human life and its redemption that, when Jesus knew Peter would deny him, he did not just fix him so that he wouldn't do the terrible thing. Surely he could have done that. But it would not have advanced Peter toward being the person he needed to become. So Jesus said to Peter, with sadness perhaps, but with great confidence in the Father, I have requested, concerning you, that your faith might not die. And when you have straightened up, uphold your brothers. Luke 22:32. I think there is perhaps no other scene in all Scripture that so forcefully illustrates the community of prayerful love as this response to Peter. How earnestly Jesus longed for Peter to come out right in his time of testing. But he left him free to succeed or fail before God and man, and, as it turned out, before all of subsequent human history. He used no condemnation, no shame, no pearls of wisdom on him. And he didn't use supernatural power to rewire his soul or his brain. It was just this. I have requested, concerning you, that your faith might not die. And it corresponds perfectly to Matthew 7:1-11. It is Jesus' beautiful pattern for us to practice in our relationships to those close to us. Reaching for further understanding of prayer as such. This, then, is the community of prayerful love that Jesus brings us to in his kingdom. Its center is, obviously, prayer, and there are several matters concerning prayer and how to pray that need to be discussed before we leave his discourse on the hill. We also recall that we postponed discussion of the Lord's Prayer, as given in Matthew 6, and we will soon have to go back and integrate it into our practice of kingdom living. That prayer forever stands squarely at the heart of the life and earthly community of Christ's disciples. It is hoped that the few necessary points to be covered here will be practically helpful in opening the way into a deeper experience of the life of request. Prayer, like all of the practices into which Jesus leads by word and example, will be self-validating to all who will simply pray as he says and not give up. It is much harder to learn if we succumb to the temptation to engage in heroic efforts in prayer. This is important. Heroism, generally, is totally out of place in the spiritual life, until we grow to the point at which it would never be thought of as heroism anyway. There are, of course, people who pray heroically, and they are to be respected for what God has called them to. One thinks of people like Rees Howells or John Praying Hyde. But that is a special calling and is for very few of us. To look to this calling as the ideal for our prayer life is only to assume a burden of uncalled for guilt, and, quite surely, it is to choose an approach that will lead to abandoning prayer as a realistic and pervasive aspect of life in the kingdom. There will be heroic periods as they may be called for, but with no intention to be heroic. Always, we are simply children walking and talking with our Father at hand. Prayer is basically request. And now we turn to a number of specific points where progress in kingdom praying seems frequently blocked. The first concerns understanding the central matter of exactly what prayer is. The picture of prayer that emerges from the life and teaching of Jesus in the Gospels is quite clear. Basically, it is one of asking, requesting things from God. The relevant texts, for example, the Lord's Prayer itself, leave no doubt about this, as we shall see, and that is consistent with the remainder of the New Testament and with the Bible as a whole. Compare, for example, the prayer and the picture of prayer in 1 Kings 8:22-56. Nevertheless, many people are uncomfortable with this picture, especially with the idea that we would be requesting things we want from God. A lovely couple once gave me a ride from a conference back to the airport a few hours away. As we rode along and visited, the conversation turned to difficulties their son was having in his business. I then inquired as to how they were praying about it and what their experience in prayer had been. They were astonished. "Should we really pray for our son's business?" they asked. I think they would have quickly and easily prayed for his health or for his salvation. But business? And especially business in which they had a personal interest? That seemed to them entirely out of the question. Now there was an important element of truth, and a certain goodness of heart, behind their discomfort. Prayer is never just asking, nor is it merely a matter of asking for what I want. God is not a cosmic butler or fix-it man, and the aim of the universe is not to fulfill my desires and needs. On the other hand, I am to pray for what concerns me, and many people have found prayer impossible because they thought they should only pray for wonderful but remote needs they actually had little or no interest in or even knowledge of. Prayer simply dies from efforts to pray about good things that honestly do not matter to us. The way to get to meaningful prayer for those good things is to start by praying for what we are truly interested in. The circle of our interests will inevitably grow in the largeness of God's love. What prayer is asking presupposes is simply a personal, that is, an experientially interactive, relationship between us and God, just as with a request of child to parent or friend to friend. It assumes that our natural concerns will be naturally expressed, and that God will hear our prayers for ourselves as well as for others. Once again, this is clear from the biblical practice of prayer. It is seen at its best in that greatest of all prayer books, Psalms. Accordingly, I believe the most adequate description of prayer is simply, talking to God about what we are doing together. That immediately focuses the activity where we are but at the same time drives the egotism out of it. Requests will naturally be made in the course of this conversational walk. Prayer is a matter of explicitly sharing with God my concerns about what He too is concerned about in my life. And of course He is concerned about my concerns and, in particular, that my concerns should coincide with His. This is our walk together. Out of it I pray. Other valid aspects of a praying life. But often in discussions of prayer we confuse it with other valid aspects of any life in which prayer is functioning as it ought. And that is not helpful. In fact, it can result in prayers being replaced and omitted. We may confuse prayer with special states or activities that, although of some importance, are simply not prayer. Thus, well-intentioned people wind up not praying at all without even being aware of it. What they do is good. It is just not prayer and does not have the results of prayer. I have often seen this, even in whole congregations, and the harm it does to our life and to our confidence in God is very great. So we must carefully consider, for example, that just talking to God is not prayer, though prayer is talking to God. And praise is not prayer, though praise is a wonderful exercise, and we will do very little praying unless our hearts are full of praise. Indeed, for anyone who has a genuine knowledge of God, praise is the only appropriate attitude in which to live. It is the only sane attitude. Only a vivid assurance of God's greatness and goodness can lay a foundation for the life of prayer, and such an assurance will certainly express itself in praise. The great faith chapter in the New Testament, Hebrews 11, tells us in simple words, those who come to God must believe that He is and that He becomes a rewarder of those who seek Him out. Verse 6. Praise is the inevitable result in the heart of the person who thus understands God and is actually living interactively with Him. Thanksgiving too is an inevitable accompaniment of vital prayer. The purpose is not to manipulate God into thinking we are grateful and that He should therefore give us more. That unfortunate idea is quite ridiculous, of course, and yet many people toy with it or even try to put it into practice. Nevertheless, prayer in the manner of Jesus will have incredible results, and thanksgiving will be a constant theme just because that is the reality of our relationship to God. Thanksgiving goes hand in hand with praise. We are thankful when we know we are living under the provisions of His bountiful hand. Accordingly, Paul told the Philippians, "Be anxious for nothing, but in every situation with prayer and beseeching, with thanksgiving, make your requests known to God. Then the kind of peace God Himself has will, far beyond anything you can understand, guard your hearts and minds in Christ Jesus." 4:6. So prayer is a total activity, incorporating many elements essential to a personal relationship between two persons, persons different from and related to one another as the Father is to his children on earth. But still the heart of prayer is the request. Can we change God? And God's response to our prayers is not a charade. He does not pretend that he is answering our prayer when he is only doing what he was going to do anyway. Our requests really do make a difference in what God does or does not do. The idea that everything would happen exactly as it does regardless of whether we pray or not is a specter that haunts the minds of many who sincerely profess belief in God. It makes prayer psychologically impossible, replacing it with dead ritual at best. And of course God does not respond to this. You wouldn't either. Suppose your children believed that you never did anything differently because they asked you. For example, you will give them money on Friday evening regardless of whether they ask you for it or not. But they also believe that you require them to go through the ritual of asking. And so they do it. On Friday evening they approach you and ask you to give them some weekend money. They do it even though they believe that you will or will not give it to them regardless of what they do, and that you know that they believe this. This, unfortunately, is the idea some people have of prayer. Of course this is not the biblical idea of prayer, nor is it the idea of people for whom prayer is a vital part of life. It was 2 Old Testament scenes that changed my own mind about these matters and permitted me to enter into the teachings of Jesus about prayer. For I too was raised in a theology that presents God as a great unblinking cosmic stare, who must know everything whether he wants to or not, and who never in the smallest respect changes his mind about what he is going to do. The first scene is set in the aftermath of the rebellion of the Israelites that occurred while Moses was on the mountain receiving the tablets with the 10 Commandments for the first time. They had made an idol and worshipped it and, with hearts turned back to Egypt, had indulged in a massive orgy. Now God tells Moses he intends to destroy them all and raise up a new nation from Moses alone. Exodus 32:10. Moses' response to God in this situation is one of the most instructive passages on prayer in all of the Bible, verses 12-14. First, notice that Moses reasoned with God, asking him why God should be defeated in his project with the people he had brought out of Egypt. Wasn't God able to complete it? And the Egyptians, Moses also pointed out, would be sure to say that God brought them out of Egypt intending to destroy them in the wilderness. Is that a good God? A great God, they would ask? And then there is the matter of promises made to Abraham, Isaac, and Jacob. These rebellious people about to be destroyed were their descendants. Certain commitments had been made to them about their descendants. Would destroying these descendants be consistent with those commitments? Moses boldly asked Jehovah, the special name for the covenant-making God of Israel, to change your mind about harming thy people, verse 12. And the response was, so Jehovah changed his mind about the harm which he said he would do to his people, verse 14. The second Old Testament scene involves one of the really good kings in Judea, Hezekiah. He was a man who had already seen astonishing answers to prayer, especially in his confrontation with Sennacherib, king of Assyria, 2 Kings 19:8-37. That is one of those magnificent biblical stories that even capture the artistic imagination. Lord Byron wrote the destruction of Sennacherib to memorialize it in verse. But now Hezekiah has fallen mortally ill, and his friend Isaiah the prophet comes with the word from God. You shall die and not live. 21. In the face of this declared intent at least to allow death to come, Hezekiah does exactly what Moses did. He prayed to Jehovah. He turned his face to the wall, and weeping bitterly he reasoned with God on the basis of how he had walked before him in truth and with an undivided heart and had done what is good in his sight, verses 2-3. Before Isaiah could get halfway out of the palace, God told him to go back and tell Hezekiah, I have heard your prayer, I have seen your tears, behold, I will heal you. And I will add 15 years to your life, verses 4-6. And so, in fact, he did. Now what we see here is a God who can be prevailed upon by those who faithfully stand before him. We should recall here our earlier discussion of how parents respond to the requests of their children. There is nothing automatic about requests. There is no silver bullet in prayer. Requests may be granted, or they may not. Either way, it will be for a good reason. That is how relationships between persons are, or should be. God is great enough that he can conduct his affairs in this way. His nature, identity, and overarching purposes are no doubt unchanging. But his intentions with regard to many particular matters that concern individual human beings are not. This does not diminish him. Far from it. He would be a lesser God if he could not change his intentions when he thinks it is appropriate. And if he chooses to deal with humanity in such a way that he will occasionally think it appropriate, that is just fine. A universe responsive to personality. This opens up a deep truth about our universe as a whole. It is a world that responds to desire and to will, and in many ways. That is what we should expect of a universe that is at bottom Trinitarian, based in the ultimate reality of an interpersonal union, too one to be many and too many to be just one. On the physical side of this universe, many scientists now tell us, everything an event is totally derived from and determined by certain subparticle entities called quarks. These are taken to be the ultimate physical constituents of the physical universe. For the strictly scientific analysis of strictly physical reality, we should assume nothing beyond quarks, it is often said. But not all of reality is physical. There is, as a matter of fact, no science that even attempts to demonstrate that all that exists is physical. Anyone is invited to point out which one does so, and where. If there were such a science, it would certainly fail. And in any case, quarks themselves are not absolute beings. They must derive both their existence and their nature, including the laws by which they, supposedly, determine everything else, from something other than themselves. Because that something other is God, all of physical reality, quarks and all, is subject to his will. Our own body is, to a significant degree, immediately responsive to our thought, desire, and will. That is what enables us to act and to perceive. We all know this to be true in life, no matter what our philosophical theories about it may be. If we did not, we could not act, organize a life, or live. But this central fact of life shows that matter is not indifferent to personality. It is influenced by it and influences it in turn. This is an actual fact about our world and our place in it. Within a narrow range, then, desire and will directly influence physical reality by simply desiring and willing it to behave in certain ways. Our bodily actions are cases of this, as just noted. Whether willing and desiring, or merely thinking, influences things other than our own soul and body is far less clear. One would not, at present, want to venture greatly on the reality of psychokinesis, the alleged ability to move things by thought and will alone. But recent scientifically organized studies of prayer strongly indicate a power very like it. Scientific studies of prayer. Empirical studies of the effects of praying have been around for quite some time. In the 1950s, William R. Parker, of Redlands University in California, developed a program of prayer therapy groups. He tracked changes in the lives of individuals in small groups that did, or else did not, use prayer for the healing of various physical difficulties. He also studied the effects of different kinds of prayers and attitudes in praying. Prayer in what we might accurately call the Spirit of Jesus Christ was found to have noteworthy effects for good in those who learn to use it. The book recording all of this, Prayer Can Change Your Life, is still very much worth reading and is especially useful in learning some aspects of the practice of healing prayer. When it appeared, it was quite unusual. Since the late 1980s, however, there have been more than 130 studies of the effects of prayer published in medical and other professional journals. Many of these have been set up under the most careful of scientific controls, and some have even involved prayer for non-human living things. Perhaps the most well-known is the one by Randolph Bird, at the University of California San Francisco Medical School, published in 1988. It dealt with 393 coronary care patients who had had heart attacks or severe symptoms. It was a double-blind study, neither the patients nor the medical staff caring for them knew who was being prayed for and who was not. The results were so impressive that every major television network and newspaper in the United States reported them in some detail. Of the group prayed for, significantly fewer died, fewer required use of the most potent drugs, and not one had to be put on life support. These results, along with many other studies, are discussed in great detail by Larry Dossey, MD, in his Healing Words. Dossey also reports on prayer experiments with non-human forms of life, such as germinating seeds, plants, and bacteria. Also, distance was found to have no bearing on the effects of prayer. Prayer was as effective for things on the other side of the earth as for things nearby. It continued to be effective when the object was enclosed in a lead-lined box that shuts out all known forms of physical energy, waves, particles, and so on. Finally, in Dossey's interpretation of the research material, it does not matter, within broad limits, how you pray or to whom you pray. There is no how-to in the sense of methodical procedure. We are on the pathless path. And this is no doubt mainly because, in his view, there is no external God we have to go through to achieve the effects of prayer. God is in any case unknowable. What we pray to is within ourselves. Indeed, as Dossey approvingly quotes from the biologist R. Davenport, physical reality emerges from our consciousness during our changing experience within nature. This is currently a well-known philosophical understanding of things that we need not accept in order to take seriously the scientific studies of prayer. Now this interpretation of prayer, or, for Dossey, better, prayerfulness, as a strictly human enterprise only involving interaction with non-personal forces is obviously different from Jesus' interpretation of prayer. But my purpose here is to understand, not to criticize it. Prayer is, under any interpretation, a particular exertion and expression of thought, will, and desire. These carefully researched examinations of the effects of prayer on life show, I believe, that personality in its human form has effects, through appropriate exertions of thought, will, and desire, that work beyond the familiar channels of physical causation. That is the heart of Dossey's position and, less clearly, of Parker's. Both are professionals concerned about human health, and they believe that known resources for good should be implemented. Further, it is clear that both want to get on with the business at hand, healing, and not get bogged down in theological hair-splitting. Any honest person must be sympathetic. Still, the question remains as to whether this picture of prayer in terms of impersonal powers captures prayer as an activity in the kingdom of God, or is only a further extension of the purely human realm. Perhaps the human kingdom is significantly larger, and of a remarkably different nature, than the reigning materialistic interpretation of reality would have it. I believe that it is. But that in no way sets aside the primacy and priority of the kingdom of the heavens over human life. When we have said all that is to be said of the power of a prayer that does not go through an external God, we still have to come to terms with that God and to deal with the dimensions of human existence, especially the moral dimensions, with which Dossey's kind of prayer has no clear involvement. This external kind of prayer is a matter of coming to a person other than oneself and asking that they do something that one cannot do oneself. It is coming to one who has repeatedly invaded human history and continues to do so. It is intelligently working with him to accomplish ends that fulfill his purposes in creation and in fostering human life upon the earth for a short while. It is therefore prayer of the Spirit, or kingdom prayer, not mere soul prayer. Soul prayer is an exercise of powers inherent in the human being without reference to a God beyond. Perhaps it also involves some larger realm of non-physical reality. Here we want to keep in mind Bonhoeffer's distinction, referred to earlier, between communities that are spiritual and those that are psychical or merely human realities. The psychical aspect of the human being is certainly real, and it must not be overlooked. But to understand the scope of prayer in God's full world, we must go far beyond the psychical as understood along Dossey's lines. For kingdom praying, personalities are ultimate and distinct. They interact through explicit, purposeful communication, listening and speaking, not through a mere sense of unity. In Numbers 12:7-8, emphasizing the kind of relationship God himself obviously prefers, he says of my servant Moses, he is faithful in all my house, with him I speak mouth to mouth, even openly, and not in dark sayings, and he beholds the form of the Lord. Verses 7-8. Jesus himself indicates that something very close to this is intended by God for anyone who loves him. He will keep my word, and my Father will love him, and we will come to him and make our home with him. John 14:23. If you know the biblical tradition, you cannot imagine that this would only be a matter of strange sensations or warm feelings. God is, above all, a God who speaks and listens. Prayer trains us to reign. Prayer as kingdom praying is an arrangement explicitly instituted by God in order that we as individuals may count, and count for much, as we learn step by step how to govern, to reign with him in his kingdom. To enter and to learn this reign is what gives the individual life its intended significance. This high calling also explains why prayer frequently requires much effort, continuous effort, and on some matters possibly years and years of effort. Prayer is, above all, a means of forming character. It combines freedom and power with service and love. What God gets out of our lives, and, indeed, what we get out of our lives, is simply the person we become. It is God's intention that we should grow into the kind of person he could empower to do what we want to do. Then we are ready to reign forever and ever. Revelation 22:5. Reign is no doubt wording that is a little too grand for the contemporary mind, though what it refers to is what everyone actually pursues in life. We have been trained to think of reigning as exclusionary of others. But in the heart of the divine conspiracy, it just means to be free and powerful in the creation and governance of what is good. In the life of prayer we are training for, we reign in harmonious union with the infinite power of God. And a major element in this training is experience in waiting for God to move, not leaping ahead and taking things into our own hands. Out of this waiting experience there comes a form of character that is priceless before God, a character that can be empowered to do as one chooses. This explains why James says that patience in trials will make us fully functional, teleon, perfect. 1:4. Sometimes we must wait for God to do as we ask because the answer involves changes in other people, or even ourselves, and that kind of change always takes time. Sometimes, apparently, the changes in question involve conflicts going on in a spiritual realm lying entirely outside human affairs. Daniel 10:13. We always live in a larger context of activities we do not see. But whatever the exact cause, Jesus emphatically taught that we are to stay with our request. That is, quite simply, an aspect of all serious human relationships. We stay with an issue until it is resolved one way or another. He uses an illustration taken from human affairs, once again emphasizing the continuity between making requests of human beings and praying to God. On one occasion he compared praying to going to a friend at midnight to borrow food for an acquaintance who is traveling and has descended on you so late at night that you have nothing for him to eat. Luke 11:5-6. You call out your request to your neighbor, and from inside there comes the answer. It's too much trouble. The door is closed, and the kids are settled with me in bed. I can't do anything for you. Verse 7. But he will. If you just stand there and wait, he will. Even if he has to awaken the kids and undo the door, no small matter in those days. Maybe he looks out an hour later and sees you just standing there wringing your hands. What else can he do? And as Jesus points out, it is not because he is your friend that he will do it, but because you just keep standing there waiting for the loaves. Verse 8. Of course, if you go away he won't do it, and if he does do it you won't be there to receive it. That is common sense, and Jesus integrates it right into the life of prayer. Another graphic illustration of the importance of staying with a request is found in Luke 18. This, like the previous one, is explicitly designed to teach us not to quit praying for what we need. He told them a parable in order to show how they should pray relentlessly and not give up. One of the most powerful men in the city, a judge, did not fear God and had no regard for men. And one of the weakest people in the city, a widow, came to him repeatedly, insisting that he apply the law to right a wrong done to her. This judge did nothing for a while, but then he thought, even though neither God nor man scares me, "This widow is driving me nuts. I'll give her justice to keep her from wearing me out by constantly petitioning me." 18:16. Now, Jesus says, listen to what this crooked judge says. "And will not God do what is right by his chosen ones, who cry out to him day and night? And will he be slow in responding? Not at all. He will be quick to their aid." Verses 7-8. But the assumption is that the request does not go away. It is there to stay. That is our part. The main teaching here is that we should expect prayer to proceed in the manner of a relationship between persons. Of course it will be in the manner of such relationships at their best, but the general character of requesting will remain. In fact, the contrary assumption possibly causes more people to drop out of praying than anything else. Praying is mistakenly thought to be like plunking your money into a soft drink machine or like dropping a bomb. You do a simple act one time, and then mechanism takes over to produce the inevitable result. I have even heard people seriously teach that if you ask God for the same thing a second time, that only proves to him you didn't believe the first time, as if he didn't know already. This view also leads to misguided efforts to word everything just right. For example, being sure to say, "In Jesus' name," or, "If it be thy will." The idea that if we get it just right it will work treats prayer like the drink machine. Prayer is never a mechanism. It is always a personal negotiation, as the earlier quotation from C.S. Lewis so wisely suggests. Jesus' constant effort in his teaching about prayer is to drive this point home. Does this offend God's dignity? But just as religious faith has its traditional dogmas, so does unbelief. I am acquainted with highly placed intellectuals who hold that we know nothing of the nature of God. And yet they do not hesitate to affirm that it would be beneath God's dignity to receive anything from human beings or to answer a request. God is too great to be bothered, like great human beings, no doubt. But if we know nothing of the genuine nature of God, one might reply, we certainly do not know that. This is a very old prejudice, at least as old as Plato, who regarded the belief that the gods are turned aside from their purpose by sacrifices and prayer as one form of insolence toward God. That prejudice is passed on through people such as Cicero and Hume. We have seen in a previous chapter that it comes to expression in many contemporary theologians on the left. We should admit, I think, that some views of prayer are degrading of God, and perhaps of human beings as well. We think, for example, of those that make his response inevitable if we can just get our words right. Or of those that have us buying him off with sacrifices of various kinds. But that is not so of the view of prayer that Jesus gives. To suppose that God and the individual communicate within the framework of God's purposes for us, as explained earlier, and that because of the interchange God does what he had not previously intended, or refrains from something he previously had intended to do, is nothing against God's dignity if it is an arrangement he himself has chosen. It is not inherently greater to be inflexible. That is an unfortunate human idea of greatness, derived from behavior patterns all too common in a fallen world. It turns God into a cosmic stuffed shirt. This unfortunate idea is reinforced from the highest intellectual sources by classical ideas of perfection, which stressed the necessity of absolute inalterability in God. But in a domain of persons, such as the kingdom among us, it is far greater to be flexible and yet able to achieve the good goals one has set. And that is an essential part of the divine personality shown in the Bible and incarnated in the person of Jesus and presented in his message. So far from fitting the classical pattern of God as the unmoved mover, the God shown in the historical record is the most moved mover. This is the one who lives with us and whom we approach from within the community of prayerful love. The grandest prayer of all. The Lord's Prayer. All this becomes very clear if we only pay attention to Jesus' explicit teaching and practice of prayer, as his apprentices naturally would. Although he spent much time alone in prayer, he also spent much time praying in the presence of his students. They were tremendously impressed. On one occasion he took Peter, James, and John along with him to a mountaintop. There, while he was praying, his face was transformed and his clothing flashed like lightning. Luke 9:29. This may seem quite unrealistic. His three friends certainly hardly knew what they were looking at, and they came to understand it only much later, 2 Peter 1:16-19. But recall, as we have said, that we live in a Trinitarian universe, one where infinite energy of a personal nature is the ultimate reality. When we pray we enter the real world, the substance of the kingdom, and our bodies and souls begin to function for the first time as they were created to function. Indeed, the transfiguration of Jesus must be regarded as the highest revelation of the nature of matter recorded in human history. Matter, ordinary physical stuff, is the place for the development and manifestation of finite personalities who, in their bodies, have significant resources either to oppose God or to serve Him. Jesus, the quintessential man, that is, the Son of Man, is the only one who has brought the role of matter to its fullness in His own personality. That is what we are looking at in the Gospels. As for each of us, this is something that lies in our future, in the worlds to come, Philippians 3:20-21, 1 John 3:2. Yet even now when we put our body and soul into prayer, the effects are remarkable. William Penn said of George Fox, around whom the early Friends, Quaker, movement arose. But above all, he excelled in prayer. The inwardness and weight of his spirit, the reverence and solemnity of his dress and behavior, and the fewness and fullness of his words, have often struck even strangers with admiration, and they used to reach others with consolation. The most awful, living, reverent frame I ever felt or beheld, I must say, was his in prayer. Clearly the presence of Jesus in prayer was more impressive than even that of George Fox. Some while after the event of Jesus' transfiguration before his friends, the Gospel of Luke records, he was praying in a certain place with his students. After he had finished, one of his students said to him, "Lord, teach us to pray, just like John the Baptizer also taught his disciples." 11:1. This is, of course, an exact expression of the master-student relationship. The apprentices have watched the master do some important thing, and they have heard him explain it. Now they say, "Show us how, induct us into the practice." Jesus' response here must be taken very seriously. Many people make little progress in learning to pray simply because they have not seriously entered into Jesus' answer to the explicit request, "Teach us to pray." Praying is a form of speaking, and it is best learned by entering into the words that Jesus gave us to say to God when we pray. He is the master of this subject too. Of course, we have already seen in chapter 6 that mere repetition is not kingdom praying. And this is still true of repetition of the words that Jesus gave. Instead, we learn to use the words given by Him to speak intelligently and lovingly to our Heavenly Father, with whom we are engaged in a common life. But we do use those words. And with them as foundation, and only so, we move out, partly on our own initiative, which God elicits and expects, into prayer over the details of our life and times under the Sunday. God must be addressed. The variations in phrasing between the words given as the Lord's Prayer in Matthew 6 and in Luke 11 are of little significance, and we will treat the two passages as one and the same prayer or prayer outline. First, there is simply the address. Father, the Luke version simply says, and Matthew characteristically further identifies the one addressed as our Father, the one in the heavens. The address part of prayer is of vital significance. We dare not slight or overlook it. It is one of the things that distinguishes prayer from worrying out loud or silently, which many, unfortunately, have confused with prayer. When we speak to someone, we use a name to call to that person in distinction from everyone else. We thereby indicate that we wish to speak to that particular person. The name also calls attention to our standing in relation to the one addressed. This is nearly always true in intimate associations. I call my son my dear boy, my daughter a little princess, and my wife sweetheart. No one else does that. No one else can do that. Similarly, when they speak to me, when they say dad or sweetheart, there is a configuration drawn around us within which we then relate. It is stronger than steel. Whatever else happens or is said will be conditioned upon this configuration. A remarkable change in the spirit of our society is marked by recent changes in the formalities of address. These changes are not incidental, not small things. They mirror manifold profound ambiguities and uncertainties as to who we are as we go through daily life. It now is thought to be cloyingly bad taste, for example, to refer to anyone in a note or memo as "Dear Joe, you just write Joe." If the trend continues, it will next be "Hey, you." The idea is, I think, that we don't want to be hypocritical and express fondness where it is not felt. How very noble the sentiment! No one seems to understand that it was not fondness but respect that was expressed by the "Dear Joe" form. The change of form marked the loss of respectful approach, not the loss of hypocrisy, which, from all appearances, remains in a very healthy condition. Our Father, the one in the heavens. When we speak to God, Jesus tells us, we are to address him as our Father, the one in the heavens. This is the configuration of reality from within which we pray. The overwhelming difficulties many people have with prayer, both understanding it and doing it, derive from nothing more than their failure or their inability to place themselves within this configuration and receive it by grace. This may be because they actually do not live within the kingdom configuration, perhaps are even in rebellion against it. But until they learn to do this routinely yet deeply, they will experience no stability and development in their practice of prayer. If we are already turned toward the Father and are recipients of the kingdom, a common way of bringing ourselves into the address position is to enter a deep, meditative reading of some choice passage of Scripture. Martin Luther said that those well trained in warming up the heart for prayer will be able to use a chapter of Scripture as a lighter, a Feuerzeuge, the same term modern Germans use for a pocket lighter. For this purpose we will benefit most from the great passages of Scripture that clearly show us our Father in relation to his creation and his earthly family. These are passages such as Genesis 1 or 15, Exodus 19, 1 Kings 8, 2 Chronicles 16 and 19, Nehemiah 9, many of the Psalms, 34, 37, 91, and 103, for example, Isaiah 30, 44, and 56, 66, Luke 11, Romans 8, Philippians 4. Reading or singing the great hymns, or using written prayers the Lord has given his people through the ages, are also extremely useful. This activity must not be hurried. Quiet, deeply meditative absorption of the words, receptive of images that fill out the realities they refer to, is sure to bring us to proper orientation before God. Certain bodily postures may also be useful in this regard. Luther, once again, recommends that we kneel down or stand up with folded hands and eyes toward the sky. The followers of Saint Dominic described 9 different ways in which he prayed, including bowing humbly before the altar in a church, lying flat on his face before the crucifix, standing with hands and arms spread out like a cross, stretching himself to the limit and standing as upright as possible. Such matters of posture are, of course, not laws. No one has to do them. And the necessary address to God in prayer is, in fact, an entirely inward reality, between us and God. Reading, posture, singing, special setting, and the like are all to be used only insofar as they serve to establish a gripping presence and address. They are simply matters of what is helpful and what is not. The important thing for each individual is that he or she should find some way that is effective and not assume that it does not matter how one approaches prayer. Jesus commonly stood and looked into heaven as a part of his address to the Father. He did this because the person he was speaking to was, of course, there. We should remember this, and though it may occasionally be useful to bow the head and close the eyes, that is not to be regarded as the canonical position, the only one in which we are really praying. The particular values it serves are not the only matters to be observed in prayer, and, perhaps strangely, many people have found it very enlivening to pray with open eyes, and possibly walking to and fro. In any case, when we pray we must take time to fix our minds upon God and orient our world around him. Whatever we need to do to that end should be done. When it is done, we will see ourselves situated in the family of God across time and space, as we pray our Father, and we will see God as our Father, and we will see our Father directly available to us for face-to-face communication. That is what it means for him to be our Father, the one in the heavens. Unfortunately, the old standard formulation, "Our Father who art in heaven," has come to mean "Our Father who is far away" and much later. As explained in an earlier chapter, the meaning of the plural heavens, which is erroneously omitted in most translations, sees God present as far out as imaginable but also right down to the atmosphere around our heads, which is the first of the heavens. The omission of the plural robs the wording in the model prayer of the sense Jesus intended. That sense is, "Our Father always near us." Having taught us to address God in the manner indicated, the remainder of the model prayer as given in Luke 11 consists of requests or categories of requests. There are 5 of them. 1. That the name God would be regarded with the utmost possible respect and endearment. 2. That His kingdom would fully come on earth. 3. That our needs for today be met today. 4. That our sins be forgiven, not held against us. 5. That we not be permitted to come under trial or to have bad things happen to us. These are basically the same as in Matthew 6, where a little wording is added to some of them. We shall consider the 2 passages together. Hallowed be thy name. The first and second requests directly concern God's position in the human realm. The first one asks that the name of God should be held in high regard. Hallowed be thy name, the old version has it. In the biblical world, names are never just names. They partake of the reality that they refer to. The Jewish reverence for the name of God was so great that especially devout Jews might even avoid pronouncing it. Thus we do not really know how Yahweh, as we say it, really is to be pronounced. The pronunciation is lost in history. Today very few people any longer understand what it means to hallow something and are apt to associate hallow only with ghosts and Halloween. So we would do better to translate the language here as "Let your name be sanctified." Let it be uniquely respected. Really, the idea is that His name should be treasured and loved more than any other, held in an absolutely unique position among humanity. The word translated hallow or sanctify is hagiastheto. It is basically the same word used, for example, in John 17:17, where Jesus asks the Father to sanctify His students, especially the apostles, through His truth. And it appears again in 1 Thessalonians 5:23, where Paul expresses his hope that God will sanctify the Thessalonians entirely, keeping them blameless in spirit, soul, and body until Jesus returns. In such passages, too, the term means to locate the persons referred to in a separate and very special kind of reality. This request is based upon the deepest need of the human world. Human life is not about human life. Nothing will go right in it until the greatness and goodness of its source and governor is adequately grasped. His very name is then held in the highest possible regard. Until that is so, the human compass will always be pointing in the wrong direction, and individual lives as well as history as a whole will suffer from constant and fluctuating disorientation. Candidly, that is exactly the condition we find ourselves in. But the cosmic significance of this first request must not hide the fact that it is also the natural request of a child who loves its Abba, its daddy. How a child's heart is wounded to hear its parents, mother or father, dishonored or to see them attacked. Such an attack shakes the very foundations of the child's existence, for the parents are its world. The touching confidence in the parent that famously makes a child think its parents are the best in every regard is really essential to the child's well-being in the early stages of life. So when we hear this first request, and indeed the second as well, we want to remember that it is the prayer of an adoring child, somewhat jealous for its parent. And we want to let ourselves sense its longing that Abba, who in this case really is the greatest, should be recognized as such. We want to dwell on this meditatively and perhaps weep for sadness that God is not so understood. We want to enter into the alarm of the little child who stumbles across those who do not think its father or mother is the greatest and best. And we must transfer that alarm to the lack of admiration and confidence that the human world has for our Father in the heavens. Thy kingdom come. The second request follows from the first. The child's confidence in the Abba who supervises everything for good naturally wants his rule, his kingdom, to come into realization in any place where it is not fully present. Recall, now, that the kingdom of God is the range of his effective will. That is, it is the domain where what he prefers is actually what happens. And this very often does not happen on this sad earth, on Gaia, as it is often called nowadays. The clause, "Thy will be done, as in heaven so also on earth," added in the Matthew 6 version of the model prayer, therefore only clarifies what it means to say, "Thy kingdom come." We have pointed out in earlier chapters that this does not mean come into existence. The kingdom of God is from everlastingly earlier to everlastingly later. It does not come into existence, nor does it cease. But in human affairs other kingdoms may for a time be in power, and often are. This second request asks for those kingdoms to be displaced, wherever they are, or brought under God's rule. We are thinking here of the places we spend our lives. Of homes, playgrounds, city streets, workplaces, schools, and so forth. These are the places we have in mind, and they are where we are asking for the kingdom, God's rule, to come, to be in effect. Also, we are thinking of our activities more than of those of other people. We know our weaknesses, our limitations, our habits, and we know how tiny our power of conscious choice is. We are therefore asking that, by means beyond our knowledge and the scope of our will, we be assisted to act within the flow of God's actions. But we are also praying over the dark deeds of others in the world around us. We see how they are trapped in what they themselves often disown and despise. And we are especially praying about the structural or institutionalized evils that rule so much of the earth. These prevailing circumstances daily bring multitudes to do deeply wicked things they do not even give a thought to. They do not know what they are doing and do not have the ability to distance themselves from it so they can see it for what it is. That is the power of culture. Culture is seen in what people do unthinkingly, what is natural to them and therefore requires no explanation or justification. Everyone has a culture, or, really, multidimensional cultures of various levels. These cultures structure their lives. And of course by far the most of everyone's culture is right and good and essential. But not all. For culture is the place where wickedness takes on group form, just as the flesh, good and right in itself, is the place where individual wickedness dwells. We therefore pray for our Father to break up these higher level patterns of evil. And, among other things, we ask Him to help us see the patterns we are involved in. We ask Him to help us not cooperate with them, to cast light on them and act effectively to remove them. Give daily bread daily. The third request in the model prayer deals with the immediate sustenance of our body. Food, of course, is symbolically central, but whatever else we really need to live in a functional manner is included in this request. Paul speaks of being at peace if we have foods and clothings, 1 Timothy 6:8. And that, you may recall, fits in exactly with what we found in Jesus' discussion of birds and flowers in Matthew 6:25-34 and with what God provided in the desert wanderings of His covenant people, Deuteronomy 8:3-5. Of course this request embodies that confidence in our Father that relieves us from all anxiety. The emphasis is on provision today of what we need for today. This is because God is always present today, no matter which day it is. His reign is the eternal now. So we do not ask Him to provide today what we will need for tomorrow. To have it in hand today does not guarantee that we will have it tomorrow when we need it. Today I have God, and He has the provisions. Tomorrow it will be the same. So I simply ask today for what I need for today or ask now for what I need now. This is how children do it, of course. A mother who discovers that her child is saving up oatmeal, pieces of toast, or strips of bacon for fear of not having food tomorrow has cause to be alarmed. The world being what it is, we can all too easily imagine situations in which the child's action would be reasonable. But in any normal situation parents will be astonished and pained that the child does not trust them to provide for it day by day. A child should never have to even think about future provision until it grows older and has that responsibility. Now, to make it clear about the teaching and the prayer, it is quite all right, as earlier noted, to have things now that we intend to use tomorrow and to work or even pray in a sensible way for them. What hinders or shuts down kingdom living is not the having of such provisions, but rather the trusting in them for future security. We have no real security for the future in them, but only in the God who is present with us each day. It used to be said in England long ago that no man's property, life, or reputation was safe while Parliament was in session. And there are hundreds of things other than government action that can turn our provisions to nothing. That is the precarious condition of all who lay up treasures for themselves and are not rich toward God. Luke 12:21. When we accept and practice Jesus' teaching on prayer, however, we are entirely freed from concerns about the future. You can easily imagine what a marvelously transforming effect this has on our life and our relationships with others. Don't punish us for things we do wrong. The fourth request is for forgiveness of sins. It asks the Father to deal with us on the basis of mercy or pity. We forgive someone of a wrong they have done us when we decide that we will not make them suffer for it in any way. This does not mean we must prevent suffering that may come to them as a result of the wrong they have done. It does not mean that either when we forgive others or when they or God forgive us. Of course we may be of help there too, but it is no part of forgiveness. Moreover, it is usually unwise. The natural consequences of actions have been pretty well designed by God to lead us to be the persons we ought to be. To blunt their lessons may be to harm those we would help. But it is only pity or mercy that makes life possible. We do not like to hear it, but human beings at their best are pitiable creatures that walk in a vain show. Psalms 39:6. Only God's mercies keep us from being consumed because of our sins. Lamentations 3:22. But as a father pities his children, so the Lord pities us. He knows what we are made of and remembers that we are dust. He does not deal with us according to our sins, nor does he reward us in proportion to our wrongdoings. Psalms 103:10-14. That is the wonderful, healing nature of the kingdom among us. Once we step into this kingdom and trust it, pity becomes the atmosphere in which we live. Of course it is his pity for us that allows us in to start with, and then it patiently bears with us. The Lord is bursting with compassion and full of pity, James 5:11. But we also are to be of one mind, having compassion one of another, love as brethren, be pitiful, be courteous, 1 Peter 3:8. It is not psychologically possible for us really to know God's pity for us and at the same time be hard-hearted toward others. So we are forgiving of others in the same manner as God forgives us. That is a part of our prayer. We are not just promising or resolving to forgive, however. We are praying for help to forgive others, for, though it is up to us to forgive, we do it. We know we cannot do it without help. But we can expect help, for the unity of spiritual orientation discussed earlier in this chapter covers all these matters. Therefore I live with my family on the basis of their pity for me. My wife is given the grace to have mercy on me, likewise my children. Earlier it was my parents, grandparents, brothers, and sister. They all dealt with me mercifully. They felt sorry for me and had pity on me. Now that I have come to know the kingdom among us, I too will be merciful to those close to me. It is not just that I do not condemn them. That is important, of course, but it is not enough. I must have mercy. The kingdom and its God is great enough that mercy and truth can meet together. Psalms 85:7-10. And mercy brags about how it wins over judgment. James 2:13. The provision of the Father in the life and death of his Son, and in the greatness of his own eternal heart, makes it possible. Understanding of these matters can help us with one of the most painful failures to be found in our families. We each of us have a deep, biological need to honor our parents. This need is reflected in the commandment, "Honor your father and your mother, that your days may be long in the land that your God Jehovah has given you." Exodus 20:12. To honor our parents means to be thankful for their existence and to respect their actual role as givers of life in the sequence of human existence. Of course, in order to honor them in this way we need to be thankful for our own existence too. But we also will usually need to have pity on them. For, even if they are good people, it is almost always true that they have been quite wrong in many respects, and possibly still are. Commonly those who have experienced great antagonism with their parents are only able to be thankful for their existence and honor them, as they deeply need to, after the parents have grown old. Then it is possible to pity them, to have mercy on them. And that opens the door to honoring them. With a certain sadness, perhaps, but also with joy and peace at last. One of the greatest gifts of the kingdom among us is the healing of the parent-child relation, turning the hearts of fathers to their children and the hearts of children to their fathers, Malachi 4:6. Of course, as long as we are demanding things, we cannot ask for them, and there is no place for pity. Sometimes it may be necessary to demand. Perhaps the relationship has degenerated to the point that nothing else is left. But it is always better to avoid demanding when we can. Living on the basis of pity makes it easier to ask and makes it easier to give, including forgiveness. People who are merciless, unable to pity others and receive pity, simply have a hard life full of unsolvable problems. Today we sometimes speak of people who cannot forgive themselves. Usually, however, the problem is much deeper. More often than not, these are people who refuse to live on the basis of pity. Their problem is not that they are hard on themselves, but that they are proud. And if they are hard on themselves, it is because they are proud. They do not want to accept that they can only live on the basis of pity from others, that the good that comes to them is rarely deserved. If they would only do that, it would transform their lives. They would easily stop punishing themselves for what they have done. Recently a popular book was written under the title When Bad Things Happen to Good People. But to complete the picture we also need to contemplate certain other situations. For example, what about when bad things don't happen to good people? Could not one write a fine book on that? And what of when bad things don't happen to bad people? Or when good things happen to bad people? The book in question had an important point, and the individual case it treated was a very touching one. The answer it gives to the problem of the suffering of good people is that God cannot do anything about it. That same book has been written many times through human history, and the answer it gives is one of the standard answers. But it is important to see all dimensions of our human situation in order to have an adequate picture of our place before God. And if you've been squirming as you read this, there's a good reason. I have used the word pity through much of this discussion of forgive us our sins, rather than the word mercy or the even more dignified compassion. This is because only pity reaches to the heart of our condition. The word pity makes us wince, as mercy does not. Our current language has robbed mercy of its deep, traditional meaning, which is practically the same as pity. To pity someone now is to feel sorry for them, and that is regarded as demeaning, whereas to have mercy now is thought to be slightly noble, just give them a break. Today even many Christians read and say forgive us our trespasses as give me a break. In the typically late 20th century manner, this saves the ego and its egotism. I am not a sinner, I just need a break. But no, I need more than a break. I need pity because of who I am. If my pride is untouched when I pray for forgiveness, I have not prayed for forgiveness. I don't even understand it. In the model prayer, Jesus teaches us to ask for pity with reference to our wrongdoings. Without it, life is hopeless. And with it comes the gift of pity as an atmosphere in which we then can live. To live in this atmosphere is to be able simply to drop the many personal issues that make human life miserable and, with the clarity of mind that comes only from not protecting my pride, to work for the good things all around us we always can realize in cooperation with the hand of God. Don't put us to the test. The final request asks our Father not to put us to the test. Don't bring us into temptation. The temptation here is not primarily temptation to sin. Trials always tempt us to sin, however. And temptation to sin is always a trial, which we might fail by falling into sin. Moreover, the bad things that come upon us are always trials. And so the version in Matthew 6 elaborates this last request by saying, spare us from bad things that might happen to us. This request is not just for evasion of pain and of things we don't like, though it frankly is that. It expresses the understanding that we can't stand up under very much pressure, and that it is not a good thing for us to suffer. It is a vote of no confidence in our own abilities. As the series of requests begins with the glorification of God, it ends with acknowledgement of the feebleness of human beings. God expects us to pray that we will escape trials, and we should do it. The bad things that happen to us are always challenges to our faith, and we may not be able to stand up under them. They are dangerous. To know this, one has only to watch how quickly people begin to attack God when bad things start to happen to them. The popularity of the book just referred to, on why bad things happen to good people, is explicit testimony to how bad things tend to undermine faith. The excessive confidence people have in the strength of their own faith, usually it is when they are not suffering, of course, simply makes the danger worse. The attitude of James and John, seeking in advance their own promotion in the government they expected Jesus to set up, is characteristic. He asked them if they could go through what he was going to go through. They replied, "Yes, sir, we can do it." Matthew 20:22. This is precisely the attitude of self-confidence we must avoid, and the final request in the model prayer is designed to help us avoid it. Once again, we are asking for pity, this time in the form of protection from circumstances. We are asking a Father who is both able and willing to extend such pity to not let bad things happen to us. As we attentively make this prayer a part of our constant bearing in life, we will see how God indeed does keep us from trials and deliver us from evil. Constantly. We will see how often good things happen even to bad people, as well as to the good. And of course we will find that we do have trials, and that some bad things come to everyone. No one is totally exempt. We can count on that too. But we will also become assured that any trial or evil that comes upon us has a special function in God's plans. As with daily provision of food, there is continuous provision for every need, no matter how dire. We may not always have it ahead of time, but often right when we need it from the God who is right there with us. Our bedrock certainty of this will stand firmly upon our many experiences of the presence and goodness of our Father. We will have first-hand experience of how His strength is brought to perfection in our lives precisely by our weaknesses, combined with hopeful faith. Here lies the secret of Paul's astonishing testimony. So, living for Christ, I am delighted when I experience weaknesses, insults, desperate needs, persecutions, and difficulties. For when I am weak, then I am powerful. 2 Corinthians 12:9-10. It is precisely this experience-based assurance that is expressed in the great Psalms, such as 23, 34, 37, and 91. These and similar passages in the scriptures trouble many people because they seem to promise too much, to be, frankly, unrealistic. But they do not promise that we will have no trials, as human beings understand trials. They promise, instead, totally unbroken care, along with God-given adequacy to whatever happens. Psalm 91, for example, is a great affirmation of the total protection Jehovah gives to those who dwell under His presence. But isn't that just too much? No evil will befall you. Verse 10. Really? And because He has loved me, therefore I will deliver him, I will set him securely on high, because he has known my name. He will call upon me, and I will answer him, I will be with him in trouble, I will rescue him, and honor him. With a long life I will satisfy him, and let him behold my salvation. Verses 14-16. Similar claims are made in the other Psalms mentioned. We should understand that God will usually spare us from trials, especially if we are living in the Lord's Prayer. And we should also understand that, when trials are permitted, it only means that He has something better in mind for us than freedom from trials. What we learn about God from Jesus should prove to us that suffering and bad things happening to us are not the Father's preferred way of dealing with us, sometimes necessary, perhaps, but never what He would, on the whole, prefer. What the psalmist says is true of many of us. Before I was afflicted I went astray, but now I keep thy word. It is good for me that I was afflicted. Psalms 119:67-71. Discipline is essential to our actual place in God's earthly family, and discipline is not joyful, but sorrowful, though afterwards it yields the peaceful fruit of righteousness. Hebrews 12:11. This truth is twisted by our imagination to give a false view of God. That twist is largely responsible for a morbid streak that runs through much of historical and even current Christianity. We project upon God the sadistic tendencies that really are present in human beings. Given the anger, hatred, and contempt that pervades human society, it is not uncommon that individual human beings actually enjoy the suffering of others. One of our worst thoughts about God is that he too enjoys human suffering. This gives rise to the image of the Marquis de God, a divine counterpart to the Marquis de Sade, after whom sadism is named. The Marquis de God, ready to show you how much he cares by punishing you. In a moment of rage, continents convulse with seismic activity. In a fit of moral indignation, he demonstrates the latest craze in viral mutations. The Marquis de God is simply a God who hates. This is a deity who despises sin and sinners with such passion that he'll murder in order to exterminate them. He forces his noblest creation to dance like a trained poodle on the brink of annihilation. Grace, like a dog biscuit, offered or withdrawn, depending on performance. Is it any wonder that Jesus told us to forget everything we think we know about the nature of God and lose ourselves in his picture of our Father, the one in the heavens? Matthew 11:25-27, John 3:13, 17:6-8. The last request in the Lord's Prayer is the revelation of a God who loves to spare his children and who will always do it upon request unless he has something better in mind, which he rarely does. People who do not ask God to spare them from trials and evils usually do not even recognize his hand when they are spared. They then live under the illusion that their lives are governed by chance, luck, accident, the whims of others, and their own cleverness. And because they do not ask, do not constantly invite God in, that may well be, to some significant extent, no illusion. If one is content with such an outlook, God will probably leave one with it. He respects us, no matter how wrong we are. But we will never know our life to be one in the kingdom among us. To that kingdom Jesus' words about prayer are an ever-open door.